cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Alpha, my dear doomed king. The time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
One week ago, North America crowned its NACT kings. Tonight, it's the Queen's turn to the throne. 4 battle-tested women teams, 1 day and 1 shot to Riyadh's MWI at the Esports World Cup. Quarterfinals to finals all in a single day. This is not a marathon, it's a sprint. Welcome to the MWI 2025 NA Open Qualifiers, where only the best of the best will rise to radiance and be crowned NA's queens. I'm your host Liz, and joining me to light this fuse are Steph Weezy and Private Dancer. How you guys doing?
Every team having something to prove, and as the stage lights up, we're about to witness an era of women rewriting the MLBB NA playbook.
Yeah, we just got off the men's side of North America last weekend, and this time it is time for the fairer side of North America to see, as Liz put it, if they can rise to radiance.
And let's see who is the fairest of them all. Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me the bracket that says it all. We will see on the bracket, round 1, Area 77 versus War Angels, GG versus Out of Sync. I hope they're in sync because it's going to be some cramped up matches today.
Yeah, definitely can't wait to see which way this goes. It's going to be full of excitement. Everything jam-packed in one day. Round 1 for the quarterfinals, all best of ones, then the semifinals, which will play out in the best of 3, and then the moment we've all been waiting for to see who gets crowned at the top in the grand finals for a best of 5.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an upper bracket, a lower bracket, semifinals, a finals, so buckle up because this is going to be a long night for our ladies.
Yeah, long night indeed for the round 1 all the way until losers round 1 will be best out of ones. So there are really very little room for mistakes and a lot to prove and a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, and some familiar names on the roster as well, but also some new additions, which really has got me keeping a close eye on these teams, right? You see, like you said, GAIMIN Gladiators, a name we've known across the MLBB NA scene for a while. Area 77, we saw in Area 77 inside of NACT, and to be able to see them here again for MWI, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, and you were talking about it. Some great names here. There were qualifiers that were held offline, so unfortunately we weren't able to show you that. But here right now are the cream of the crop, those teams that made it through the Final 4 here, ready to get it on.
And only one of the teams will make it as we look at a $500,000 prize pool for the Esports World Cup, and that is what all the teams are fighting for. Only one of the teams will qualify to make it to Riyadh and claim one of that $500,000 prize pool. It's a lot of zeros on the map.
Yeah, and a free trip to Riyadh. I mean, what more could you ask for to take a trip to the Middle East? But also, you see a lot of those placement diamond rewards and the cash value for that as well. For the ladies competing here in MWI, everybody having a piece of that prize pool for today's matches.
Yes, ever since last year, Riyadh and Saudi Arabia have really kind of set that tone to become the center for esports, and that is what it is all about. That is what all of these ladies here are fighting for, is that trip, that tickets to show what they are worth out there in Riyadh.
Yeah, that ticket to Riyadh to ride some camels and compete it out for one of the best teams is definitely what's on the line, and all the teams are razor focused on that ticket to Riyadh, and that is what we're here for as well.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the stakes are higher than ever. Everything today is one day, make it or break it. We do have a lower bracket for a second shot at success, so hopefully they bring their A game today, because it's going to be a very fast-paced match, very fast-paced series, and hopefully we get to see the champions walk home today and get that ticket to Riyadh and so much more.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because you brought up how fast-paced it's going to be, especially this first round. Best of one. So you have one shot to try to make it through, no adjustments. It's all about who comes out with guns blazing. You do have a second chance in the fact that there is a bottom bracket for you to try to make your way through. But man, this first round is going to be just all or nothing.
And you know what's all or nothing for our viewers out here? We have the first giveaway for you guys, so make sure you take out your phones right now and scan that QR code on the screen to type that code in for your chance at one of these 40 giveaway skins. And it's some very interesting font that we see on the screen, so Weezy, you want to read out that code for the viewers?
I would read the code out, but I feel like I'd give an advantage to those who don't listen to the audio but just watch the subtitles. So I will say scan that code. It'll take you in game, give you a little bit of a boost, a little cheat code right there. Screenshot this, that we have more time to read the code, and you'll have a chance to get it. But like we said, limited quantity, only 40 available, first come, first serve.
Yeah, I must say that is a fine and fancy font that we are using for that giveaway code. Hopefully you guys have better eyes than I do trying to read that out, but Muntun obviously just trying to make you work a little harder for some of these skins. As we mentioned before, only 40 skins to be able to give away, so be careful when entering that code.
Yeah, everything when it comes to the women's tournament is spiced with elegance, and I hope the teams indeed will be performing with elegance, as elegant as these fonts are.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, 12.5% chance at one of those 8 skins. So definitely, I'm a collector myself, and hey, that's free right there for you guys. So a little bit of a treat from the MLBB NA team as we step into MWI.
Yeah, and can't wait to see what else is in store here for tonight. It's a lot of great teams here. It's always a bang when it comes to these wonderful women teams competing here in North America.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rosters for our first series up and coming. Let's see on the screen which players from North America will be representing their team. So first up, we have Area 77 Angels, Oriole in the XP lane, Jungle YQ, Erica in the mid lane, Chinatsu on Roam, and Yang on the goal lane.
Yeah, I've been kind of keeping a close eye on these teams, and like we said, some familiar names. Area 77, we've heard that name time and time again, echo in the walls for North America when it comes to the competitive scene. The Area 77 Angels, we've seen them compete in the previous MWI for 2024 as well. Maybe some new additions to the team, and we'll see just how much they've improved since last year.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is managed by Nami. Area 77's, even the male team there, managed by the same people there, and holding up a banner. I mean, they've been a very strong team, even in the men's league, so we're going to see how well they can perform, maybe even give our former champions a run for their money.
Yeah, on the men's team, they did make it all the way into the grand finals. So let's see if the Area 77 Angels are on par with that. And on the other side, let's see who they're going to be faced up against in this series. They are looking themselves at War Angels, where we have Mao Mao on the XP lane, 4-1M on the jungle, Maji on the mid lane, correct me if I'm wrong, Yujiro on the Roam, and Eka Cutie on goal lane. Some familiar names.
Yeah, definitely some familiar names, and I believe you hit it right there. Muji, it's interesting when you kind of read some of these team names and player names as well. But War Angels is another one that sticks out that we've seen in 2024 of MWI, so to be able to see them here again. We love seeing teams that maintain that synergy, that continue to play even though they didn't win the last one, to have another shot at success.
Yeah, it's all about building stories, building history with some of these teams as well. And to see some of the familiar faces, see the familiar names of these teams is what it's all about, especially going up against a team that has the backing, that has the knowledge, the combined knowledge, and facing a team like Area 77.
Yeah, and sometimes consistency is all you need. Consistency and hard work is all you need to rise on top, especially when you have a tournament that's so jam-packed into one day.
Yeah, a lot jam-packed into one day, and like we said, we're starting inside of the quarterfinals. 4 of North America's greatest women teams combining together to fight it out to put on a show and also have that ticket out to Riyadh. And I think with the first series, with it being both Area 77 Angels and War Angels, it's a battle of the Angels, right? I mean, literally, it's a battle of the Angels. But nonetheless, I think between these two teams, like we said, previous MWI teams as well, I'm expecting some great competition.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see how well that they can compete against each other. I'm excited, especially too, like we talked about, not just about Area 77 Angels, to see if they can duplicate that. Nobody thought last with the NACT that Area 77 was going to be able to do that well. Here, like Liz stated, we're going to be able to see if Area 77 Angels can duplicate that same type of intensity.
And let's find out if that intensity is indeed in next series as we take ourselves into the first series of the Nightcasters. Take it away.
All right, and away we go into the clouds with the Angels as they're getting ready to battle it out. Private, here we are, MWI, man. A shot for these ladies to get a ticket to Riyadh. A lot on the line, all drawn out in one day, but it's been a journey for them so far, right? They had to compete in the qualifiers, knocking down several teams, and now here they are, 4 teams standing, 2 get to face off in a best of 1. But I would say it's a little different than NACT, right? At least they have a lower bracket.
Yeah, and then that's about the good thing. There is a little bit of breathing room. You don't have to put everything, I guess, into this first match. Maybe leave some things as a secret. But the one thing I was going to kind of comment on, especially when it comes to the female teams here, that what we're going to be looking for that intensity, for that initiative to be taken when it comes to a lot of these plays, whether it's the objectives at the Lords and the Turtles or trying to take down these towers. I feel like initiative is going to be one of those key words for a successful team here to make it to the grand finals and beyond.
And speaking of success, we know half of that is picked through the draft, and that's what we're jumping into right now. The first draft of the day between Area 77 and War Angels. A couple of the bands already on the board, not wasting no time. A couple of things I would say a little bit more stationary, something we see a little bit more often than others, such as the Mathilda and possibly the Hayabusa, but the Selena, it's been on the rise, man. We got to see it a little bit in NACT and how much of a threat it could be, and to be able to see it again in NWI. How are we feeling about it?
I love the Selena pick, especially when it comes to 5v5s, because of what kind of effect it can have on there. We've seen Hoon be able to play it well to where it was banned out. One of the questions for me when it comes into some of these bans right now is something that I kind of noticed in the meta that kind of snuck in, and that for me has been the Esmeralda and what it has done to picks like a Harith and a Matilda, really kind of dropping them off into, like, I want to say a back seat role, because Esmeralda has kind of been able to I want to say upend a lot of the offense that can be thrown at there with some of these picks out there. Oh, even the Jawhead taken out as well to try to counteract, I want to say, that fast early games that can happen, which Area 77 definitely will be familiar with.
Yeah, we see the Harith walk through, and the Joy as well. Joy will be solidified. A little bit of fast rotation in the jungle. Something that War Angels will have to watch out for. I do like how you kind of harped in on the Esmeralda, though. We've been seeing it shine a lot to where teams are not really prowling even the Harith as often, just because you can take the shielding away from them. So maybe we'll see something else rise to the occasion. The Jushin still up for grabs. We know it's been one of the more dominant mages alongside the Selena, who's been climbing to the top. So maybe pulling out that Jushin here could be a secret weapon for War Angels.
Zeusin and possibly the Gadakacha to go ahead and maybe get that aggro from Joy so that she's not able to get to the back lines. But they're going to go ahead and meet with a Suyu, which I want to say Suyu isn't always the greatest when it comes up to Joy, just because of how well she can basically get around him. Here, they're going to opt for the CC. They're going to go with Bedang, hoping that CC can kind of iron down on Joy. And I've seen this go both ways. I've seen the CC from the Bedang be able to hold her off. I've also seen some great Joy players who can sidestep a lot of those fist cracks, a lot of those pushing punches from the Bedang, and still be able to get into the back line.
Yeah, and when you're looking at War Angel's composition so far, it's very frontline oriented, right? You have the Bedang, you have the fist crack, the fist break, able to kind of slow down, especially a hero like this Joy, but it pairs up good with a hero like the Gatot. I think it's a good read from Area 77 to take it away. There are some other things that could pair up well with it. You have yet to see the Mage, maybe even pulling out the Eve wouldn't be the worst decision here to combo up with that Bedang. It's something we see a lot internationally. But something that's standing out like a sore thumb, right, is this Kimmy. I've been seeing it time and time again. We saw the revamp. The Kimmy has a lot more crowd control. Not to mention, after you top off your energy, you can shoot through that first initial hero all the way through to the back line. So combine that with some crowd control, it could be a secret weapon. But in NACT, just rewind a little bit, you know, we go backwards on the real tape for North America. The Kimmy wasn't that effective when it was slotted in.
It depends on how you're using it, what kind of front line you have. Especially a Gadakacha, I feel like needs to be an ingredient, but not the solution. We already know when it comes to that Avatar, the Guardian Ultimate that comes from Gadakacha, it is not one of those initiating type moves. It takes too long, you allow everybody else to get out of it, and at some point you're going to waste it. You need something else to be the initiator for it. Perhaps a Tigreal, perhaps a Bellaric out there, something else that is going to be tanking all the shots, that's going to be tanking all the CC, and while they're ingrained in that fight, then you come in with the Gadakacha, and then you're going to have the burst damage from the Joy. Then you're going to have the burst damage once all the stacks have been reached on your Kimmy. So there is an interesting plan here. The Farja pickup has been something that has been very strong here in the meta. It's just a little scary because you have a Gadakacha who's going to be looking for that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, you hit it right on the money, right? The feather airstrike being a little bit more stationary. Maybe pair that up with a flicker for a little bit of a dodge step before that AOG lands on him could be a game plan. But Farza, it's had a lot of buffs. It's been a very safe option. You have the Wings by Wings, which got a buff as well, so it's a lot more mobile. And when you're playing for survivability, especially when you have a hero like the Joy is going to try and chase down to the back line, I think Farza's it's a good decision. But I definitely think, yes, the Gatot is going to be a major threat that you have to look out for. Now, the Kimmy. We've seen the Kimmy slotted primarily most of the time in NA inside of the mid lane. So I'm wondering, is this still going to be a mid lane Kimmy, or are we going to see it flex inside of the gold lane and a totally different style? As we jump into MWI, it's up for these teams to be able to tell. Another thing that I'm kind of keeping a close eye on, though, is the Bedang, right? Could be Bedang XP, could be Bedang roam position, which could offer up the opportunity for something like a Hylos to maybe walk here.
Another thing too is I would like to see maybe some more damage on the side of the War Angels, just to kind of match up with this feathered airstrike too. We've seen before compositions that can get to the back, that can get into that feathered airstrike, but what they do is you're pretty much guaranteed 1 to 2 shots of that feathered airstrike before you're going to be able to bring it down. If you make those shots count, if you make them to the point that they're able to kind of clean up there, maybe there's some other damage would come out. Maybe we have something else like a Cho that can get flexed out here to be able to kind of peel for your Farja. We might have ourselves an option to be able to kind of take down some of these squishier characters. However, if we don't have something to deal with the Kimmy, if we don't have something that's going to be able to get onto this Joy, which, I mean, I think that's basically all on Bedang right now to deal with this Joy, to get the CC on, and then hopefully that's where Farj is going to be able to come in and blast them down. It's going to be a very interesting game. A lot of focus here. The Irithel has come out as well. I am told we are in a little bit of a pause, so we can go ahead and take a look over some of these picks and kind of expand on where we think or where the pluses and minuses come from these current compositions.
Now, something interesting to say is if they don't put the Kimmy inside of the mid lane position, they put it in the gold lane position, it opens up a lot of opportunity I feel, for Area 77, specifically because they're going up against the Farza. When we look at the bans, the Valentina's still on the table. They can take that, use the Feathered Airstrike against them, and then also put them in an awkward situation for their final 2 picks, which they can also lean in on as well. Another hero that we've been seeing rise to the occasion that's been dealing a lot of damage has been the Phoveus and also the Glue, and neither of them have been taken off the board so far. I feel like either side can kind of profit for that as the draft continues, and I'm curious to see what this is going to be. But you talked about some of the MM pickups, such as the Irithel. Granger has been banned. It's not showing up on screen, but it is the ban for Area 77 as we are jumping into the next phase of the draft.
Yeah, so interesting bans coming out, and I want to say that the side of War Angels very confident that this Kimmy is going to be going into the mid lane because they did ban out the Irithel there. They are going to be taking CC off the board. Phoveus, he does, I want to say we've almost kind of not seen too much of him in the last meta just because of how it's been. There's just been some better picks that people have wanted, honestly, when it comes down to it. Luca's taken off the board as well, so it's going to be very interesting to see where we go with when it comes to picks like this. One pick that I'm kind of actually curious about is possibly the R-Lines. You have a wide berth of area that you can cover, get that final slash in. It doesn't matter where the Joy is on the map. If she's near the objective, you can get there, get the slash on, and then the rest of the team can kind of jump on and try to be able to disable her. It's one of those things, it's just, like I said, it's those little picks. There are other ones out there that have been great. Here, picking up the Moskov, I like it. If you're not going to be able to possibly deal with the marksman in lane, then you can add the superiority of having that split pushing machine that Moskov is known to be.
Yeah, and it's going to be a major threat. It's going to be paired up against the Beatrix for the final pick, second final pick in the second phase of the draft for Area 77. Beatrix, who's kind of a jack of all trades, right? You can fight from afar, up close. Pretty much can do everything to get the job done. I do like the Moskov a little bit better, though, just because, like you mentioned, you have the SOD. You're able to get to the other side of the map. The split pushing capability is just way more in its advantage. Now, last pick on the board is going to be the Hilda. A little interesting. I mean, usually you kind of go for that Hilda when you want to harass inside of the jungle, typically more toward those assassins, like a Hayabusa, like a Fanny. Not really too often against the Suyo, though, who's going to be a major threat. Not to mention, we don't know if the Badang is even roam. They could pick up a Hylos, put that in the position, stop the Hilda. We'll have to see which way this goes.
Yeah, and that's kind of the interesting thing is, like, there's usually a little bit of a payoff when you have a Hilda and there's some CC on the enemy team because, like, yeah, you could get CC'd, yeah, you might die, but you present this immense amount of harassment for the squishies on the enemy team. Here, I want to say Hilda's only real target is going to be the Farja because she can't go after Moskov. He's going to be able to use that spear push to push Hilda away from her. The Farja is going to be the only real target you're going for, and what is the payoff? There's a lot of CC on this team. It's going to be very interesting to see how they can maneuver this around as that last pick comes up with the Glue.
That's right, Glue as the final selection, as the ladies will get ready to face off in the Land of Dawn and rise to Radiance, Area 77 and War Angels. Now, the Glue, it's a wise decision. You have a lot of survivability. You just got to revamp as well, and it pairs up good against a hero like the Hilda, who's going to be trying to harass and get to that back line. You just hug that bush, continuously regain your HP, and continue to fight without having to recall back to the base. But the Glue can do the same thing. I mean, he has a lot of regen. He's able to stay in that fight and doesn't have to go back as often. So we'll have to see how these two pair off against each other in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, for me, I'm a little concerned because Glue's big problem, or his big thing that makes him a benefit, is that split, where he has all those little minions and it's very hard to hit the main Glue. Here, you've got two big AoE damage dealers in the Kimmy, in the Joy, that can get onto those little minions and blast them all away in like a very clean swoop. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these kind of play into each other.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this kind of breaks down. When you're looking at Area 77, they have great engage and disengage with the Gatot, so he'll be able to rush in there and with the AOG and look for that setup. It's really only Gatot that's going to have the setup for the team. I mean, maybe the Kimmy can go in, get a little bit of that CC. It is going to be Kimmy inside of the mid lane, so it looks like we are watching a double marksman composition yet again inside of North America. Last time we've seen this, it didn't really pay its dividends, but it was a different team, so we'll see if Area 77 can hit the mark on this one.
Well, I want to say Area 77 is very familiar with the Hilda. Chicken played it against their male team, and he was able to basically zone out the entirety of the team in that early to mid game when it started with those objectives. So it's very interesting to see them using it here. Like you talked about, it's just the Gadakacha that's going to be able to go in there. So it's going to be very interesting as we start into this first game.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. MWI 2025 has now kicked off. In the quarterfinals, Area 77 up against War Angels in a best of 1.
Ooh, and I am very excited to see how this game ends up. As we get here into the start, I'm very eager to see how the junglers, and you can see there, Joy's actually a little bit behind when it comes to the getting cleared through the jungle. Suyu already moving up to his orange buff.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and rotate on over. Both teams trying to figure out who has the advantage. Like you said, both of them previous competitors in MWI 2024, so they have a little bit of seniority against other teams, like Out of Sync rising to the occasion. So we'll have to see just which way this goes. Chinatsu over there on this Gatot, definitely gonna be looking for those AOG setups. But on the other side, we got to see how it kind of pairs off with the Yujiro on this Bedang and Glue combination from Mao Mao.
Yeah, just a correction from what I said earlier. It is not Nami, it is Smiling who manages Area 77, both of those teams. So big shout out to her and all the effort that goes into those teams. We move back on into this match. I wanted to say the big thing about Kimmy is the overwhelming pressure that she can put, and you can see Mao Mao experiencing that firsthand.
Yeah, but Mao Mao very sustainable, already almost back to full HP. A lot of pressure from Area 77 inside of the jungle for War Angels, going in for a kill. Mobilization on the Mao Mao and Chinatsu. Erica will be able to get the kill on the Mao Mao. Yujiro forced to the tier 2 turret. First blood in Area 77's favor.
Big girl flicker coming out from Erica to secure that very first blood for Area 77. And I want to say a very healthy turtle here, but they decide against it, want to go ahead and clear out these lanes, make sure that they are getting the push on the macro that they need.
You know, and I'm looking at the rotations from Meow Meow on this Glue versus Orioli on this Hilda to be able to see. I feel like I'm giving a recipe, man. It's like some good recipe for everybody to make a great dish at home. But as you are seeing these two teams wrap around, look at Orioli's positioning, right? Trying to zone out, trying to give information. Meow Meow doing a good job on the stoppage, but Orioli definitely putting on that pressure. Oh, wait a second. A mobilization on the Muji, forced to use the wing by wings.
Yeah, Erica and Ariel doing their best to kind of head off, get the pressure they need onto this turtle, keeping War Angels at bay from the back. And we see Mao Mao goes in, feathered airstrike.
Ooh, grab, in effect, Meow Meow able to take down Erica. YQ able to get the turtle for Area 77. They lose one member, but they get the first objective. Chinatsu, need to be careful. A lot of damage on AOG out to safety, and Area 77 will disengage.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about before. You've got a decent amount of CC. Gadakacha was able, Chinatsu was even able to see it coming. Feathered Airstrike comes down, 1 to 2 shots, and it's more than enough to be able to get the damage down onto Area 77. However, as they take somebody down, Area 77 still able to secure that objective.
Speaking of objectives, trying to secure a kill as well onto Yujiro. Erica just putting on some pressure super early with this Kimmy, such a major threat. War Angels needs to find a way to get back to the mid laner and shut her down, but they're having trouble.
Big heals coming out there from Mao Mao. It's so hard to say Meow Meow and say it seriously while we're casting here. Very unique name coming out from the XP laner from War Angels, as they're trying to put the pressure onto this purple buff, but not really wanting to go full in. Great protection there from War Angels to protect their jungle and make sure that that stays secure.
Yeah, and right now, even though Area 77 got that first turtle, they're not too far ahead in the economy. It really boils down to who can take these first turrets, I think, is more the major advantage. And right now, both teams kind of having an even matchup. Speaking of matchups, though, Yujiro hit with a lot of damage. Chinatsu putting on that pressure, especially with this Gatot. Some great rotations, but we haven't really seen either side kind of lead the way on the aggression. We got to see who's actually in control of this match, but the pressure is definitely more focused toward that mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of it there. Oh, we did see that he went ahead and kind of latch on to Erica there, but was not able to get anything out of it. His team her team not in a position. Mao Mao was going to have to back off.
Yeah, needing to back off right now. About a 2k gold lead. We are seeing the turtle spawn in. The first one did go to Area 77. They had great ground control, and War Angels was not able to find a way in, especially with MWI with this Farza.
Yeah, and now we're going to have a little bit of the clash there. Ariel looking for an exit.
Yeah, Ariel will be denied, though. Does fall. That'll be one member shy for Area 77. AOG in. Big airborne knockup and a taunt onto Yujiro. Erica need to get to safety. Hit with the spear, and Meow Meow with the final touches takes down Erica. 2 members falling for Area 77. Make that 3 as Chinatsu will be next on the chopping block, and War Angels has controlled the turtle pit.
Especially in this early game, War Angels really taking a step forward when it comes to some of these objectives and these fights. Mao Mao doing a great job coming in, latching on, and then as soon as he's able to go ahead and get that ultimate off, land on top of one of the Area 77s, down comes the feathered airstrike. MWI doing a great job of making sure to put down those members, and then suddenly the tables have turned. Area 77 has to back off. They lose this objective, and right now, the gold lead barely in their favor.
Yeah, barely in their favor, but both sides able to take a turtle for their team. And like you said, it's really going to boil down to that first turret, but look at the bot side. It is going to fall right before Ying 1 was able to clear those minions. So map advantage will... it's still even up, though, because Area 77 took the tier 1 on the top side. So now we're seeing a battle between the tier 1s in the mid lane. Good stack up, though, from War Angels to rush in. Feather airstrike from MWI. Fist breaking a crack on the Oriole, and she does fall. That'll be a secured kill, but both turrets still standing.
What a great engagement there. You can tell that they're in communication, that they're in sync, that they're calling shots out here. Everybody organizing that in that little bush there. And then Oriole, unfortunate, the first person to check that bush, even with the help of Chinatsu, was not able to find an escape there. And that is something you need to be super careful of in this early game, especially with the damage you get from the Farja.
Yeah, the Farza can definitely be a major threat. It's really onto the positioning from MWI when those feather airstrikes come down. The first turtle that they tried to go for, MWI used it way too early and way too far away from the objective, which gave Area 77 the favor to be able to take that. From the second turtle, we got to see a different story. There goes that feather airstrike again, but it provides the separation, but not the value to secure the kill. But I guess you can just rely on the lower cooldown rate to be able to proc that again. But something we have to keep a close eye on.
Well, I want to say that feathered airstrike, maybe, as you were talking about how safe they've been with some of these feathered airstrike, it seems to be a commonality here from MWI. And maybe if we have a little bit more protection coming and a little bit more confidence, we can get those feathered airstrikes to be a little closer so that now we're zoning out and we can get these towers and force the minions and force Area 77 back and the minions into the tower, especially when it comes to objectives. You want those feathered airstrikes to be in a position so that they can force the rest of Area 77 back. But that's, like we've talked about before, it's a risk because then you allow Chinatsu, then you allow YQ the possibility of seeing you and diving into that back line. Oh, as I say that,
Oriole finds MWI. He stepped up like a hero but got dropped like a minion. We are going to go ahead and see a big fist break inside of the mid lane as well. Both sides fighting it out in that turtle pit. SOD not going to hit the mark. Meow Meow shut down by Erica as the Lord spawns in. And we're going to see the advantage go to Area 77.
Yeah, I'm not sure 4-1M's going to be able to do much. Chinatsu going to go ahead and cover up this top away to make sure that he's pushing out. This first Lord definitely going to be secured by Area 77 now. And seeing if this kind of flips around some of those momentum. Still very much a tie game for both teams.
Yeah, still a tie game, but with this first Lord on Area 77's side, it's an opportunity for them to take down this Tier 1 turret in the mid lane. If they can press that in, they should be able to have a great invasion onto War Angels, which will kind of require them to play a little bit more passively. But I don't expect them to let this Lord go without a fight in the mid lane, as they are stacking up for a battle.
Yeah, they're looking for an opportunity here. You see Chinatsu trying to warm up the bands there, looking to try to get in for a taunt, not able to find the angle he wants. And I want to say, we do have a Lord at bottom, so we either need to make something happen, protect some of these lanes, or go ahead and deal with it. I do like late game War Angels has a lot of options that they can use to try to get back, to get to the side lane with the Moskov, the ability to clear lanes with MWI on this Farja. So there's a lot lot of options that they have. It's just going to come down to play style here as we see Yujiro in trouble.
Yeah, Yujiro needing to push back. The push for the tier 2 on the top side. Area 77 for the siege, while the Lord on the bot lane is still pressing on in. It looks like they will be able to claim this. A little pushback from War Angels. Not going to be able to defend that turret, and it will drop. And now, here we go. The battle for the tier 1 in the mid lane. Executi does not want to let this one go without a fight. The airstrike dropping down. Oreo will fall alongside the turret, and Ying1 will be the one to claim it for Area 77. And now they go in for a possible punish. Not going to close that distance, and both sides will separate.
A little bit of overconfidence from Oriole there, coming from the back line, and then immediately gets caught by Yujiro with that wall, and then the fist crack. The rest of the team just rained down damage, and it's a death that didn't need to be taken, and the rest of the team just wasn't in a great position to be able to help out anyway. A great effort, though, here by Area 77, a great push. They have opened up the map of War Angels and have a great superiority right now and pressure on the map.
Man, I was over here saying meow meow, and it's mao mao. So, yeah, there we have that. There's a first time for everything in the land of Dawn. But nonetheless, yes, Area 77 have gained control of this game in their favor. War Angels now on the back end need to be careful on their next decision. With that tier 1 turret dropping, they don't have as much insurance to be able to fall back if they decide to extend past that mid-river.
It turned from a happy cat to like kind of an upset cat. Mow, mow. So, but as we say that, Mao Mao actually taking a decent amount of damage. Gonna have to use that split to get out of harm's way and backing out here. I want to say War Angels kind of on the back foot here, starting to fall a little bit behind. Only 1K disadvantage for them, so it's not completely out of the works just yet. They just need to find a fight that is confident for them.
Yeah, they just need to find that needle in that haystack and pull it out. But Area 77 is doing a great job of providing that pressure. And you got to look at where the kills are going, right? Erica in the mid lane on this Kimmy. 2 kills so far, but 2 deaths on top of that. Ying1 yet to really hit the mark, but it's going to start shining if they're not careful. On this Beatrix, fist break and crack connects on to Erica and forces out the flicker. Feather airstrike from Muji from afar. Not going to hit the mark, not going to deal with damage.
Muji, I feel like that feather airstrike was a little late, and then once it's out, it's like, all right, well, we're here, so we might as well continue on the damage. Another fight goes in.
Yeah, both sides still doing some damage. The grab and mobilization on the Chinatsu. Has to separate, though, but Chinatsu will fall. Yujiro will be the one to secure that kill. Orioli responding back, finding Mao Mao. But a lot of engagement in the Lord Pit. A lot of damage on the YQ. A feather airstrike to top that off, but able to get back to safety.
Yeah, and a great fight there. Does the 1 down for each team here, but you can see Executi and a 4-1M doing a great job focusing down on this Lord. Have Oriole stunned against the wall. Are they going to be able to pick this up?
This is massive for War Angels to be able to take that Lord. It's a turnaround. It's a chance to do a full 180 up against Area 77, who was pushing toward their base in the mid lane. Now they'll have the opportunity to take down that tier 1 turret and be able to seize this opportunity. Area 77 now forced to defend and kind of right their wrongs here as we pass the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, and we talked about it, like, especially when it comes to kind of the supremacy right now. Erica is doing a great job of being able to kind of shut down Mao Mao. As soon as you get all of those stacks up, no matter how many minions you have, you're going to be able to kind of just blast right through all of them. You add that with Chinatsu being able to use his ultimate, so the Avatar of the Guardian slams everybody down, brings them closer. It's just that they need to be able to line it up. And this is the problem with having a Gadakacha as your front liner. He's going to be the initiator, and it gives the enemy plenty of time to be able to adjust and possibly get out of the way.
And it puts a lot of pressure on the Oreo and also onto YQ to get to those back lines if that AOG does not hit the mark. Feather airstrike dropping down. Here goes that opportunity for that tier 1 turret in the mid lane that we talked about. Look at the separation. Look at the play in the mid lane. Gonna go ahead and stop Area 77 from pushing forward, and the turret will fall.
Oh, yeah, and a great job there. Coming in from the flank was War Angels, especially with that feathered airstrike, drives everybody back while the rest of the team and minions push down on that mid tower to put the pressure. And now more fist crack.
Yeah, fist crack dropping down. Executi able to take down Oriel. Erica shutting down Yujiro all in the middle of feather airstrike. Ma will find a kill, finds Ying1. Lord still intact, and YQ will find Executi. 4 members down for Area 77. A double kill to 4-1M. Moments away from claiming victory and moving on forward into the semifinals. Area 77 not able to hit the mark. Erica finding Mao. Wait a second, Erica is going crazy on this. Kimmy finds 4-1M, gets the double kill. Not finished. Mobilization on the Muji. Wings by wings to safety. And Erica has made the impossible possible and defends against War Angels.
Muji flaps those wings of go back to base alone to tell the story of 4 members dropped on a push there. Erica, the one-woman army, able to take down War Angels for a successful defense that could have ended badly. Could have ended this game early for Area 77.
Man, that wasn't just mechanical. That was surgical precision from Erica in the final moments. Talk about back against the wall, turning around and breaking it for some additional room, and a great play to keep them in this, as this is a match to determine who's going to move on forward into the semifinals and who will be dropped down to the low bracket. This is a best of 1.
Yeah, and right now we have just tied back up the game. It is anybody's game right now. Chinatsu gets caught out there as 4-1M gets some vision right now. Advantage slightly in favor of War Angels, and I have to wonder if they're going to go ahead and continue on. Mao actually gets caught deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, far behind enemy lines. 3 members of Area 77 trying to punish Yuji. Trying to kite. Big AOG setup, though, on the feathered airstrike for the denial from Chinatsu. Erica finding Yujiro off the set. Mao taking down Chinatsu. There's going to be 1 member down for both sides. War Angels forced up the mid lane.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Muji goes out, feathered airstrike comes out, and then immediately Chinatsu is deep into the back lines, interrupts the feathered airstrike with an avatar of the Guardian. He's in enemy territory. He takes that death, but it does upset the fight, and it puts them on an even pace here as Muji gets taken down again. Erica shining bright like a diamond here as they, Area 77, push on for this next Lord.
Yeah, and another chance to be able to turn this back around in their favor. War Angels, they were seconds away, inches away, about a quarter of HP from taking the base crystal away from Area 77, but Erica, like you said, shining bright like a diamond, able to hold him off. You saw the SOD trying to get the steal. Ying 1 will claim the Lord for Area 77.
I mean, that's Eka Cutie. I feel like that was a very close call there. If he would have landed that, he probably could have done a decent amount of damage, pinned Erica against the wall, maybe even been able to steal out that Lord. It just so happens, just narrowly misses it, and now a Lord. The tables have turned, now aiming towards the War Angels base.
Yeah, and with this Lord on the top side, they should be able to take that tier 2 in the mid lane, may be able to go for an inhibitor push as well. This is really going to boil down to the team fight composition from both sides. But we got to also keep in mind the split push capability, right? You have Eka Cutie on this Moskov. You see some great separation from YQ to be able to make sure these minions are pushing up and in sync with the Lord.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment that comes out from Area 77. Ooh, just as I say that, the feathered airstrike, Chinatsu reads it well.
Yeah, is going to jump on that for the cancellation, but will pay the ultimate price. The challenge from War Angels to be able to take her out, and now a grab onto Erica. That is definitely not the member you want to fall. Erica able to dodge SOD in. Eka Cutie will check out Erica, and now immortality has been procced for Eka Cutie. Members dropping left and right from both sides.
2 down for Area 77, 1 down for War Angels. I don't know how much I agree with Eka Cutie trading his life for Erica. I know Erica is probably the big playmaker for Area 77, but it just kind of puts you even when you do something like that. It does, however, give War Angels a little bit of time to kind of be able to take down this Lord, move forward. But Erica, I mean, a force to be reckoned with right now, 7-3-1, as she takes a well-deserved break right now for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time as we see Erica going to be spawning in to get ready to join this fight. Both sides at a little bit of a stalemate. Some slight mistakes from War Angels to be able to close this game out may have costed them their victory, as Area 77 now on the pushing side against War Angels. I mean, we're at that 19-minute mark, right? So it's really going to be boiling down to who has the better team fight and overall separation from the minions to be able to take these neutral objectives.
I feel like it's both teams are doing what they need to exactly. As soon as the feathered airstrike comes out, Chinatsu dives into the back line to interrupt the feathered airstrike. Mao Mao goes and dives onto the back line of Area 77, that time finding Erica. So they both interrupting each other's play. It just feels like at this point, when that happens, it's firmly in the favor of War Angels because Chinatsu's not able to find an escape, no longer has that AOV, and Mao Mao has, I want to say she's a little bit more slipperier on that glue to be able to kind of get from the back line back to her team or allow a little bit more time, especially because she's the damage that they're going to be doing to their own teammate trying to take off Mao Mao.
Yeah, and Divine Blade now picked up by Muji. Executed, caught out of position. Erica will be the one to take her down. You are going to see the Rose Gold picked up by Ying 1, have that additional shielding when she gets low for more of a chance to be able to stay alive in these spicy engagements. But now with one member short and it being your ADC for War Angels, this is a chance for Area 77 to punish.
Yeah, and I almost kind of would have preferred to see one of them go ahead and push one of those side lanes before coming to meet here, because you can take advantage of Moskov kind of being off the screen, and when he comes back, he'll end up having to deal with it instead of joining this fight very quickly. It does look like War Angels know better than to try to go in on a 4v5, Area 77, secure their second Lord.
Yeah, call it a comeback, call it a miracle. It's exactly what Area 77 needed. Erica was able to push off War Angels from that finish. And look at the dividends being paid off right now. A Luminous Lord on the top side, now pushing in Area 77 in control. And YQ gonna go ahead and sink these lanes.
Yeah, it's a great job right now. These lanes sinking. They just need to get that mid tower. This entire base will be open. Big defense here, looking for War Angels to try to reign supreme here. Try not to give up too much. One more tower left as Mao Mao in trouble. Feathered airstrike looking for protection.
Now will follow. Erica will find the kill. The Lord on the top side, quickly being bursted down by Execute. Some great defense from War Angels, but they are one member shy, and Area 77 looks to go in for the kill. Maybe a mistake. Big Immune, Fist Break comes in, catches Chinatsu, but they're not able to extend the damage to find a kill on Area 77.
Base has been broken wide open for War Angels, the whole of Area 77, with a conceal play looking for an angle.
Yeah, looks for that angle, that moment of opportunity to strike, and they may just find it here. Area 77 not going to put their foot off the gas. From the edge of defeat to the heights of glory, they pull off the impossible and move on forward into the semifinals, shutting down War Angels.
A very close game. I think a lot closer than a lot of people thought it would be, but very, I want to say, very dominant there for Area 77. Once they got that final advantage, they were able to use it, get that last tower, and be able to burst down. Despite, I want to say, a lot of their plays kind of being countered back. They never took, as you said, their foot off the pedal. They kept striving, pushing forward there. Feathered airstrike would come down, immediately greeted by Gadakacha diving into the back line to get that Avatar of the Guardian. And like you said during the draft, they were utilizing that flicker very well on the Farja too. As soon as they were able to bait out the AOG, flicker out of it, and then they would punish Gadakacha on the back line. And through all of that, still Area 77 able to reign supreme here.
Yeah, a great moment for Area 77. It was looking a little shaky, but to be able to have Erica the last second with the back against the wall, to be able to find those kills and to be able to hold on for a little bit longer is all that was needed for them to hit that complete 180 up against War Angels, and now earning that first seat into the semifinals to be able to move on forward. And I mean, I'll tell you what, if I have to give anybody an MVP on that, hands down, is going to Erica.
Oh yeah, Erica, especially when it came to taking this game from the clenches of a loss. If it was not for Erica single-handedly able to take down not just the minions, not just a player, not just two players, but 4 players down, to be able to answer back a successful defense there, and then it completely turned the tides. I feel like after that, War Angels were kind of like on the back foot, like, what do? We need to be able to find and be able to take down Erica. Mao Mao was able to get to that back line, try to find Erica, and they got that one kill. After that, they just were not able to be able to shut her down anymore.
Yeah, it was definitely a challenge, and we kind of asked the question about the Kimmy being put in the mid lane. We got to see it a little bit in the NACT, but it wasn't as effective. But to be able to see it worked the way it was supposed to here in MWI has definitely been a pleasure. But I wouldn't say it was an easy road, man. There was a lot of roadblocks that they had to jump over to get that victory. And so hopefully as they push on forward through MWI, they kind of polish some of that. But nonetheless, some great competitors, more Angels. Like we said, there is a lower bracket. So they do still have a little bit of breathing room. They're not out just yet. We'll have another shot at a best of one up against either GAIMIN Gladiators or Out of Sync as we progress on forward.
I'm really happy with that game because I know there's a lot of chitter chatter with people wondering, does everybody understand their roles? Is everybody playing up to the certain standard? And I want to say that last game was just a huge example of everybody knowing what they need to do, who their target needs to be able to win there. You see Erica there with that very aggressive early play there, flickering into Mao Mao to find that first kill. But I want to say you can watch through a lot of these games, Chinatsu doing a great job finding these feathered airstrikes. As soon as the feathered airstrike comes out, he's immediately with the AOG into the back line. There was a point where, I mean, she knew that she was going to be dying every single time she pretty much went back there, and that was the cost of this composition. Try to get that Farja, try to be able to shut them down, and here's where it kind of turns the tables there. Erica gets back up just in the nick of time to be able to save this game here. Look at Lord down, gonna go ahead and take Mao Mao down, gonna take some minions down as well. 4-1M goes down, and finally Muji's like, all right, I'm out of here, I can't handle this, I gotta wings by wings the heck out.
Honestly, like, there's not too many times that you see a 1v4 situation in a Lord up against the Kimmy, and to be able to turn that back around single-handedly by yourself, it's definitely going to be a highlight reel for MWI NA qualifiers for certain. And this is only, like we said, the very beginning. And then from that moment, to be able to keep the team on her back and push through the base crystal to shut down War Angels, a well-deserved spot into the semifinals.
Yeah, and that was just a best of one, and our first best of one of the night. So very intense. As we take a look, I mean, who do you have for MVP?
I'll tell you what, we'll leave that to the audience, as I'm sure we all have the same answer, man. The woman who did it all, shining bright like a diamond and rocking on that Kimmy inside of the gold lane. That's right, it's going to be Erica. Screenshot that build as well. Some fierce competition in the women's division.
I'm going to tell you, in these last 2 weeks have completely flipped my mind about a Kimmy. I obviously I do not belong in the marksman lane trying to use a Kimmy, because all of these other players have just been showing me how strong, how powerful, and the maneuverability now that you have with the Kimmy, the CC that you can put down, and Erica here playing that so well to a T. Even in that last shot, you saw the feathered airstrike come out. She was able to go ahead and dodge that, keep putting the pressure on. I mean, this is something that we're seeing that's going to need to have its own kind of adjustments when it comes into the meta.
Hey, you got to kneel down to the queen right there. She definitely had that well-deserved MVP. Didn't even have the boots on at the end. Just threw off them that glass slipper to finish off that match, and it was definitely a treat to be able to watch. And honestly, I mean, like you said, we've been seeing the Kimmy rise more and more in NA, and hopefully today we see some more surprises and some more engagement. But yeah, to be able to move on forward into the semifinals, it's a great start, right? Now having to fight it out in a best of 3 and a little bit of breathing room to take a break as we get ready for our next series. Now, I gotta say, the Kimmy coming out there super early, being very dominant. I wonder what other matchups we'll be able to watch today.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is I almost want to say I didn't forget. It's just Kimmy has been one of those picks that once it's out there, a lot of people feel like there needs to be a plan for it. And when you have multiple picks that are like that, the joy is something that I say there needs to be a plan for. Now we're gonna have to add Kimmy to that. I want to say Zeusin is another one that you need to have a plan for if you let something like that out. And I think there were just a lot of options. As much as we were talking about the Moskov being able to split push, the Farza being able to rain down damage, there were just a lot of options for that AoE damage, that burst potential coming out from Area 77's composition, and they played it very well and especially once they got the advantage in their hands.
And, you know, as we move forward throughout today's series, I'm hoping to see maybe some chip action or some Lu Yi action. I love watching those matches where you have the element of surprise, and that's something we didn't see I would say, in game number 1, even though both were available. So hopefully as we progress through the series, maybe we can get a little bit of a sneak peek at that. But best of ones, they can always be daunting, right? You really have to win that match to move on forward. It's just as simple as that. And I feel like that game was pretty much textbook. When we looked at Chinatsu on that Gatot, the AOG placement, spot on to be able to get that feathered airstrike. We kind of called that out during the draft as one of those keys to victory, to be able to pull off that. And even though you'd see a lot of times where Chinatsu fell, I think it was over 6 deaths in that game, she hit the mark, right? She paid the ultimate price. It's like one of those, if you're a roamer out there, and everybody knows what I'm talking about, man. That's why nobody wants to roam, because when you roam and you get so many good sets, but you have such a high death count, you know, you just don't get that golden medal. But nonetheless, she definitely had the key plays there to be able to get those setups.
Well, I want to say that some of that responsibility is not really almost on her team. It's also on War Angel's Mao Mao, who was doing a good job. That as soon as Chinatsu dove back with the AOG, Mao Mao dove in with that glue for the split, latched onto one of the squishies. So now the enemy team, they can't save Chinatsu. They're all trying to back up. They're all trying to protect the person that has been dove in on the back line. So it was some great answers coming from both teams. So I did like the back and forth. I did like the replies, and I did like how both of them were able to adjust on the fly.
Hey, speaking of answers, we're about to talk about a team that may have all the answers to the test. One of the most decorated teams, one of the most well-known names throughout MWI, as well. As we take a look at the roster, who are we talking about? We're talking about the amazing, the one, the only GAIMIN Gladiators. Look at North America stars right there. I know there's a lot of crowd favorites. Jewel, Nicolette, Sayori, Ashley, and Panda, man. There's a lot to break down with this team.
Yeah, a lot to break down, not just talking about when it comes to history and success on the female side of North America, but success for some of these ladies on just the overall, even coming from NACT. Nicolette, Ashley, Sayori, Panda, Jewel, these are all players who have played at one point or another on one of the NACT teams. I wanted to say male teams, but at that point it wasn't male or female, it was just North America. So they all have experience when it comes to top 8 in North America, in top teams, and as a championship run, these are basically the defending champions from last year as well. A big amount of pressure on their shoulders to show that same intensity here.
Yeah, this is the team that I would say a lot of people's money is on pushing on forward in the grand finals. Definitely a grand finalist spot. They're the team that has everybody turning their backs and keeping a close eye on them. Nicolette, let's talk about her for a minute. We haven't seen her in a while, right? Kind of disappeared from the NA scene for a little bit, but she has been on former top teams, like you mentioned, been on BTK, competed in NACT, made it all the way up right before that grand finals. We got to see her inside of on Cloud9 for MWI alongside Ashley and so many more members on this board, and to be able to see them here yet again, but this time under the name of GAIMIN Gladiators, is definitely going to be a pleasure to watch. And I think I'm expecting some great things from them. I think there's a lot known about them and their competitors. It's going to be an interesting one to see them kind of play out, because there's not too many well-known names on this caliber. But when you talk about execution, when you talk about international experience and everything that comes with that, this is the team that has it.
Well, and that's kind of the point I was trying to make, as like, these is just not just names on the women's side of North America. These are names people in North America recognize, period. But they're challengers here looking to topple the queens of North America. We're going to be looking at their roster.
That's right, getting ready for their competitors to see them face off head-to-head for the final seat in the upper bracket for the semifinals. Out of sync. Still a couple of familiar faces on there as well, but some new additions and a new name. You got Mimi, Cauliflower, Snow Shiesty, Lou, and Sakura. Definitely a lot easier for me to read than the Mao Meow combination. But you love to see it. A battle who we would consider them the underdogs, seeing if they can rise to the occasions.
Not gonna lie, Snow Shiesty just rolls off the tongue there, along with Cauliflower there. I'm excited to see what this team can bring out as well. Like I said, it's kind of a new grouping here on the women's side in North America, and especially with the pressure that they're gonna have going up against the former champions, going up against a team that has proven themselves to the point that they were even able to get themselves some sponsorship here. So there is a lot on the line here for Out of Sync to kind of prove, whether it comes to the drafting or their play style. And it's something that we're going to see if they can kind of group together and create that victory for themselves.
Yeah, and they have a major benefit because there's not as much known about them as the other teams that we've seen time and time again. So they have that element of surprise to work in their favor. And not to mention, this is a best of one, which we know that really raises the stakes to where anything can happen, especially an upset against a more well-known team.
Yeah, you brought up just such a great point. There is not much known about these girls and their team. And on the other side, GAIMIN Gladiators, everybody knows a lot about Ashley, Nicolette, Sayori. They're pretty much the top three names when it comes to the female side of North America. They know what they play, they know their play style, and maybe Out of Sync are going to be able to take that and create a winning strategy out of it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see GAIMIN Gladiators step back into the scene as well. I mean, we've seen the GAIMIN Gladiators before, the I wouldn't say male team, but the NA team back in the past, and now to be able to see them back in action, it's definitely keeping a close eye on North America and what's going on there. But yes, Out of Sync, I've got a lot of questions for them, and hopefully we get to see that be answered today as they jump into their best of one to see how this plays out. Now, the game number one, we had the Kimmy, it went crazy. If there's one pick you'd like to see, Private, I kind of talked about the chip, maybe the Lu Yi. What thing would you manifest into reality?
You actually talked about one of them, and it's a bittersweet because one of my favorite players was Nicolette because of the way she played the Lu Yi. Unfortunately, she's going to be jungling here. Not unfortunately, she's going to be jungling here. She's playing a different role, and I wonder how much last year when she played in the jungle, she was kind of thrust into this position. That's after her being in the roam position. That's after her being in the mid position, and then thrust finally into the jungle position. And we've talked a lot about some of those players that can just go anywhere. Their gaming IQ is so high that it just takes them a little bit of time to understand the role, to understand how to be successful, and Nicolette has been one of those. So I'm very eager to see how her jungle stacks up against a team like Out of Sync and see where they go from here.
Yeah, definitely able to play multiple roles. I know a lot were fans of Nicolette in the mid lane, but we've been seeing her in the jungle in previous games for NACT, and it definitely was a good matchup for her also. So we'll see how this kind of plays out as we jump into the draft for the final spot in the upper bracket. Whoever wins here will be moving on forward to face Area 77, and whoever drops from here will be going up against War Angels in the bottom bracket. So we'll see how this kind of plays out. Selena for the first ban, we saw this similar in game number one, our first series of the day. The Selena just having such heavy prio so far in the NA meta.
Yeah, I want to say we're going with a very standard bans out here. I'm assuming we possibly might see a Jawhead ban out there as well. Maybe we might not see the Joy. I'm not sure how well, as I said that, just, yep, there's the Kimmy ban out there as well. Wondering if the Joy's going to kind of go through. We've got those big prio picks, and you know what, Juicin, did we even see her in the last game? She wasn't banned, she wasn't picked, kind of sliding into mediocrity just because there's so many prime picks to get out there right now.
Yeah, it's been I would say it's still a major threat, but with the buffs on the Farza, some teams just like to kind of iron in on the survivability aspect, but I still think that you don't want to take that Jushin lightly, as it can be a threat. And there goes Jushin right there, it's gone. So we won't be seeing that today. The Lu Yi in the chip, hey, I'm a manifester. It's still available. Hopefully we can see that slot in between these two amazing teams. But nonetheless, yeah, a lot of prio toward that mid lane so far. The Selena, the Kimmy, and also the Jushin. They're running out of options there. Really just a Farza, maybe an Eve could be in here. Maybe go the safer route, put in that Valentina. But you know what? An option, not really mid laner, but an option that's available. The Kalia is still on the table.
Yeah, Kalea kind of came on as a storm here. She's been one of those, I want to say, if your plan is to do like how the Jawhead is, to get in, isolate, and isolate one of the heroes back into your line, Kalea is another one that plays into that type of composition. I want to say, though, a lot of people put a lot of, as we say that, there's Kalea off the board, so... I mean, we still have Jawhead as, and that's the thing too. We have a Jawhead and a mix of your choice of assassins right now. So it just kind of depends. I doubt if you pick an assassin first here, they're going to give you the Jawhead. So it's going to be a very risky play. And then Jawhead against you can be a problem if you first pick an assassin, just because of the amount of damage he does in the early game, his ability to isolate you. It's going to be very interesting, but I feel like the Jawhead's going to be a prio here.
Yeah, Jawhead could be a prio. The CC, a little interesting on that. Maybe a little premature. I feel like you could have went for the Joy or something of that nature, but I guess it'll be slotted inside of the XP lane. Gatot is a good answer for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Be able to pick that up, pair it up with whatever your choice is of jungle. Suyo, Hayabusa, Hilda. You name it. The rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper on the amount of opportunity right here for GAIMIN Gladiator.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, do we mix an assassin with Jawhead? Maybe we get the Joy and the Gattacacha as well onto one team, where you have a great opportunity to pick a hero and take off its counter. But they read into it that now that you've picked your XP lane, which you did say a little early to pick the XP lane, they know the Esmeralda's not coming. Boom, we can put Harley back on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to be able to see this Harith on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Definitely going to put some damage inside of that gold lane. Now, mid laner is still up for grabs. The Jushin did get taken out. The Farza is still a viable option. Do have to watch out for that Gatot, though. Could be a major threat. Maybe something that could be a little safer. A hero that we haven't seen in a while. Maybe even the Sicilian could kind of sneak up in here. We'll have to see as both these sides pick their draft. The Hilda is still a good grab. Maybe even the Hylos combination. There goes the Hayabusa, though. They're going to go in for the Assassins. Pair that up with the Farza. Both of them pretty nasty to be able to get the job done. But the Gatot is the only thing that can be that threat over there so far for the Farza.
And I like the pickup of the Gatots. Yeah, and now we're going to go for the Joy. We have a lot of mobility and backline dive for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. The only problem is we're pretty heavy on that magic damage, and we haven't even selected our mage yet, so kind of wondering how we're going to even that out on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators here. I do like the picks here. I'm just going to have to see how we adjust with it. Farza, a great pickup as well. It's going to be able to kind of burst down, but it's going to be very hard to get either the Joy, the Harith, who are going to be bouncing around. Then you have the constant threat of the Gattacacha coming to land on you. We already saw how that ended up in the last game. As soon as you do that feathered airstrike, you need to be ready to move, because that AOV is going to be coming down on you.
Yeah, we don't
AOG,
really know
sorry.
who the marksman's going to be yet, right? So that's kind of what we're going to be keeping a close eye on for out of sync. Now, Phobius is still up on the table. I'm curious if that's something that GAIMIN Gladiators would even want to entertain. I mean, you have the Gatot, right? You have the AOG to be able to rush in for the setups. The Phobius, I guess it could be okay. We'll have to watch out because the mobility aspect from the side of out of sync, but I mean, there's no glue on the table. They're not really in a position to pick up the glue either, unless they put it in the roam for out of sync, which has been one of the main counters to that glue. So I'm really curious to see how they kind of solidify this draft. Now, they still could go the Hylos. We mentioned that, right? There goes the Jawhead. There goes the Hilda ban from the side of out of sync. They still could go Hylos. It would be a great option for the denial, for the mobility. They have a lot of engagement when it comes to being able to get to that back line with the combination of Gatot and Joy.
I'm kind of wondering what we're doing when it comes to the mid lane. Is it possible to maybe get a physical dealer out there? And the only problem with that is not only do we have a lot of magic on our team, but we also lack a lot of CC. And we're going to be looking to possibly need that from our mid laner right now with this pick. And that's going to come into form possibly from a magic damage dealer here. I mean, we've got one sole physical damage dealer on GAIMIN Gladiators, and it's going to be a Badang, who isn't really known for the amount of damage he can output. Is just the CC, which that actually adds into maybe we can put something physical in the mid lane, because now we have the Badang out there that can make up for the lack of CC that we have with our first 3 picks.
You could, But they could also go the Valentina because then they have a Feathered Airstrike, and then they also have a Ouija Shadow Kill to take away from the Hayabusa. So technically you have survivability, right? If things get tricky, if they close that distance, then you pull in that Valentina to keep yourself alive. And speaking of alive, I haven't seen this in a while for North America. Actually, I don't even think it was picked during NACT. The Cho is back in action. I can't wait to see where this goes, paired up with the Clot.
No, we did see a little bit of it in NACT. I think both, even Shark and Joybaj, were able to pick it up here, and you were right on the money. Valentina picked up for the side. A great match up there for her, too, because if she does take one of those ultimates, either from Hayabusa, taking it from Cho, she will get that physical damage that comes from it as well. So a great pickup there for GAIMIN Gladiators here. Out of sync. I like their draft here as well. There is a lot of isolation, a lot of burst potential that can come out, especially if the Claude can kind of get those stacks up, get those 3 items that he needs fairly quickly.
Yeah, a lot of magic for GAIMIN Gladiators, so we'll have to see how that kind of pairs up. A lot of pressure for both sides, earning that final seat into the semifinals. The winner of this will be moving on forward to face off against Area 77 in a best of 3. The one who falls will be able to go up against War Angels in another best of 1 for another chance to move on forward into the semifinals. So we'll be able to see how this plays out. As ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our second series of the day. The underdogs out of sync up against the household favorites, GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, it's 2 very mechanical junglers going up against each other. It's something I love to see the potential for the outplays. Either outsync with Cauliflower on the Hayabusa or GAIMIN Gladiators with Nicolette on the Joy.
Wait a second. Woo! Oh, no, Shiesty! Need to be careful! Need to get out of there, but Sayori will find her, drawing first blood for GAIMIN Gladiators' favor. Lou not able to save her, but Private, I'm looking at the webcams. Out of sync. They're boot camping.
Oh, and that's something that's very interesting that we need to keep in mind here. The lag that they aren't going to be having. They're going to be all next to each other. They're going to be able to talk to each other. They're going to be able to keep that synergy that they need. Maybe need a little of that in the mid lane here. That first blood was a little wreckful.
Yeah, it was a little questionable for sure, especially on this Farza, who's supposed to be the one to kind of pave that way in the early game, but not for the other team. So you want to be a little bit careful more on that placement, especially when you have a hero who has the wings by wings for the survivability. GAIMIN Gladiators, though, like we said, they're the more veteran team, a lot of international experience on their side. Sayori hit with the stun, need to be careful. Nicolette off screen finds a kill on the Cauliflower, will extend that lead 2-0. Another major stun on Lou, forces out the flicker into the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is the unfortunate reality on paper when it comes to a Hayabusa taking on a Joy. Oh, actually, I want to say it doesn't... I have to get my record straight here, but I want to say Joy has been more successful, but I'm pretty sure Hayabusa is supposedly supposed to counter the Joy when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, it could, but Hayabusa definitely has to be careful because if the Joy has electrifying beats, it can deal a lot of damage to him if he doesn't have that Ouija Shadow Kill and caught Shadow. But speaking of damage, Lou need to get out to safety, almost blocked off by Ashley. Cauliflower able to get the turtle last second for out of sync, needing to disengage. Big AOG from Jewel, not gonna hit the mark, and out of sync. Don't find the turtle.
I mean, for a team that calls themselves Out of Sync, they seem pretty synergized right there. Feathered Airstrike comes out, and they're able to dodge it out. Not just that, but I want to say GAIMIN Gladiators a little late to push some of those buttons. Feathered Airstrike went out. They go ahead and wings by wings away. The Jewel comes in with the Avatar of the Guardian just a little bit too late. If you want to be successful, especially against a hero like a Farza, you need to be on your P's and Q's. As soon as that Feathered Airstrike comes out, you need to be able to kind of get in there and not allow things like this. Cauliflower she's doing such a great job able to get that objective, that first turtle from them, and they're starting to kind of get some momentum behind them, despite the fact, I want to say, the farming is in favor of GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, Cauliflower did find a death, though, so you need to be careful, especially on this Hayabusa, right? You need to find those early kills, but not find a death yourself. A lot of pressure in the early phase from GAIMIN Gladiators. They lost that turtle, but they were able to trade 2 kills for that, which is still going to leave the gold on their side. Here goes that Feathered Airstrike, though, over there from Snow Shiesty to put some pressure in the mid lane.
Ooh, yeah, but I want to say there as well, you did see Ashley in a great position to cut off that the intended target to try to push into their mid lane. Gets the push. Jewel finds a kill onto Mimi.
Yeah, able to find Mimi, another member down for Out of Sync. 3 kills left unanswered from Out of Sync. Not able to find the trade-offs. GAIMIN Gladiators doing very great on their positioning to find these solo pickoffs.
Well, and that's kind of, and especially right now, we have to see how some of these objectives go, because Out of Sync's doing great when it comes to a lot of these fights. When it comes to the group off, it's just the pickoffs right now. GAIMIN Gladiator is so tight as we have a feathered airstrike raining down.
Yeah, and away the Dragon for the knockup on the Ashley. Snow Shiesty doing a lot of damage. Panda rushing in. Forcing out the Blake Duet and the BMI to the tier 1 turret on the bot side. A recall from Sakura, and the Turtle Pit controlled by GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, a great job by GAIMIN Gladiators here. Even with the late feathered airstrike coming out from the side of Out of Sync, they were not able to kind of counteract Jewel going in, diving into the back line. Immediately shuts down the feathered airstrike. Then boom, so much damage getting rained down onto Out of Sync that 3 of their players need to go ahead and go home while this turtle is being fought.
Yeah, Starliam Scythe picked up by Panda as well, so the true damage will be real. Something that they have to watch out for, especially going up against this Harith. But a big play! Forcing out the Vengeance. Mimi needing to get to safety. Able to escape the bottom rotation in the gank, but will lose the tier 1 turret in the process. A trade-off, though, on the top side. Big knock-up. The way the Dragon. And you are going to see Cauliflower securing that kill on the Nicolette.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to actually get that top tower. You see the rotation not really going there. Good coverage by Lou to kind of cut off any potential people going up to the top lane. But GAIMIN Gladiator is going to use this as an advantage to go ahead and attack the purple buff.
Yeah, Snow Shiesty will fall right there. No snow in the middle of summer, says GAIMIN Gladiators, as they take the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, take them tier 1 in the mid lane, so they're able to answer the top tower just as Out of Sync is able to try to answer back at the top lane. GAIMIN Gladiator says, no, we're not done yet. We're going to keep on this pressure into the mid lane. I do love these rotations coming from GAIMIN Gladiators because they're doing so well, not just managing the rotations, but managing the minions coming in too. Because I've seen so many teams fight and make those pushes at mid lane, make those pushes at top lane, and forget, oh, we don't actually have minions to be able to push onto this tower, and it makes it all for naught. Here, still continuing their pressure onto this purple buff.
Yeah, not going to be able to get it though, but we'll find the tier 1 on the top side. All tier 1s will fall for Out of Sync. Out of Sync indeed. As you are seeing GAIMIN Gladiators just way quicker to these objectives, and they're applying some pressure. Out of Sync having a very hard time keeping up with their momentum.
Yeah, right now they are stuck at a path that is replying to GAIMIN Gladiators. They're not able to make the moves of their own just yet. They don't have the advantage. 2K gold advantage right now. 3 members down. Lou gets taken down quickly.
Yeah, will fall and pay the ultimate price. GAIMIN Gladiators controlling this turtle pit yet again. Out of Sync trying to find a way in. Gets a stun on the Jewel, who's applying a lot of pressure to stop them from getting into that alleyway to be able to find a way into that turtle. Nicolette will claim the turtle, now going in for a kill. Ashley wrapping around for a possible play. Not going to find the pickoff, but finds another objective.
This is such a great double tank front line coming from Ashley and Jewel with the Gatakacha and the Bedang right now. They're doing such a great job being able to zone out of sync. They're not able to dive into the back. If they try to get them from a range with Farja, with the feathered airstrike, they're going to get brought down by the Avatar of the Guardian. If they try to get in close, there's so much CC that can kind of come out from GAIMIN Gladiators to shut them down, and then they're in enemy hands as well.
And Sayori, playing it safe, right, has the Brave Smite on this Valentina, which means it's going to have a lot of HP regen when the skills deal damage, which means she can sustain herself and be very aggressive in this fight. And then you pair that up with an Ouija Shadow Kill from Cauliflower. You have that as an additional tool to make yourself invulnerable, not only to damage, but to dish out some damage as well. And when all else fails, hey, Snow Shiesty, you grab that Feather Airstrike. Pretty much a great game for Sayori to get the job done on both sides of the table.
Yeah, and I want to say the big thing for me right now, Lou has been kind of shut down, needs to kind of be that playmaker, needs to be able to get out there, but especially with their team in tow here. Find those isolating, be able to find some of those squishier heroes, either Nicolette, maybe even on Panda, get the Feathered Airstrike. They have enough damage to be able to surprise them as we go ahead and give chase.
Oh, the chase, the hot pursuit, the airborne knockup on the Panda, not enough to take her down, and she escapes with barely any HP.
Ow. A wonderful IMU from Sayori takes the way of the dragon kick to kick Lou away from chasing GAIMIN Gladiators. They came so close to being able to take down Panda, but immediately Sayori takes the IMU, takes Lou's own move, and kicks her away. Great coverage there by GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, low kill game 5-1 right now. Lord spawning in. So far, the neutral objectives have been in total control from GAIMIN Gladiators. Look at Mimi, though, trying to change the narrative, wrapping around for a possible play, but the positioning of out of sync is not there for the punish. No Shiesty trying to find some opportunity and quickly forced to use the Wings by Wings. Cauliflower finding Sayori with the quad shadow. Need to be careful. Tries to expand the distance for the retribution.
Yeah, Sayori is down. That's one player down. Mimi in trouble here as the rest of the team trying to collaborate around, get them an opportunity.
Yeah, an opportunity for the Siege. GAIMIN Gladiators with a little bit of kickback, but Cauliflower with the quicker retribution. Ashley will find Cauliflower as well. She will fall. Panda will find Lou. 2 members down for out of sync, but they do find that Lord.
Yeah, you find the Lord, but you lose 2 players of your own. Now the pressure mounting against your own team. Who really was the winner in that fight?
Right, it's always a trade-off, and I would say that trade was won by GAIMIN Gladiators. They're now still putting on that pressure, despite the Lord pushing on the top side. Nicolette will find the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, and able to go ahead and steal. They're taking enemy jungle like they won the Lord fight here, and they still have to answer the Lord, but they're going to be in a very comfortable position here. You see 3 mounting up at top with the Joy. Nicolette's going to go ahead grab her buff while at the bottom, just single-handedly by Jewel to go ahead and get that coverage.
Yeah, and Cauliflower on the Hayabusa, the later this game goes, the more of a nerf the Hayabusa has gotten to where the Luigi Shadow Kill is not going to be as strong the later this game goes, and Snow Shiesty will start to fall off on this Farza, which puts a lot of pressure into the hands of Sakura to make up with that damage on the clock.
Yeah, but I want to say the later the game goes, oh, as we see Jewel in trouble.
Mortality being proc, both sides fighting it out. Zombie Force dropping down, Cauliflower finds Jewel, Ashley finding Mimi, and Cauliflower for the double kill. Nicolette finding Lou, and Panda onto Sakura as well. Snow Shiesty forced to retreat and hold off the 4-man team of GAIMIN Gladiators pushing through the mid lane.
Once again, it is a Farja alone to tell the story of the massacre on her team. Speaking of alone, one Lord. It looks like Sayori's going to have to 1v1 this Lord to be able to take care of that. The pressure mounting for GAIMIN Gladiators to push this in through the mid lane.
Yeah, not going to be able to push on forward as they don't have minions, but that 1v1 was secured over there on the top side by Sayori as the Lord will fall. 11-3 on the scoreboard, about a 5k gold lead in GAIMIN Gladiators' favor. But I will say, out of sync, they've done a great job on Cauliflower, somehow finding a way to get to those neutral objectives. These Lord stills is what's been keeping them in this game and not having a snowball effect from GAIMIN Gladiators.
But the only problem with that is like it's always a reply. You're answering, you're trying to counter what GAIMIN Gladiators is putting forth. Instead of writing your own story, instead of putting forth your own strategy out there, you're forced to kind of try to be flexible here. And always trying to be on your back foot doesn't help with trying to push. You're basically waiting for GAIMIN Gladiators to make a mistake instead of enforcing your own will and your own strategy right now. The later and later this game gets, though, I want to say as Cauliflower's damage starts to fall off on the Hayabusa, you're going to start seeing more of these split pushes, as you can see down from the bottom lane. It's going to be very quick at clearing, very quick at being able to get back to that Lord, and hopefully maybe be able to get some of these steals to help them get a victory, possibly over GAIMIN Gladiators, who are having a very dominant game right now.
Yeah, very good map control from GAIMIN Gladiators this entire game at the 13-minute mark. Really doing great on keeping out of sync away from these lords and these turtles, but having that Hayabusa to be able to go in with the quad shadow is what's really making up the difference. But it's the trade-offs, right? If you get the lord and you lose 2 members, Game Gladiators, no problem. They'll clear out that lord and continue on their push toward the base. And I think they realize this, right? They're trying to have Out of Sync fall for the bait.
Yeah, we're waiting. As soon as Sakura shows herself on the map up at top, I'm going to expect to see GAIMIN Gladiators rush for the fight here. Maybe a conceal play as soon as that happens. You see how patient Sakura is waiting? Doesn't want to show herself because she knows that's going to give the advantage to GAIMIN Gladiators, and they're going to know it. Here it comes. A big push up at top.
Yeah, big push on top, and there we go. Conceal play called out. Ashley on the chase, wondering who to drop in on for a potential setup with the fist break. But neither side is going to find that advantage. Couple of engagement on the way. Zombie dropping down. A big AOG from Jewel. A lot of damage. Vengeance procced out from Mimi. We'll get out the safety, but Panda will find Cauliflower. No retribution. Snow Shiesty finding Jewel. One member dropping for both sides, but no retribution on Out of Sync side. Look at the top lane, though. The push, the split on the way from Sakura on the 1v1 up against Nicolette.
Yeah, just as we said, as soon as they see the marksman up at top, they realize they have the numbers advantage. They're going to immediately get the concealed play, immediately try to push the pedal to the metal. Both teams, however, here lose 1 apiece, so kind of an even fight if it weren't for the marksman still up at top. 3-4 right here at the bottom lane.
And Lord on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators as Nicolette will secure that. You are going to see the Wings by Wings to safety. A close call from Snow Shiesty. But again, the same story. Sakura continuously on the top side, trying to go for the split push play instead of the team engagement.
Yeah, I want to say it's bittersweet. Yes, her Out of Sync is losing some of these fights, but Sakura is able to get the pushes up at top. But is Sakura being up at top what is causing Out of Sync to lose these fights? And that's kind of the circle there that you have to wonder if you're being very well with.
Well, we're going to find that here momentarily as all teams getting ready to fight it out in 5v5. Sayori finding Snow Shiesty, Nicolette taking down Lou, Jewel finding Cauliflower, Panda finding Mimi, and Sakura. You asked the question, could she be the difference? And no, GAIMIN Gladiators, power, poise, precision. That's a win built by Queens.
Yeah, and they did a wonderful job here. GAIMIN Gladiators here. Look at the stoicness. No celebration. They know the fight is not over just yet. And a great fight there. We talked about it. We saw the Claude come in the late game. Honestly, did a decent amount of damage, but at that point, you've already got the Lord crashing through. Your team already took 2 deaths. You come in with the Blazing Duet and chunk a lot of GAIMIN Gladiators down, but by then it was too late. They go ahead, turn the tables, and are able to take Sakura down as well.
Yeah, they weren't even phased over there about Sakura. They just left her for last and just pushed on through the mid lane, and man, what a game. They were in total control right there, right? I mean, they had full map control majority of that match, and that just goes to show the synergy from these competitors, right? GAIMIN Gladiators, full of a lot of familiar faces who once, you know, rose the flag for different names, but have been to the highest heights in North America.
Yeah, a great job by GAIMIN Gladiators as well. I love the reads. I love the attention to the mini-map, that they see these little weaknesses. As soon as they see the weaknesses, these little advantages that they need, they immediately pounce on it. Yes, some of the plays weren't as crisp as we would have liked, like especially that last push when they noticed that Sakura was up at the top. They ended up losing somebody with that conceal play, but I mean, at the end, it was the same result. They were able to get the Lord, able to get the advantage, and able to push forward. And that's what we're going to need from a top team in North America if they want to progress here in these brackets.
Yeah, now we'll be able to see GAIMIN Gladiators move on forward into the semifinals. They're going to be facing off against Area 77, another team who has a lot of history in the Land of Dawn for NA. And then for the lower bracket, right, it's not the end of the story for Out of Sync, the underdogs we've seen rise to the occasion. They will be going up against War Angels to be able to fare that off in another best of one. So it's definitely a lot going on today. Like I said, everything pushed into one day. It can be very intense for these ladies in the Land of Dawn, but a treat to see for all of us out here as we watch them fight it out to earn that crown.
Yeah, this was that very early death by Snow Shiesty there. Gets taken down. And then a great play. Cauliflower doing some great job of being able to get into those lords, find the objective, get the retribution, and then get out of harm's way. It's just unfortunate that it felt like they were always replying. They always had to get these sneaky advantages instead of getting like a full advantage, winning a team fight, winning an objective. They always had to kind of get these little sneak plays instead of being able to create their own type of strategy of pushing forward here. They were always kind of stuck replying.
Yeah, I would definitely say they were the reactionary team, and it was just playing into the hands of GAIMIN Gladiators during that match. And I mean, this is kind of what you see when you watch a more seasoned veteran team play, right? They have a lot of strats that they pull out, and it's really just prioritizing these objectives, being able to get to these turrets a little bit faster. I mean, very early in this game, we got to see GAIMIN Gladiators take that tier 1 in the mid lane, and when that drops before that 10-minute mark, there's a lot of invasion capability that you're able to pull off from that, and that's what we've seen within this match. A very great performance from them. It's looking very promising as they step into the semifinals. But out of sync, I want to say there's a couple things that went right for them. It was definitely interesting to be able to watch. The split push from Sakura, though, may not have been the wisest decision. Maybe as they jump into the bottom bracket, we can see a little bit more of a team-oriented push toward those objectives.
Well, I do believe we have the MVP ready, so let's see where that goes. But as that MVP comes up, I do want to mention, though, with Sakura on the Claude, we did watch in the, when it came to the exam, Ashley up there, 4-0-8 as the roam. And I want to say a kill participation, 75%. So doing what needed to be done and being great when it came with those Avatar of the Guardians.
Yeah, I will say it was watching her in MWI inside of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, but under the name of Cloud9 last year was definitely enjoying, and you got to see that she really put her all in it, right? I mean, just all the emotions, even on screen, you could tell she really wanted that victory, and to be able to see her back here again, fighting it out with some more familiar faces, just shows how serious she is taking this, and a well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, and as we were talking about that, I was bringing up the Claude pick from Sakura. The problem really was the fights before. Every single time Sakura went in with the Blazing Duet, like, they just absolutely annihilated her, and I feel like she just needed to be just a little bit more patient. So I understand the split pushing. If you're not going to be effective during the team fights, maybe it's time for us to get into that split pushing type of mindset. The only problem here is I feel like maybe we pulled the trigger on the split pushing a little too soon. We just needed to be a little bit more patient on the Claude, wait for some of these abilities to go out, especially when it comes to Ashley, when it comes to the people who can CC you down. Wait for those abilities to go out, then come in with the Blazing Duet, because that was what we were seeing in a lot of these replays. Blazing Duet went out, they CC'd her down, and absolutely just zeroed her out. Even in that last play, you saw there was an immense amount of damage. It was just a little bit too late. So it's just that circle, the chicken or the egg conversation. Did we lose because our marksman was split pushing, or is our split, are we doing the only thing that our marksman can handle right now in the split pushing? It's just always one of those questions.
And speaking of questions, for those wondering where the positions are for the bracket so far, we are inside of the quarterfinals. Area 77 able to push on forward into the semifinals, and GAIMIN Gladiators as well will still be facing off in a best of 3. But before that, we have the lower bracket. We'll be seeing War Angels up against Out of Sync for another chance at success in a best of 1.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see War Angels against Out of Sync, especially, I want to say, I love the fact that both of these teams are putting 110%. Even Out of Sync, you called it out. They're all in the same location right now, doing a boot camp of their own. They want to make sure they're close to each other. They can hear each other's calls out. Hopefully they're talking to each other, making sure that the plays are out there. They're paying attention to spells. They're paying attention to map control and things like that to make it worth it. It can't just be about that MS out there. That you guys have to be communicating to each other here. Out of Sync here, we take a look at the ladies right there. War Angels going to be looking to try to topple them down as well.
Yeah, going to look to try and find that victory. Both of these teams had a pretty interesting debut for MWI. Like we said, a couple of things that went wrong, but a lot of things that went right. I wouldn't say it was so far one-sided. But you got to look at who they're going against, right? More decorated international experience is usually going to have the advantage there. But another shot at success, like we said, there is a lower bracket for a reason, and hopefully they can iron out their flaws and have another shot to be able to get things right.
Yeah, and that kind of comes down to it too, is when it's especially when it comes to these lady teams, the ladies that we have on some of these teams, it's something that I've been wanting and I've been harping on about in North America for a while. Consistency. All of these teams, especially from GAIMIN Gladiators, have played together for over a year. Not just played together for over a year, but been playing the same positions for over a year. So it's something that needs to be on your mind when you're taking on a team like that with that type of history that you're going to be going up against. There's a lot to be said. As great of a player as you can be, having that synergy, having that experience, there just is no equal for it. And a lot of these ladies trying to fight to kind of get up to that main stage to get that ticket to Riyadh as well. So I'm very eager to see, like I said, War Angels versus Out of Sync. I'm going to see where these two teams go from here, because those weren't complete washes of games there. A couple of little mishaps when it came for the draft, a couple of little mishaps when it came to some of the gameplay, but none of them was ever to a point where I'm like, oh yeah, this game's over. There's no matter what they do. So very even game. So it's still anybody's game here.
Yeah, it was interesting in the first series, right? Area 77 up against War Angels. It should have been War Angels' match. It was a slight mistake, and Erica was able to push on forward to win that. So we are going to have a little bit of a difference in the rosters as we move forward, a little bit of a substitution for Out of Sync super early, and there's a familiar face. Wait a second, I've seen her on the caster's desk before. Eunice is now stepping in as the mid laner. This will definitely be a treat to watch, going under the name of Ratatouille.
The Out of Sync bringing in those 5'2" big guns and bringing out Ratatouille here. Like we said, we remember her from the caster's desk here. So, and she's had great success when it comes to playing. Now, rolling up those sleeves, getting ready to hopefully take it to War Angels here in the bottom bracket.
They're pulling out the big guns, man. It's always electrifying to be able to see Eunice step into the scene, man. Like we said, previous NACT caster, she's casted alongside us in the grand finals in Las Vegas. So to be able to see her here again is definitely a blast. We'll have to see how they kind of play out, though. Like we said, Out of Sync, I would say, is definitely the underdogs when it comes to these four competitors. Just because, like we said, War Angels, they put on a really good show up against Area 77. It should have been their game, but a slight mistake in the end, and Erica was able to hit that 180. But when it came to Out of Sync up against, you know, their competitor, GAIMIN Gladiators, it wasn't as close of a matchup. It was definitely more toward that one-sided. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that blended competition as we close out the quarterfinals for that final seat into the next part of the bracket.
Well, and then you have to wonder how often Eunice has played with this team. I mean, I know I've played with Eunice before. I've talked with her before. I've seen the kind of commitment she puts into this. So I do know she's a skilled player. But will this switch up maybe throw Out of Sync when it comes to their compositions? So it's going to be very interesting to see. I'm excited to see if this is going to be enough. I know you got to pull all hands out when you see Out of Sync is all there together, grouped up in their little and I don't know if that's somebody's house or an Airbnb or something, but that they're willing to put in so much for this. It's going to be very interesting.
You know, yeah, I'm curious because is Eunice at the I don't know if Eunice is in the boot camp. I have to count the heads again as we jump back in there. I thought I only saw like 4 or 5. I didn't see 6, but we'll have to see if Eunice is actually in the boot camp, because that raises another question. Will that affect their performance based off of MS and communication? But I mean, I guess when you're going up against their competitor, they're not in a boot camp, so they do have the separation for their team for War Angels that could go count against them.
Well, Eunice is about this tall, so she could have been walking behind at one of those couches there. But don't let the height discrepancy fool you. She is the tiny fists of fury and a lot of energy. I'm sure she's going to bring the same energy that she had from casting to that mid lane position as well. War Angels, let's talk about, you've already talked about how successful they were, especially against a team like Area 77. They were this close to being able to shut down that core. And then it just took this miraculous huge play coming out from Erica on the Kimmy to be able to shut them down. I mean, who would have thought? Even the cameramen, or even the camera people behind the scenes were zoomed in. They're like, all right, this is a wrap. This one's over. Sorry, guys. And able to turn that around until actually we had to back up and be like, oh, let's wait a minute. Kimmy and Erica, they're on a roll right now.
We had to hit the cameraman with the Franco hook, man. Where you going? Get back over here. Game's not over. The show is still rolling. And speaking of rolling, yeah, like we said, a lot of things to kind of look at, especially when you're swapping your mid laner. That's a huge position to fill, right? That is the middle of your team. That is to rotate around and find that opportunity. And it kind of makes me think, looking back, Snow Shiesty's performance in the mid lane for the side of Out of Sync, I didn't really see too much of a problem, right? You're running on the Feather Airstrikes. She was rocking the Farza. I didn't really see it being, it was really Sakura that really a lot of the focus was on, because Sakura was the late game damage dealer, and we started crossing into that late game, and she was more on the split push capability. And I understand it, right? In theory, if they force that Lord fight, you can try and go for the split push, but you got to do it very fast. And again, Gladiators was just a little quicker to the punch. But to replace the mid laner, to take out Snow Shiesty, I got to see. I'm really curious the impact that Eunice will have in Snow Shiesty's place.
Yeah, there was also, I want to say, when it came to that early game, we saw Snow Shiesty, such a fun word, it did get caught in the early game, offered up that early first blood. I don't want to say it was detrimental for the team, but it does kind of like show a little bit of a misplacing there. Maybe counting a little bit too much on Lou to be able to protect her, especially so early in the game. It did really cost them a little bit of momentum in that early bit. Let's see if Eunice kind of comes along. I know she can be a little aggressive. I've seen her before playing on the roam position, and she's even aggressive on a roam. So I imagine that when it comes to the mage, we're going to see that same type, if not equal, aggression coming from her. And you brought it up the great point too. This is a very important position. The mid lane, that's what helps your rotations. That's what gets you those side lanes, the suppressing power that they need to be able to kind of hold back if they're losing, or get the advantage and the push there as well, to get those rotations so that you can get to the XP lane before the first objective. And then, yeah, like we talked about, a lot of CC, and you want to kind of keep safe. So it's a very important role, and we're going to see if this kind of change up is going to be the benefit that they think it will be.
I do know, though, Eunice loves to, or I guess we should say Ratatouille loves to shot call. So I will say that maybe the shot calling aspect could have a part to play in it as well. Maybe Snow Shiesty's not as vocal. There's a lot of elements that we don't really know. But I'm assuming they did it for a reason, right? They're experienced players for certain, and I know they have a game plan. So we'll see how that kind of plays out between both of these competitors. Like we said, when it comes to War Angels, they were a lot closer to claiming that victory, especially up against a team that I would say I would put them at top 2, Area 77 up against GAIMIN Gladiators. And to be able to be that close to finding that victory, yeah, it's going to be a challenge for certain. Not one that's impossible, and maybe this new addition to the team could change the entire dynamic. We know how important tank mage synergy is. Maybe Lou in the Ratatouille, the Louis Tui combination could be the secret weapon. But when I look at the other side of the table, right, when we look at the other team, War Angels, there's not really much that I would change for them. Honestly, I felt like they performed great up against Area 77. They just were not able to close it out. I think maybe just the late game finish after checking everything off the block is where they have to harp in on.
Yeah, and that's kind of the big thing here too, is there's less changes I would make to War Angels than I would for Out of Sync. But we've already seen a huge change already coming from Out of Sync. So we're going to see if that kind of plays into it and where we go with kind of focal point here. They've seen how strong, War Angels have already seen how strong Kimmy is, to the point that Out of Sync already know they were actually had it up on the chopping block. That was banned out. So are we going to see that focus here as well?
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be kind of watching out for as we are looking at the bans on the table. The Suyo and the Lucas both being taken off. The Mathilda usually was priled in the Selena, at least in the first phase of the draft. I'm wondering if both of these will walk.
That's the big honest thing that I'm kind of looking for here when it comes to the draft. I was kind of trying to take a peek at the draft that we had last. Hayabusa and Joy have been these prime picks. Juicin is another big one that can come out here as well. We saw that banned in the last time, and then we've even seen what happens when you try to prioritize that XP lane. It allows the enemy, if you prioritize that XP lane and don't pick up the Esmeralda and you take her off the board, there's some picks that kind of come out that can be a little bit more powerful. And honestly, it was very refreshing that the side of GAIMIN Gladiators was able to be successful with 4 magic damage dealers on their team. That's something like we touched on in draft, but we didn't really see, it wasn't really mentioned again because it didn't seem like there was any point during the game where they weren't doing enough damage. So it still plays, and it's still, I want to say, an option out there.
And speaking of options, the Kalia taken off yet again. Now, the Jawhead has been a threat. We've been seeing it banned out so far in MWI. I wonder if this is going to walk as a secret weapon. The Jushin still up for grabs for either side to be able to take. The Selena, who we've been seeing banned almost every single game today, is still available in the draft, and maybe we'll see that kind of walk for Out of Sync. Now, I do know when it comes to Ratatouille, at least the last time I seen Ratatouille in the kitchen, we got to see she likes to run the crowd control mages. Maybe a Lu Yi might actually sneak up in here, but she is pretty versatile on being able to play those up close and personal mages such as a Selena. So we'll see how that kind of plays. There goes the Selena ban to finalize the first half of this draft.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where we go for here. Still got a lot of assassins up there, the Hayabusa and the Joy out there, including we got Akacha, Bedang, some very prime picks. Juicin still out there as well. So it just depends on what this first pick goes to. And I almost feel like the second pick has a little bit of an advantage because you force the opponents onto one pick and you get to reply with 2. Usually there are some great counters for that first one. See if that kind of happens out here as well.
I would say the Jushin's a safe option. The Gatot is a first option. And when it comes to this, I mean, if you want to go crazy, maybe pick up that Joy. I would say really one of those 3. I wouldn't even say the Farza here, just because you can kind of counter it with the Valentina. So there goes the Gatot. I think that's an excellent option for Out of Sync to start this off.
Yes, because it picks up the counter for possibly the Farja pickup, which has been very prime right now in the meta. It picks up the counter for the Joy pickup if they go that route as well. It's just that if they pick both of them, who's Katakacha's primary target going to be? It's definitely going to probably be the Farja to try to get to the back line, but then you've answered and you've taken Gatakacha out of the picture now. Since that we saw from the first series as well. We're going to be waiting for those first 2 pickups, probably an assassin blend of some sort. You know what's also on there is the Jawhead is still out there as well. And we know how powerful and strong that can be with an assassin pickup as well because of the clearing speed that they have, the amount of damage they have in the early game, and the way that they can isolate out people.
They're going to take the Bedang away, though. Not going to allow that combination with the Gatot to work inside of Out of Sync's favor. Pair that up with the Hayabusa. And now they've got some great crowd control and also some mobility, not to mention invulnerability when it comes to the 50-50 on these retribution plays to work inside of Out of Sync's favor. We've been seeing a lot of Hayabusa today. Out of Sync, actually, we saw them in the last match running this Hayabusa, so didn't work out in their favor, but there was definitely some great plays where we got to see Cauliflower still some neutral objectives. Now I'm wondering, is Cauliflower going to go more of the Joy route, still going to run in something that's a lot more mobile to be able to rush in and get these objectives? The Hilda is still up for grabs. It's a great answer to be able to deny this Hayabusa the farm. You do have to watch out for the Bedang, though.
Yeah, for me, the Joy and the Hilda would be the big primary pickup, but they're going to go with a very interesting pick here with the Fredrin, which is interesting to me. You don't see too many Fredrins out there anymore. I want to say in the current meta, he's not bad. It's just that there are picks that are a little better. They're a little bit more mobile. And depending on what type of composition you have, I do feel like it sometimes struggles at some of those objective fights. He's tanky. He has that one bit of burst damage when it comes to the Appraiser's Wrath. But I mean, you're kind of very susceptible. Everybody's going to be aiming for you for the CC. Everybody's learned how to counter the Fredrin pickup at objectives, which is as soon as that objective, the turtle or the lord, gets low enough, they just put Fredrin into a coma with CC, and they're able to get it out here. I like the combination, though, with a Gatakacha because it provides a person who can dive in, get the aggro, tank a bunch of damage. Then you have the Avatar, the Guardian, raining down on it as well. So it's going to be very tricky to see how these ultimates line up. And if they do it well, I feel like it could be a huge success for Out of Sync.
Yeah, and then we get to see a response back. They are going to pick up this Vexana. Now, I don't know how I feel about this, right? Because you have the Eternal Guard, it drops down, but you have Kimmy, and if Kimmy stacks that energy, she's going to shoot through that Eternal Guard and have free range on the entire team, plus a lot of crowd control. So it's going to be something you have to watch out for. Now, looking at both sides, I honestly probably would have preferred the Jushin for War Angels in this combination, because a lot of these heroes, like Gatot, the Fredrin, even the Kimmy, right? They try and get up close and personal. But you have that Jushin who can control that entire area. I would have said maybe a little bit more AoE control could have worked in their favor, but they're going to play for the survivability aspect. I don't know, though, because like you said, even a Fredrin, if a Fredrin rushes in, Energy Eruption on the Eternal Guard and yourself, he's going to grab you in that CC, so it's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge to the side of War Angels.
Well, I want to say what the Eternal Guardian does. I understand it's basically a lightning rod for Kimmy to build up her stacks and everything like that. It's basically going to be another lightning rod for Fredrin to build up those stacks so that he can get into that Energy Eruption, or he can get that Appraiser's Wrath down. But what they want is that CC, that huge amount of CC that can put out there with the Vexana. And then the Eternal Guardian, that's something that means that you don't have to have Hayabusa hanging around. You don't have to risk your Bedang. You've got one big chunky mini lord that can be out there dishing out damage, and it does percentage health damage, so even tanky characters like the Fredrin are going to be getting chunked down as well, taking the damage from there. And then, like we said, you've got an immense amount of CC out there. Like I said, my biggest problem, though, on the Out of Sync side is just Fredrin's slowness, his ability to get around. We're gonna need some help with him to be able to kind of get some of those minions down, to keep him jungling at the same pace that the Hayabusa will be.
And we're seeing the double marksman combination yet again. The Beatrix paired up with the Kimmy. Now, with the Hayabusa, I mean, typically a Hayabusa loves to see this, right? You love going up against that a couple more marksmen than one, because he has the Ouija Shadow Kill. He can pick them off, especially if they're out of sync, out of rotation. And I think that's kind of what we started to see when they were going up against their competitor in the lower bracket, right? We were able to see them really fall apart toward that later half. They were not able to find the objectives, and they started kind of separating a lot more than we would have liked to watch from them. So hopefully with this one they play a little bit tighter, especially on these neutral objectives. You are going to have to watch out. You are seeing this Glue, which is paired up against the Phoveus, which is a direct counter. It's going to be a hard time in the XP lane for Mimi.
Yeah, I almost feel like Mau Mau kind of forgot what happened when they were against a Kimmy last time. Once you get all those stacks up, they're basically blowing away all of your minions. Not just that, but now you have the Phoveus on the enemy team. It's going to be a rough game for Mau Mau here. So it's going to be very much, can the team protect it? Can we get the little split up? Are we going to be able to engage at the same pace and dive deep enough with Mau Mau to be able to kind of turn the tides here? We've got a Maya pick out there, so I kind of wonder, or a Mia. I'll go with your advice on how to say it.
You know, I was just about to say, all right, this is a challenge. We got a Mimi and a Mau Mau. There's going to be a Mimi Mau Mau showdown as we jump into the Land of Dawn for yet another best of one to close out the quarterfinals between Out of Sync and War Angels, who will claim the final seat into the semifinals.
Mimi, Mau Mau, and Maya all together now. Out of Sync taking on War Angels. One team will push forward and move themselves on to the next round. The loser of this, unfortunately, finds themselves a ticket back home.
Yeah, this will be the first team eliminated within today's series for MWI 2024. Big engagement, though. You are going to see that fist break connect. A little bit of that wall put up, but Ratatouille not going to be phased with the damage.
Yeah, Yojiro taking a big amount of damage. I'm always so surprised sometimes when it comes to this Kimmy in the mid lane, the amount of damage that she can dish out right from the get-go. As soon as those stacks get up, she's blasting through you, she's blasting through your teammates, and you're just all taking this whopping amount of damage. You can see down at the bottom, looking for a little bit of positioning, are the War Angels.
Yeah, looking for some positioning. Swift Boots picked up from Ekacuti on this Mia. Gonna have a lot of attack speed to watch out for. Paired up with an Inspire on top of that, it's going to be a machine gun in the making when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead. Yeah, and you see, oh, great positioning here. Maybe looking for some CC, and they decide against it.
Yeah, we'll decide against it. Big taunt, though. Caught in side bush play. MWI forced to use the flicker to safety. Yujiro with the counterplay, though. Good fist break. Mao joining the party, trying to deal some damage. Some immobilization on. Forced to go back into the mid lane. Mao sustaining a lot of damage. The 4-man stack, the grab. The immobilization on to Lu. This is going to lead to a kill, though. Yujiro very low. Mao hit with the mobilization, and Mimi will take first blood for Out of Sync.
Yeah, Mao in a little bit of trouble there. I feel like that was a little greedy. The entire team was about to kind of turn away, back up, get ready for this turtle fight. But instead, they decided to go ahead and ult in, Out of Sync, backed up, and were able to take down the glue here as we see more pressure building up at the top.
Yeah, Cauliflower is going to go ahead and claim objective. Now rushing in to join this fight. A lot of pressure into the enemy jungle for War Angels may lead to a kill. 1M rushing in, has the quad shadow, goes back toward that mid lane to safety.
Ooh, I want to say they're doing such a great job. Cauliflower able to kind of man up the front, get a lot of abilities put onto her, then able to get the Lord as well. Out of Sync doing a great job with the synergy. They know their roles. They know what they need to be doing. They are able to push out War Angels, make room at the objective. Nobody was even able to contest Cauliflower to be able to get that first objective.
Yeah, not going to be able to contest, and now going to put on some more pressure. Right now, both sides is trying to find some footing. Out of Sync doing great on drawing that first kill away from War Angels. Like we said, War Angels, who had such a close game to Area 77, and Out of Sync, who had a little bit more of a one-sided performance going up against GAIMIN Gladiators. But this time, they're the ones setting the pace.
Ooh, Eka Cutie actually might be in trouble here. Gets caught.
Yeah, does get caught, but able to get back to safety. Running on this Mia, who we don't really typically get to see too often.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see it. She shines kind of in the same spot that Alayla does. You need those items. You need to be able to do a bunch of damage, get that ult off, and hopefully surprise your opponents into the back line. She's a cleanup artist, and she's able to take down towers. It just manages. I feel like she takes a very long time. War Angel's really betting on that late game here.
Yeah, she has the Arrow of Eclipse, though, so she has that AoE damage to kind of focus in on, not to mention the hidden Moonlight to be able to conceal herself and remove the debuff. So we'll see how that plays out. Like I said, not traditional. A glass cannon that can shoot at a rapid pace. A glass machine bow, if I say so myself. But we are going to see the turtle spawn in for Out of Sync. They're going to go in for this objective. War Angels may look for a contest, but they're having a hard time engaging.
Yeah, and I feel like Glue, Mama was out of position up at the top, doesn't push the tower, instead decides to come into this fight a little late, and it's already going to be picked up by Out of Sync. I feel like Mao should have already seen, War Angels were already backing away from this fight. You could have pushed top tower, you could have gotten yourself a tower and a reply, at least, for the enemy getting and picking up this turtle.
Yeah, able to find that, and that's going to be 2 turtles on the board for the side of Out of Sync compared to War Angels. And now some war on the way. A big taunt onto MWI from Lu, able to draw that kill as well. Nuber's Passion coming out from afar from Sakura to deal some damage and forcing War Angels up the tier 2 turret on the bot side.
Yeah, and doing a great job of it as we take a look at these items. Both marksmen, I want to say 1K almost up right now for the side, not Ratatouille, sorry, wrong marksman, Sakura doing a great job staying just ahead of War Angel's marksman, Eka Cutie. So as soon as the scaling comes in for the Mia, they're going to be able to kind of outplay it. And I want to say Sakura just provides a little bit more on the Beatrix when it comes to team damage, with the type of damage that she's able to lay down, that AoE damage onto enemy teams.
Yeah, and speaking of AoE damage, Eka Cutie picking up the Windtalker. A lot of damage though. AOG dropping down for the setup. The taunt, a little overkill, but they get the job done, and Sakura will find Mao.
They said there's not going to be any refunds for any of these ultimates used. Just to use it here, get this kill down. Not just a kill, but able to find the minions with it that allow them to push in that tower. Now, the ever-growing mid tower. This is where a lot of fights and a lot of momentum can usually shift for a team. We've talked about this before, that mid tower, where as soon as you lose the mid tower, you've lost a lot of room to be able to back up on your side of the jungle. So every single time you're fighting, now you need to kind of be a little bit further back, and you're allowing the enemy to pick up those minions, to be able to clear things out, and a little bit of an advantage, and it starts causing you to be forced to turtle back a bit.
You know, and Eunice joining the team, Ratatouille, on this Kimmy pick has been very effective, right? It's been a very big threat up against War Angels, and you're seeing them play a little bit more passive, having a hard time even closing in on these objectives. That's 2 turtles over to out of sync so far as we are pushing through this game, and right now they're starting to push through these objectives, right? They find the tier 1 on the bot side, they're pushing toward that mid tier 1 as well. And it's definitely been a little bit more of a challenge. They need a little bit more kickback, right? Maybe 4-1M on this Hayabusa, finding a way to initiate with the Ouija Shadow Kill, considering he's going up against a double marksman composition with Ratatouille running the Kimmy and Sakura on the Beatrix.
Yeah, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We know why you're all here. We are working hard to repair those player cams for all the viewers out there. But you're absolutely right. The game right now, I feel like there's certain mistakes on the side of War Angels. Like I said, when it comes to Mau Mau, I'm wondering where the glue pick is going to pick its dividends. As we move into mid and to the late game, it might be a little stronger to be able to kind of get to the back line, to latch on to something that they need. Maybe latch on to Ratatouille, on the Kimmy, maybe to get to Sakura, on that Beatrix. The problem is they have, Out of Sync has a great type of reply to it, and you're going to have the energy eruption from the Fredrin that's going to be able to pull you away from who you want to target. You've got the demonic force coming out from Phoveus that's going to be able to chunk you down quickly. So it's very interesting to see where we go from here.
Yeah, Muji able to find Ratatouille. Yujiro forced to use that flicker, but Cauliflower not going to let her go with ease, but she's able to disengage and get the recall.
Yep, player cams are back up, and we are knee deep into the action. 3-1 at the 7 minutes, so very low kill. But honestly, I like the low kill games, especially when it means that we're focusing on the objectives. The teams know what they need to do. They know that kills don't mean everything. They only want to get the kills if it means they need to get a tower. And you usually don't often need to get a kill to be able to secure the tower. 4-1M going to have to back up from this push up at top.
Yeah, but look at the mid lane. The stack up from War Angels putting on that pressure, and only Ratatouille to defend, but able to hold them off. AOG a little premature right there from Lou, but does get the taunt on the Mao. Still going to put on that pressure with the spread.
Feels like that was a little over-eager from Lou with that Avatar of the Guardian. I don't think that there was a huge need for it. We've talked about it. Like, you're better off saving that for Cauliflower. When Fredrin goes into the engage, gets the energy eruption on a few members, get them starting to blast some of those abilities, some of those flickers to get away. Then you can use that Avatar of the Guardian to kind of catch the entire team. Eka Cutie going to go ahead and rotate from lanes.
I'll tell you what, man, it's a ticking time bomb watching this this Mia from Eka Cutie on the top side. A little bit of a Russian engagement from Yujiro. Not going to be able to find that kill. Need to be a little careful on the placement. Yes, Eka Cutie, the more damage she will deal the later this goes, and at a fast rate paired up with that Inspire and the Swift Boots. Could be a potential problem if Out of Sync lets this go to the late game.
Yeah, the only problem here right now, Mia is, actually, we might be in a little trouble. Yujiro's going to have to go ahead and dash away to safety. Mia doesn't really shine in group fight scenarios. You know, she's the cleanup artist. If the enemy's like maybe scattered and very low, she can come in and do a decent amount of damage. But if you're talking about a 5-on-5, she is nothing more than a target for the enemy to try to blast down on. Sure, she has her ultimate. She can kind of hide, run away, maybe find security in a bush, but it's a very risky game to play, as though we're going to be waiting for those items to see if maybe she's got a chance, if she's starting to get ahead. But last we looked, Sakura was doing a great job keeping that farm up.
Yeah, Sakura doing a great job. Definitely farmed. Fist break in with the flicker combination. What is going on with Yujiro on these premature plays? But now you're seeing the counter engagement, mobilization, the taunt. Cauliflower finding Yujiro does get punished on that tricky flicker combination. Now a lot of damage to his passion. Now Ekucuti able to find Mimi, and a lot of damage, a lot of HP for War Angels to possibly be able to fight this one out. Out of sync though, they don't want to let it go.
One down for each team, and you can see the damage starting to come down from Mia. Mao Mao's going to come in, putting. Oh, he's notice how low they are.
Yeah, he's definitely taking out Sakura. Mao Mao will find that kill. A great spread, and a grab to be able to solidify that. And now they have the numbers in their favor and a retribution for this Lord.
Oh, I feel like that is just a huge mistake for Out of Sync to try to teleport from that bush, which has always been prime pickings. Like, it's always a threat in that bush when there's an enemy in the L bush that can basically just jump on you at any time. Not only that, but Mao Mao caught 2 people in there, so looking for the taste of blood there. War Angels doing a great job, able to send this thing into tiebreaker territory. 28,000 apiece, 4 kills each.
Yeah, 4 kills each, tied on the board, past that 10-minute mark, and this is what we consider a low kill game. But that provides a lot of value because that tells you that these teams are being very strategic at every single moment. You don't want to see a kill that's above like double digits for both sides. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch, but there's definitely a lot of mistakes when that happens. But when it's a low kill game like that, that means they're taking every moment for value and being very precise when engaging.
Yeah, they want to try to put some protection onto this mid lane. They want to protect it. We've talked a little bit before as we're going knee deep into the action.
Yeah, both sides fighting it out. Big fist break. Muji able to find Lu. Ekucuti finding Mimi. 2 members falling for Out of Sync, while a Lord still pushing on the bot side. Clears the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, and Lord starting to crash down. There's only 3 members for the side of Out of Sync here. And Mao Mao actually in a great and eager position just dives in on top of them. You see how well Kimmy was able to chunk down those minions? Mao Mao doing a great job trying to be this nuisance on the bottom side while War Angels crashing in at all the towers. Now we are left at only high grounds.
Yeah, only high grounds indeed. And right now, a great game for War Angels. You are going to see that Malefic gun picked up from Ekucuti as well, which means the distance, the range when it comes to this machine bow is going to be a major threat for Out of Sync. I mean, we're only at 12 minutes, and you're already seeing a lot of these heavy items start to come into play, which could shred through Out of Sync if they're not careful. I mean, they have a squishy combination, right? They have the Sakura on this Beatrix and Ratatouille on this Kimmy, the double marksmen. We'll have to watch out.
We're about to see a victory by a Mia in NA top professional matches. Not like this. Out of Sync fighting for their survival in this invitational, looking to try to find an answer here. And I'm wondering where the answer comes from, just because I feel like we've been kind of jumping the gun. It's going to be another stolen purple buff.
Yeah, not going to be able to hold them off from taking what's theirs, and they're going to push on forward through the jungle of Out of Sync. We did see some of those items on the board. Berserker's Fury picked up from Ekucuti, and also the Hawes Claws, some crit, some Life Bane from that passive to be able to keep herself alive as she fights with the Hawes Claws as well. The Malefic gun for the range. I don't know, Private. This is going to be a battle. There goes that Sky Piercer, though. Picked up from Ratatouille. We'll have that lethality for the execution play if they get low enough.
Yeah, and I want to say Ratatouille only sitting at 1 death right now, so not completely out of it. Is sitting a level behind Ekucuti when it comes to it. Is sitting a level, or actually now tied with Muji. As we see Ekucuti going to go ahead and start on this Lord. A big distance being played here by War Angels to push them out.
Yeah, but Mimi, in the thick of it, will fall. One member shy for out of sync. Executing finding Lou, make that 2. And now the punish, the rain, the fist break, and crack from Yujiro. And everybody forced to disengage, but burns out their flickers. Lord going over to War Angels.
Oh man, I feel like we're all on different pages when it comes to a lot of this aggressiveness. Cauliflower should be the first one in, get a lot of the damage off, get a lot of the CC down, then it should be Lou's job to dive in. I feel like we're doing the opposite of that. Lou's going in first, getting bursted down. We're not making use of that Avatar of the Guardian because everybody's able to get out of harm's way. And Mao Mao, just like in the first series, is doing a great job. Once her team is engaged on, Mao Mao dives for the deep line of out of sync to try to push them back and is doing such a great job of pushing them away.
Look at the goal difference. 10K over there for Ekacuti. 9K from Sakura, and then right behind for the other marksman, 7K for Ratatouille. She is shining when it comes to items up against out of sync, and now we're going to see that play in here as the Lord marks on the top side.
Yeah, and this is do or die for out of a sync. That we're going to be looking maybe another huge Kimi play out there. We're seeing a lot of landing of some of these ultimates coming out from Ratatouille, but the team is just not able to take advantage of a lot of these, I want to say, vulnerabilities that are being shown from War Angels.
Yeah, and War Angels doing a great job of putting on that pressure. Sakura finding 4-1M, a little bit of the overextension with the quad shadow. Fist break and crack from Yujiro, not going to hit the mark as well. We are looking at that Eternal Guard quickly being bursted down. They're running out of options to be able to siege this base crystal, and now the counterplay from out of sync is on the way. Ratatouille found a Mao Mao, gets a double kill, takes down Yujiro. Ekacuti responds back, finding Mimi, but Muji will fall. Sakura in the mid lane dealing some damage. Ekacuti finding Cauliflower, and Sakura taking down Ekacuti for the double kill.
Sakura!
What is going on?
Just like that, turned it around. 9 seconds on the death counter for 4-1M. So not exactly the game-changing push that they need just yet. But man, the way that they were able to turn that around on them. And this is something that we've been seeing from these teams to be able to kind of turn around some of these fights as well. I mean, War Angels doing what was done, or are getting this done to them again. I feel like War Angels are going to have PTSD when it comes to pushing in that core. First, it was Area 77 who got, I believe it was Erica, who was able to turn that around on them. Now, out of sync, able to turn around what could have been a game-ending push for them.
Yeah, definitely a very close call indeed. 4-1M, quad shadow, a lot of security, but need to be careful. Has the retribution, 15 seconds until this Lord spawns in, and that's going to be a key play, right? Not to separate too far from the party, especially this late in the game with these stacks, these stocks being higher than ever.
Yeah, a lot on the line right now. We have tied this up. Only a 1K gold lead for War Angels, and that gold is starting to slip. Both teams at an even. Just like that, Lou takes a half bit of damage. Ekacuti gets caught, and nobody is there.
Yeah, need to be careful. A lot of pressure from War Angels, but some response from out of sync. War Angels definitely having the ground control, though, and gonna waste no time to take down this Lord. And I mean, Ekacuti's the perfect one to do it. Does have the itemization, has the Inspire to watch out for. Finish Rage dropping down, both sides fighting it out. Cauliflower very low. Ekacuti finding Lou. 4-1M goes into Cauliflower as well. 2 members falling for out of sync. The Lord still intact, and War Angels will be able to claim that 4-1M with the retribution.
The problem here for out of sync is that the damage has already been done. You have no high ground towers. Ratatouille is forced to answer at the bottom lane, and out of sync did not back up far enough. War Angels took the advantage. The moment that they saw Ratatouille at the bottom, they knew that they had the numbers advantage, just like we saw in the last series. Immediately force themselves forward, knowing that they have the advantage. Out of sync has a time limit on some of these fights with no towers at their core.
Yeah, no towers in the clock ticking. Big fist breaking crack, hitting 3 members of out of sync. And now the Lord marching in to expand that distance for a possible win. Victory isn't given, it's claimed with courage. And they're about to take it all as War Angels putting on that pressure. Mimi will fall. 4-1M getting the kill. Immortality on Sakura, but they're holding him off. Double immortality on Ekacuti. Mao Mao, private. They've been forced out. Muji taking down Takira. The fight still on the way. Minions marching through the mid lane. Another opportunity for success. 3v4. War Angels has the numbers, but HP quickly getting low. May want to disengage. This may be a deciding moment. Do they continue this fight?
I like that Yujiro is looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle here from the side. Cauliflower tries to come in, not able to.
Cutie will find that kill. 4-1M finding Cauliflower. And Ratatouille falling. The battlefield bows. The base explodes and a new era begins, led by Queens as War Angels finds victory.
I want to say a collective sigh coming out from War Angels after it almost slipped through their fingers once again at the core. This time able to hold the line at the core and finally put down out of a sync. What a great victory for them.
Yeah, what a great victory indeed, and a showcasing of their talent as they step on forward into the semifinals. Very close call, those. They were almost knocked out. We see our first elimination of the day out of sync. A team that kind of rose from the ashes, and I would say definitely the underdogs, but with some familiar faces. Hopefully we see NACT Eunice on the desk here soon, maybe momentarily in future events. But for War Angels, it's their story today to move on forward, and a very great game.
Yeah, a great game played by both. Unfortunate for out of sync. I love the effort that was put out there, especially being able to go into a boot camp to try to get everybody on the same page. Unfortunately, it was War Angels' game to lose. The dominance that they showed here, especially throughout the middle game, even with just an interesting pick coming into that gold lane as well. And then you take a look here when it comes to the gold, 14K there on Eka Cutie.
Yeah, she was just all over the place. And honestly, when you have a hero like a Mia on the opposing side, it's just like the Layla, right? I mean, if you don't check them early enough, they're going to take off. I mean, 8-1 and 7. I mean, that's poetry in motion, and that's what you expect to see when you don't get the early ganks to be able to shut that down.
And I feel like that pick was enabled because we went with something as heavy duty like a Fredrin instead of an assassin pickup like well, the Hayabusa was off there, Joy was off there, but there's other assassin pickups that can get to that back line. Even there's a lot of fighters who can get to that back line and be able to shut you down. Without that, when you have something that is as immobile as a Fredrin, then it enables a lot of those picks that can just kind of stand there and rain down damage on you.
Yeah, and kind of how we mentioned, the draft is half the battle, and while the Fredrin works in theory, I definitely think there could have been some other options, right? That could have been a little bit easier to be able to pull this off. Maybe even, like we said, that Hilda to be slotted in to put some pressure on 4-1M. Shoot, even a Cutie on this this Mia could have been a possibility, but nonetheless, you know, that's for these teams to decide. We are looking at another great performance, though. War Angels, after falling short to Area 77, after almost winning that series, able to find their proper footing and able to turn things back around for another shot.
Yeah, not before taking that very close game. I think it was it this fight where they got very close. They were able to take down all the high grounds, and then like PTSD, seeing the game slip from their fingers again. It was turned around on War Angels there. Ratatouille's it was just the mage and Eka Cutie who get nailed down. Thankfully, this time I want to say 4-1M was back up about 7 seconds later, able to kind of match things up here. The second opportunity that they had, they were able to finally close it down. They were much more safer, and maybe that's something that needs to kind of be on their mind with as they move through these brackets. Be very safe. You got to be even safer as you're pushing into the enemy's core than the rest of the game, because that's where people are more desperate, that's where mistakes are made, and that's where games can turn around. Fortunately for War Angels, able to keep the momentum at their heels.
It's definitely something that should be studied, and speaking of studying, hopefully she's doing a little bit of her homework as she was watching this amazing series. Wait a second, we're bouncing on back to our amazing host Liz to figure out how she feels about the series so far.
I mean, never in my life would I think to see a Mia in the quarterfinals, but I'm not entirely surprised. I mean, even back in play in North America, you can sometimes even see a Mia in the Mythical Glory rank. So she is a staple, especially for the girlies out there. So definitely amazing performance. You saw that Mia clock in that MVP, and let's find out if she actually got the MVP for this series. It does seem like MVP will be Eka Cutie. What do you guys have to think about this?
I'd say definitely well deserved on the Mia. Was able to shred through, had the split boots and the Inspire behind all this, which was literally, like Private said, a glass cannon like the Layla, but with a machine bow to work in her favor.
Yeah, I feel bad for any rank matches in North America here coming up. They're going to be seeing that kind of thrown out there. But yeah, great job there. They made it work. Like I said, they saw the opportunity when the draft went in their position. When the Fredrin came out there, they saw, oh, there's a Fredrin. Let's show them why Fredrin is not picked as much. Let's show them where he's weak up against. And the Mia is one of those picks.
Yeah, and for the other side, for Out of Sync, they've really put in the efforts. You know, everyone's sitting there in that boot camp, but unfortunately, it does seem like War Angels were just a little bit more prepared with that Mia. And also, I don't know how I feel about the double marksman draft. It does seem like it's lacking a little bit of the front line, so we don't know if we're gonna continue seeing the Kimmy played in the mid lane.
Yeah, for me, it's been hit or miss. We've seen success with it today, but we've also seen times where it did not shine. We've seen it twice not shine and once work out really well. So we'll see as we progress through today's series just how well that kind of pairs up and if we can see it even more often.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy too, because I feel like our front line, the option was there to kind of have the front line, but it just did not work out in that way for Out of Sync. They had double front line. They had a Fredrin. They also had what was it? What was out the Fredrin and what else on the front line to kind of protect the Kimmy? They just weren't able to. Yeah, so there was enough there. It's just it wasn't enough to kind of keep the team at bay, and they were able to dive back far enough to kind of punish that Kimmy.
Yeah, and taking a recap at the bracket, we did see, unfortunately, Out of Sync knocked out after 3 games. First up, we saw Area 77 versus War Angels, where War Angels were dropped down to lower bracket. GG versus Out of Sync. Out of Sync dropped down. And between War Angels and Out of Sync, it does seem like War Angels came on top, and they will be moving forward into round 2. And then coming up next, we will have Area 77 versus GG to see which one will move straight to the lower bracket, to the lower finals, into the finals, and who will be dropped down to fight against War Angels, who seem to be on a pretty good momentum right now.
Yeah, right now it's been an interesting turn of events, but it was best of 1, and now we're jumping into a best of 3 for the semifinals and loser round 2 for whoever loses this series. So there's going to be a lot more on the line, a more chance to be able to get the things you get wrong right as they progress in this next series.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here. We talked about War Angels and their ability, especially when they faced Area 77. It took a small mistake that War Angels made that gave Area 77 the advantage to win. Otherwise, War Angels would have won. Here, same thing happened in the second and the lower bracket, but this time War Angels were able to reply back quicker and faster. Are they going to be able to maybe cover up that hole as these matches move on?
Yeah, and one thing I noticed is with these, with the female tournament, it does seem like the base is always hanging by a thread, and it just hangs on forever. So that's definitely something that all of the teams need to pay more attention to, how we track down that base with high efficiency and end that series, because it could be anyone's game after the 20-minute mark. So we'll have to find out which team comes on top, which team moves to the finals, as we take a short little break and be back in 5.
dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the MWI NA qualifiers for 2025, where one team will make it to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for the EWC and that $500,000 prize pool. It's a lot on the line, and already one team down. We're stepping straight into the semifinals. It almost seems like the quarterfinals are just 5 minutes ago, but looking strong are all these teams stepping in to the arena. And today at the cast is going to be me, joined by Private Dancer and Steph Weezy. Guys, welcome back. How are you guys feeling?
Hey, back at your service, and man, it's been a pleasure already getting through the quarterfinals and now stepping into the semifinals and also losers round 2 to be able to see who can move on forward to that grand finals position. It's been a blast, right? We can see the Kimmy come into action. It's been very effective, not in the last series, but overall it's definitely been doing a lot of damage. But you asked the question before we jumped into this, Liz, right before the break. The Kimmy Beatrix combination, is that something we're going to continue to see, or are we going to start seeing it slow down?
Well, I want to say that's something that's going to be answered here, especially because now, as we put it before, it's no longer a sprint. It is now the adjustment period. You're going to be able to have that one match, you lose, you win. There's going to be adjustments that can be made by the enemy. They're going to be able to kind of read, maybe get a reply out there, find the bans that they need to get, or those little things that they looked over for the first draft. So it's all going to be about adjustment and on the fly thinking. Are you going to be able to make that keep that fluidity in your team and your compositions?
Yeah, it's going to be some adjustments, but still it's very high stakes, and at the end of the day only one team will make it out. And looking back at the bracket, up next we will see Area 77 versus GAIMIN Gladiators in a best out of 3s, so more wiggle room, more ability to test out the draft, but only 3 games, so it's still a lot on the line. And then whoever loses in that round will be dropped down to lower bracket and verse against War Angels.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, right? If you see Area 77 push on forward, then, I mean, hey, they got a good chance on winning this all. But if you see them get knocked down to the lower bracket, they get a little bit of insurance still in my book, because they go up against War Angels, who they already found a victory on.
Yeah, this is the matchup I'm really been looking into. A lot of history behind both of these teams. Area 77 shocked us all last weekend when they were able to take on BTK almost to the line, almost bringing it to a full Game 7. Here, I expect that same intensity, that same amount of skill level, that same intelligence brought to the former champions.
I mean, Private Dancer talking about it as if we're already in the grand finals. Hold your boat there. Let's take a look at the rosters for all of these teams. For Area 77 Angels, we have Oriel on the XP lane, YQ on the jungle, Erica on the mid lane, Chinatsu on the roam, and Ying on the gold lane.
Yeah, and so far these ladies have been putting on a performance. They were able to find that victory up against War Angels in the quarterfinals, and it wasn't an easy battle, right? They almost lost the entire thing. With Erica, we talked about that Kimmy combination in the mid lane. It made the difference. She was able to take out majority of the members on that final push and hit a full 180 to earn this spot.
And if I am the opposing team, my focus is going to be on Erica. Erica, the executioner there, who was able to save the game for Area 77 Angels and be able to turn it around, give them the advantage that they needed to find themselves a victory, even earning herself an MVP. I want to make sure she's going to be shut down. She's not going to be able to get her Kimmy. So we're going to see how well that goes when they go into this next match.
Yeah, but they are going to be faced up against GAIMIN Gladiators, who were the champion of the MWI last year, and it's the same exact lineup. Hopefully this time Sayuri gets to make it, gets to actually go to the internationals if their team does make it. Jewel on the XP lane, Nicolette on the jungle, Sayuri in the mid lane, Ashley on roam, and Panda, the infamous Panda, on gold lane.
Yeah, previously under the name of Cloud9, but now under the name of GAIMIN Gladiators to take place, but still the same familiar faces minus the mid laner. Sayori, also a previous NACT caster. On top of that, man, we have a little bit of the NACT team joining the MWI battlefield, and I love to see it. But GAIMIN Gladiators, the story about these ladies, right? These queens slaying in the land of Dawn. They're definitely the veteran players that have the more experience and make the least amount of mistakes so far. But Area 77, if there's a team that can give them a run for their money, it's got to be them.
Yeah, we've talked about the history here. A lot of these ladies on GAIMIN Gladiators, a name in North America since before there even was a female division here, making their name through the the male side with NACT, Nicolette, Sayori, Ashley, Panda even. And this has been the interesting thing is all of these players have been so flexible. I've seen every single one of these players, I think with the exception of Sayori, I've seen in different roles. We talked about Nicolette, her player IQ. She's been, she's a jungler now. She used to be a roam. She used to be a mid laner as well. Panda used to play a jungle, and she was known for her Fanny ability as well. So just some high IQ players put together on this team.
Yeah, and Sayuri has been that godly mid laner, and she will continue to pull out that whatever she does on the mid lane, and it's going to be a lot that the enemy has to go up against. And let's find out which team will make it straight to the finals with the next series as casters take us into the draft.
That's right. As we prep for the draft, a couple things to kind of harp in on between these two amazing teams, right? GAIMIN Gladiators, very few mistakes with what we've seen from them today in their best of one. They really were able to kind of dial in and take down Out of Sync. Now, Out of Sync, I would say, was one of the least synergized teams so far. I think they're going to have a little bit of a harder time going up against a team that has a little bit more synergy and has been playing a little bit longer, which would be, on paper, Area 77. So that is something to have to watch out for. GG has been known for their early game pressure. They were able to kind of snowball in, find the early kills before the first hurdle. Area 77, they're going to have to watch out for that.
Yeah, I like that they're taking Lu Yi off of the table here. Very interesting. Must be a read on what we have in the mid lane coming from Area 77. You're absolutely hit the nail on the head for me. I feel like GAIMIN Gladiators made a lot less mistakes in their first round match than we saw from Area 77, who had to count on a turnaround on the back of Erica to be able to find that momentum. So here, they're going to need to be a lot more safer because you can't bank on that. I feel like GAIMIN Gladiators is just a lot more put together when it comes. They're a lot more collected. They know that once they get into that point of pushing onto the core, they need to iron in, they need to zero in and lock on it. And that's where a lot of teams make a lot of their mistakes here. So it's something that Area 77 cannot afford to do against this team.
Yeah, and speaking of things to do, Mathilda checked into the game still, available to be picked up from either side. I wonder if this will be a prio ban from either side. The Jushin as the final ban for the first phase for GAIMIN Gladiators, which means Mathilda technically still has a seat, but we've been seeing some counters on the way previously in NACT to work against it, which would be that Esmeralda. So do we see this picked up, the Mathilda and the Esme, in today's game?
Well, we have a lot of assassins out there. We just took Hilda off of the board as well. Jawhead's still an option as well, depending on what you pick up from the side of the prio for the Kimmy, but now you leave open possibly an assassin with the Jawhead. We've seen Gatakacha has been prioritized. I know what we're going to want. There goes the Hayabusa already. So are we going to match that up with the possibility of like the Jawhead to go ahead and capture with it? Or do we prioritize the Gatakacha? I feel like Gatakacha is the safer option. It's something that doesn't fall behind and is effective whether you're on your back foot or if you have the advantage.
I think the Gatakacha will be a good one. Farza, definitely something to grab. I wouldn't grab it here, though, just considering they have the Kimmy. So maybe the Gatot comes out here for the side of Area 77, but they're going to lock in their ADC instead. Picks up the Granger. Now, I don't know if this is premature, because there's still a lot of marksmen up for grabs to prio, and now you just allowed GG to pick up the Gatot in its place. So we have to see if this can pay its dividends.
Yeah, you allowed them to pick up the Gatot and possibly a Joy. So you've taken one of Joy's counters off of the board as well that's up in the top meta. I wonder if they're actually... They don't even need to pick up the Joy here, but I would, just because I know it's going to get... It's a possibility to be banned out. There it is. Immediately scooped up by GAIMIN Gladiators. A great call by them to pick up the Joy, pick up the counter as well. Hayabusa out on there. The Granger... I know he's taken some nerfs, and I know a lot of people still feel like he's still got that snowball in him. It's just, for me, are there better picks out there that don't need that huge amount of snowballing ability right now? I guess we'll find out from Area 77.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is interesting. The Mathilda did not get picked up, though. I felt like it could have swung to a Mathilda combination instead. Now, is it a possibility? Maybe. Maybe pair it up with the Bedang. You won't have that much protection for your Hayabusa, though, but I guess he's mobile. We'll have to see how this kind of plays out from both sides. But nonetheless, the Kimi, again, it's been picked up time and time again in MWI. And the Hayabusa, both of them have been like staple picks for the current meta.
Yeah, and it's because it has such flexibility here. The only thing that we're missing right now from the side of Area 77 is perhaps a little bit more of a tanky or some CC. I was going to say tanky front line, but you've got a lot of picks that can basically just dive behind your lines right now. They got a Kaja can get back there with the AOG. You've got Nicolette on this Joy that can dive back there and then start with the electrifying beats. You've got a lot of burst damage there. Ooh, the Esmeralda ban out there. I think we're looking at, we might be looking at a Matilda pickup here from the side of Area 77.
Yes, I think we both know what that looks like. Maybe the Mathilda. Hey, I mean, technically, what if GG stole the Mathilda from them right here, technically, and just put the Gatot in the XP lane? Man, that would be almost criminal. I mean, you could even, you could put the Kimmy in the gold lane, put the Joy in the mid lane, grab the Mathilda, and still have a room for... I'm just getting too creative for them. I don't want to give them any ideas, man. Just something I would probably think of, but we'll see how this kind of plays out. It could definitely work against them, banning out this Esmeralda. Now, the glue is still in play. You talked about somebody being super tanky in frontline composed for the side of Area 77 to kind of go aside this Bedang. We'll see if that's a possibility. Navaria making a debut today for MWI 2025. A little bit of range and CC in their favor.
It's interesting. It's an interesting pickup here, only because I feel like Navaria... she doesn't have the damage that she used to. She does give you a lot of vision. She's going to give you a lot of poke, but it takes a long time for her to scale where she used to be, where she was doing a ton of damage. I do feel like the later this game goes, the more it will favor Area 77 for that poke damage that you'll have. You've got a Granger on your team. You've got Erica on, you've got the Novaria on your team. So you've got a lot of potential. All you need to do, land that Death Sonata, land that, I believe it's the Astral Meteor onto somebody, and boom, you've got them down to like 25% and your team can dive in on them. It's just, you're really banking on them to kind of hit all of those skills. It'll be very interesting to see if we can match that up. Panda going to go ahead and scoop up this marksman as well.
All right, now the million-dollar question. They banned out the Esmeralda. Do they pull out this Mathilda here and possibly rotate this Bedang as an XP laner? We'll have to see. Definitely some answers on the board. The glue is still available, like we mentioned. It could be great, especially paired up against this Phoveus would be the direct counter to pair up against that. But they're going to go in for the Hylos instead. And okay, I get it. Mobility, Glorious Pathway, and definitely a great frontliner. But I feel like there's some other answers that could have been a little bit more effective.
I'm kind of wondering about where the Esmeralda pick came in, or what they were planning, or maybe something got countered out midway through this with the Phoveus coming on. It's very interesting, a very interesting ban out there. I don't hate this composition coming from Area 77 either. They do have a very strong double front line on their side. And they have a backline dive in the Hayabusa. It's just that there's more backline dive on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, and right now, as these ladies get ready to face off, we've officially stepped into the semifinals. Whoever wins here will be moving on to the grand finals to earn that first seat in this amazing best of 3. Like we said, there's definitely room to adjust as the series progresses, as we are now completely done with the best of 1s.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second round. It is GAIMIN Gladiators taking on Area 77 Angels in a best of 3. This first match going to set the tone.
That's right, and as the gates landed on open, history is waiting to be written between these two competitors. Now we're looking at, in the jungle, Nicolette rocking on this Joy, paired up against this Hayabusa. Both of them very good on getting to the back lines, have a lot of mobility, but I would say the Hayabusa a little bit better just because you have the quad shadow, and not to mention the Ouija shadow kill for the invulnerability, which gives them a little bit more of a chance on these retribution plays. But GAIMIN Gladiator, they've been a team that likes to be aggressive. They like to try and secure a couple of kills before this first neutral objective.
Yeah, I like the grouping here by Area 77. Immediately, 4 members go to help secure that Lethal Wanderer. It doesn't allow Ashley or Sayori any time to kind of get in there. Great vision coming out from GAIMIN Gladiators as well.
And this is what we're talking about. Very aggressive in the beginning, not trying to give any breathing room. They're looking for a mistake to happen from Area 77, so they have to stay on their P's and their Q's, especially when you're playing up against a jungler like Nicolette. Like we said, a previous winner of NACT playing alongside BTK, has the international experience in MWI alongside many of the members for GAIMIN Gladiators. So like I said, the more decorated team, but Area 77, a team that's been known to be here for the ages.
Ooh, I like the grouping here as well. Oriole is going to need to find an escape. GAIMIN Gladiators read that gank up at top very quickly, able to answer it, not allowing any breathing room as we're going to be moving on to this first turtle. And I say the first turtle is kind of where all of these games really kind of come to a peak, where especially when it comes to these early game fights.
Yeah, and the early game fights are what we're going to be keeping a close eye on, especially this first turtle, to be able to see who will take this.
Yeah, Jewel does take an entire shadow kill there, and a big flicker comes out, able to get out of harm's way. That's going to be one person and a spell that is not going to be available for this first fight. Ashley is not torn down yet. It's going to go ahead, front line this fight. Sayori and Nicolette on the backside looking for an opportunity. It does look like Area 77 a little hesitant to go ahead and start on this turtle just yet. They're going to be waiting for it to get very low, then they're going to try to come in with that Hayabusa. And that's kind of what you get with an assassin like Hayabusa. He can't really hang in the fight too long. Glorious Pathway is out. Oriole goes a little bit of a knock up. Chinatsu in trouble, is going to have to go all the way back to the back end of Area 77. YQ waiting for an angle as Ashley puts some damage onto Oriole and YQ. Both teams decide to back away from this turtle.
I'm watching YQ though. Why not just take your orange buff? I mean, she had plenty of time to take that, but instead, is still trying to wrap around for a possible pickoff.
Yeah, Ashley's going to take some damage. Revitalizes out there. Oriole looking for an escape. Gets rooted down by Sayori, and both teams putting on some damage, but just not able to find the momentum that makes them comfortable with taking this first turtle. Look at all this time that we've been spending up at the top. Both teams still kind of lingering, and not much kind of turned on the side to any of these side lanes just yet.
But this is interesting for me because, again, I'm questioning the junglers. Why not just take your buff? If you're going to dance around the turtle and your team has vision, just farm. At least have the advantage in the jungle. But they're still waiting, trying to see if somebody will engage. But at least I guess it worked on both sides' favor since neither jungler went in for those buffs instead and waited it out. But the turtle is still standing.
The turtle feeling a little heartbroken. Nobody wants to claim him. He's sitting there all alone by himself. Both teams, I mean, putting on a lot of pressure. There's a lot of respect being paid by both of these teams. Ooh, Sayori eats an entire shadow kill there from YQ. No worse for wear. Is going to have to recall home. That might be the advantage that Area 77 was looking for. Now going ahead, starting a quarter down. Jewel comes up from the side. Ashley from the bottom comes in, gets the taunt on to Oriole. Now with a little bit of a fist crack. YQ comes in, finds the turtle. Big pop-up, lands onto GAIMIN Gladiators, and they are not able to reply.
Wow, a very passive turtle still. Nobody falling in that engagement. Not even an Ouija shadow kill. Just a straight up quad shadow. Grand Theft Turtle for YQ to be able to take that in Area 77's favor. Still 0 on the board for both sides as we cross over that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, I want to say a little bit of a hesitation there. YQ used the shadow kill onto Sayori, forced the recall back. So you knew that YQ didn't have the shadow kill. So we should have immediately come in with the Avatar of the Guardian. I feel like we were just a little bit late to the draw up at top to stop that turtle push.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Impure Rage for Erica. We talked about this Navaria. It takes a little bit more time to kind of deal that damage you're looking for, but just playing more for the utility with the Astral Echo. Can apply that slow and also the Astral Ring to increase that hitbox. Could be effective for Area 77 on these engagement pushes.
Yeah, right now I feel like both teams are doing kind of a great job. I feel like the Turtle was kind of a 50-50 there. A great job by Area 77. They are looking for opportunities to kind of catch somebody out. Once they, even if they find somebody who goes to recall, Jewel actually in trouble here. Probably going to eat another shadow kill as well. Is going to flicker himself out there. Yin finds a kill onto Jewel. Now on the backside, Ashley in trouble. Has the Revitalize out, but able to find an escape. Speaking of which, Nicolette comes in. Oh, but that's a pretty hefty line to try to break into there. She decides against it. Ashley takes a little bit of that glorious pathway, and they actually might be in trouble here. A lot of damage going on to that mid tower. Finally, Tower able to take that minion down and stop the forward progress from Area 77.
Yeah, but Area 77 winning that trade, you put a kill into the hands of Ying 1 on this Granger. He just picked up, hold on now, just picked up the Sky Piercer for the lethality to be able to have the execution. But YQ was able to get that assist from that quad shadow. Now, Area 77, even though it's a slow battle, they're having a slight advantage.
Ooh, Chinatsu, look at the poke damage now already starting to come out to the point that Sayori, each time she gets hit with that Astral Meteor, it's chunked down to about 50% health. I feel like as we get a little bit later, we're going to have to see how some of these engagements are. Gaming Gladiators really having a bit of a problem getting the entire team on the same line here when it comes to some of these engagements. Maybe choosing out a target that they need to go with, as we have Ashley going into the side lane, big pop-up lands onto Chinatsu, Demonic Force onto the back line right now. Is going to be enough. YQ now joins the glorious pathway is out. You see a tower goes down off screen. Avatar the Guardian lands onto 3 members of Area 77. Jewel taken down by Yin 1 as well. Electrifying beats are out, and that is a kill for Area 77 and potentially able to secure themselves another turtle.
Oh, I was going to say maybe they find the trade in the mid lane, but a good rotation from Erica for the denial. Area 77 will be able to take this turtle. Now, it was a good push though. Jewel and Ashley combination, they tried to hold them off, but the two-woman stack not able to hit the mark they were looking for. Berserker's Fury picked up from Panda, now gonna have some crit on this Bruno.
Yeah, and I feel like Gaming Gladiators, I feel like Jewel is diving just a little too deep. When it comes to a lot of these engorged fights at the objective, you're wanting to land that CC first. You want to get somebody stuck down. You kind of want to stray away from chasing somebody who hasn't been slowed, who hasn't been CC'd, because you're pretty much at their mercy, because they're going to be able to run back, they're going to be able to kite you back into their territory. That's where Jewel went down, and that is all the advantage that Area 77 needed to be able to get themselves another turtle.
Malefic Roar picked up from Ying 1. I've been keeping a close eye on the ADC for Area 77 on this Granger. 2 kills in, highest kills on the board as well. YQ picking up the Malefic Roar. We'll have a little bit of that pin to top that off. Enchanted Talisman from Erica to be able to have a lot more mana and CDR as they get ready to engage up against GG. But right now, they're in control. Tier 1 turret for the top side and the bot side dropped for GG.
Yeah, and right now, I want to say that Erica doing a great job. Ooh, Avatar the Guardian comes out, catches the tank, and that turned around very quickly. Ashley in trouble, revitalizes out for Area 77. Erica finds a kill, but Jewel able to reply in kind, and Nicolette dives into the back line to find Yin 1. Oh, and just like that, Erica uses that Astral Meteor to find a pickoff, able to return the favor. Now 2 down for Gaming Gladiators, 2 down for Area 77.
And you wonder who wins that trade, but right now it's going to be Area 77. As take a look at the mid lane. YQ will be able to shut down that tier 1 turret, and now they have even more map advantage in their favor, even though it's a low kill game. Area 77 inching their way up the map piece by piece, turret by turret. Sky Piercer picked up by Sayori is going to be able to have that lethality work in her favor. As they get low to a certain percentage, we'll be able to get that execution off. But Ying 1 found her first death of this game, which is going to pump the brakes a little bit on that full push she's been having. Such a great game so far, as now we're seeing the Lord spawn in, and Area 77 already rotating around to get ready to press on in.
Yeah, I want to say, like, Erica doing such a great job matching up in mid lane. Last we saw the items, it was a 1k gold lead for Area 77's mid laner when it comes against Sayori on that Kimmy. So it seems like they've able to find the counter that they needed for the Kimmy, since that was one of the main pain points for their earlier matches here. Look at how far down Ashley is getting chunked. Those astral meteors. She's down to 25%. They know she's low. Oriole waiting for an opportunity. You're going to see that glorious pathway come out here very soon as the Lord gets down to about 25% health. You're going to see the engagement start. Avatar and the Guardian goes wide. They do catch one. Shinatsu in trouble here, getting rains down. Panda able to find the damage. Oriole comes in. He might be in trouble. Has to use that revitalize. Sayori cleaning up as GAIMIN Gladiators finds 2 kills for Area 77 and secure themselves the first Lord. Whew.
There it goes.
Just like that. Yeah, Jewel gets taken. This is, I want to say, people have forgotten the annoyingness of a Novaria on the enemy team.
I think Ying One got the kill though, right? On the Destinata play possibly, but has the Malefic gun to extend that range as well. But I want to kind of focus on Nicolette. Before that even started, pushed up on the top side to create the advantage for the minions to go toward that tier 2, then wrapped around, and GAIMIN Gladiators waited for her to be in position to engage, and they had the numbers, they had the map control, and it was just cool, calm, and collected to be able to take that objective. And there you have it, another Lord on their side. Even though they're down in kills, they're up on the momentum train. But on the bot side, YQ will get a separation play. We'll split up these minions as they are now on the defense.
Lord starting to crash in at mid here. We can see a little bit of a push down at the, or Lord is crashing up at top and a little bit of pressure at the mid, but Area 77 doing a great job. Look at the bottom tower there. YQ doing a great job. They do lose the momentum when it comes to the Lord, but even able to get towers of their own. That's a tier 2 for a Lord there. So able to kind of come back and pay a little bit of the reply to GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, definitely reply as well. As you are seeing right now, both sides under double digits in terms of kills, but past the 12-minute mark, which means this is a very tactical, strategic game plan. But right now, GAIMIN Gladiators, they've found their footing. They're able to maintain themselves in this matchup. But Area 77, like we said, they're a team that's been known since the beginning of MWI, right? Area 77 Angels, maybe not as highly decorated as GAIMIN Gladiators, but I would say the second place contender. And right now you're seeing them have a pretty equal footing. This is way different than the matchup between GAIMIN Gladiators and Out of Sync that we've seen in the quarterfinals.
Well, and I want to say Area 77 is just one of those teams that it brings meaning behind their name. There are people who care about that organization in North America, people who like to bring these very skilled people together. That's what gave BTK a run for their money last week. Here, right now, they're doing such a great job against GAIMIN Gladiators. They came with a plan. They're executing it well. It's just that last fight, I feel like things are starting to come online for GAIMIN Gladiators. The team is being a little bit more patient. They're not getting caught. They're not jumping in too deep when Nicolette is not in a position to help. They're waiting for her to clear the lane, get back to the fight, and once Nicolette is in position, then they go ahead with the engagement. So it's just, I feel like GAIMIN Gladiators starting to get synced up, and they're starting to look really good here.
Interesting on Oriole. Picks up the blade armor. We'll have to see how that kind of plays up against GAIMIN Gladiators composition. Right now, though, wave management in Area 77's favor. Lord is going to be spawning in, and the entire team stepping into the pit, and GAIMIN Gladiators trying to find an angle, possibly go in for the split push play, or do they take it straight to the Lord pit?
Ooh, Ashley sacrifices herself to get vision for her team to let them know what's going on. The enemy team, they're on the Lord. You need to make sure Sayori finds a kill onto YQ. That is a jungler down for Area 77. GAIMIN Gladiators are giving chase, trying to push Area 77 back. You can see Jewel holding them at bay. In the back line, Demonic Force goes. Jin finds the kill. 25% left on this Lord. Sayori finds a kill onto Orioles. Nicolette dives into the back line. Electrifying beats her out. Sayori finds a kill, and Yin is able to shut down Nicolette. 3 down for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. They pick up a Lord and answer back to Area 77 as well.
And take a tier 2 on the bot side, as Panda should be rotating down to that momentarily. Look at Erica, though. May go in for the denial. I don't really think that'll work out. Maybe Panda decides, okay, Panda will disengage, doesn't want to take that. Wise decision. I mean, look at YQ quickly getting over there with the quad shadow. But you are going to see the Lord on the top side. Overall won by GAIMIN Gladiators. An opportunity to push into the base for Area 77.
Yeah, we do have the Lord up at top. Minions are going to be a fairly good position for GAIMIN Gladiators. They're going to be able to sync up all of these waves if they want, potentially take down a tier 2 at the bottom as well. So they're in a great position to potentially have this only at the high grounds for Area 77. I do like that they were a little bit more patient this time. They waited. They're getting to those power spikes where they're able to answer back. Not just that, when they're replying back and forth, pretty much going toe-to-toe with Area 77, the objective is always on their mind. Even if they're getting that vision, even if they're pushing Area 77 back, if they're deep in those lines, they make sure to take down the Lord as well, and then they dive into the back line. It's just great focus coming from GAIMIN Gladiators when it comes to these objectives and knowing what they need to be able to win the long gone.
Yeah, and you're going to see the Blood Wings picked up from Erica. Some extra speed boost, some shield, some magic power to work in her favor to defend up against GAIMIN Gladiators on this push so far. Everybody getting fully stacked on items. Holy Crystal picked up there. You are seeing that Sky Pierce on that Kimmy like we mentioned to be able to watch out for. But look at Panda. I mean, Panda's at 11K. Highest gold. No, actually behind Ying 1, who actually is ahead. Has the Hunter Strike, also the Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, and the Blade of Despair. Man, that's an expensive kit, and definitely can deal a lot. Just picked up the Rose. He's got Rose Gold, dog.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here, too, is that GAIMIN Gladiators need to be very careful. They have the advantage, but it's just a few shots coming out from Yin 1 that can completely turn this game around. He is beefed up. He is ready to put on that damage. It's just a matter of time, and GAIMIN Gladiators need to be very aware of that. He needs to be like the first on their list. Ooh, Panda. Kind of leaning their way forward. We're going to see how well these marksmen match up against each other.
You know what, too? If we keep a close eye on Jewel, right? Has the Brave Smite, has a little bit of that regen when using those skills. But she has no way to get back to safety once she engages. So, I mean, you can pretty much count Jewel out as soon as she goes in. But she's a major distraction and deals a lot of damage when she is in the thick of the battlefield. But as soon as that happens, GAIMIN Gladiators, they have to make the choice to engage to be able to stay ahead of Area 77 as we are seeing the Lord spawn in and GG rotating down.
Ooh, Ashley gets a little bit of a taunt there. Gonna go ahead and creep round. You can see Oriel trying to protect the bush here. They're getting a great bit of vision and information. Their team, Ashley, is actually gonna have to back off a bit. Actually chunked down to about 25%. Jewel coming in onto Chinatsu, comes in with that demonic force.
Oh!
Big stun lands onto two members. Nicolette dives into the back line with electrifying beats, but YQ finds a double kill. Is that gonna be enough? Is that a triple there coming out? YQ saving the game for Area 77, coming in like a maniac. But Nicolette able to find a kill onto Ying 1. Oriel in trouble. Panda finishing the job there. YQ second guessing whether he wanted the marksman from GAIMIN Gladiators. He's going to decide to go back to base instead. Panda reads the map, knows that Hayabusa was in the bush, but is just seconds too late.
Man, a lot to break down right there, but Ashley, talk about a great AOG for that initiation. Steps back with low HP, hits the Revitalize, and then jumps back in for the setup, and now the Lord play.
Oh, and just like that, had the shadow kill up. Nicolette is in trouble, using the electrifying beats, gonna need to find themselves an escape. Has the Winter Crown up, gets hit with an Astral Meteor, still has the immortality. Are they still gonna go against it? Erica comes in, might be going a little too close here, looking for an opportunity. Erica in trouble, Nicolette forces her away. Astral Meteor just misses. YQ in trouble, gonna have to use those quad shadows to back up here. Both teams continue to find replies, continue to find answers, and this Lord just sitting here wondering what's going on. Is anybody going to come for me here right now? But both of these teams are looking for just the right type of advantage. But as I say that, GAIMIN Gladiators top lane just got pushed in. They lost their tier 2 tower. Now a taunt onto Chinatsu. In comes Oriel with the glorious pathway. Jewel taking a heck of a lot of damage, still has the immortality. AOG is out now. Fist crack comes out. Jewel pouncing down with that demonic force. Is it gonna be enough? They do turn around. Oriel in trouble here, gets taken down by Sayori. 54K to 53K, one down for the side of Area 77. If they want to go for the Lord, now is the opportunity. They just need to be careful, need to be patient, because they don't have anybody to check these bushes just yet, as Ashley finally coming back into play.
Both teams eyeing the objective, but who's ready to pull the trigger? Area 77 on a great defensive stance, but here comes GAIMIN Gladiators.
Woo! YQ comes in and gets a CC in her face for her efforts. And just like that, GAIMIN Gladiators snatch this Lord away. That is a retribution down for Area 77, and a very calm Nicolette able to scoop it up.
Yeah, able to get that Lord on their side, and now an opportunity to push into the base for Area 77. Such a close game. A slight mistake is all it takes for one side to take the advantage, and right now that will be GAIMIN Gladiators leading the way. I mean, let's just talk about that play with Nicolette throwing down with Erica on the bot side. Man, what a throwdown.
Yeah, and this is something that I've always said, like, Nicolette has that high IQ that she's needed to play. Maybe found her calling in the jungle lane. As we take a look at some of the 16K gold on Nicolette, that is insane.
That is insane. Highest gold out of everybody so far. Nicolette getting the job done. We've seen her as a mid laner. We've seen her in the jungle. She can do it all, and now a Lord through the mid lane in Area 77 with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, Lord crushing through mid. They do lose their high ground tower at top, looking to try to protect their mid. Another big two items come in. Avatar of the Guardian, Ashley slams down onto the enemy team. Demonic Force onto the back line, putting on the damage. Erica able to find a kill, but a pick-off, two pickoffs by GAIMIN Gladiators, now smashing into the core, and that will be game one going to GAIMIN Gladiators.
That's it. GG. Masterclass from the ladies. Clean, calculated, and completely dominant as they take game number one. Man, Private, I don't know about you, but I'm sweating over here. They are throwing down in the land of Dawn. This has to be the best match we've seen so far.
Oh yeah, and it was so back and forth. It's the way that they were able to answer and reply, and then the skills and the micro on display, especially coming out from Nicolette, being able to kind of find those 3 kills, then get herself out of harm's way, and then she was being chased down by the Navario, able to turn it around and potentially almost find the kill onto Erica. So a great outplay opportunity there. 5, 1, and 2 on Nicolette, but Sayori coming in clutch. That 6, 1, and 3. I want to say there was a point where she was 1K behind Ying 1 on that Granger, but able to finally kind of press forward and find the opportunities that she needed.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought battle for certain, and I wouldn't say it was one-sided, but you can definitely tell that things were leaning in the favor of GG the later that game went, just off the control from these neutral objectives working in their favor, and a couple of miscalculated plays from Area 77. So back to the drawing board they go. Like we mentioned, both these teams fighting it out in the semifinals to earn that first spot into the grand finals in this best of 3, and now GG has a potential for match point.
Yeah, for me, I feel like there were some great opportunities. I just feel like we weren't it didn't feel like we were really pressing the range that we had to try to get some of those pokes out there, to find those opportunities. There were some points that we were getting the pokes, but it was on Ashley, and Ashley was actually able to go back to base. She was actually able to get back up. I would have loved to see some of those pokes, and that also speaks well to Ashley's ability to know where these obvious spots are, cover for her team, to make sure that those Astral Meteors, to make sure that those Death Sonatas from the Granger were not a problem for them.
And I'll tell you what, man, I'm an XP lane main myself, and I gotta give credit to Jewel. Even though the deaths were definitely up there, she was doing great on being that distraction to bait out a lot of that utility in those engagements for GAIMIN Gladiators to be able to engage. And there's a lot of moments where things look like it would be in their favor, but out of nowhere they return things around in the blink of an eye, and that's what you get to see when you see these teams face off against each other. Every moment full of surprises.
Yeah, and I also want to put we can go for the whole team here. Like, Ashley did a great job that every single time those demonic forces came back while Jewel was in the back line, Ashley would come in with the Revitalize to kind of keep her teammate topped up, to make her last just a little bit longer on that back line, which kind of gave that survivability, which gave them the damage they needed. And I want to say the poke damage was just not enough, unfortunately, because we weren't able to start some of these fights. And here's that amazing last play with Nicolette.
Yeah, the winter crown. And then the sidestep right here. Man, both of them fighting it out. Look, she goes in. She wants a little bit more right there. Erica wants all the smoke. Nicholas, okay, I'll take her straight to you. Erica, quick 180. Decided, but hey, I mean, tit for tat, going back and forth, but what a throwdown.
Oh, and there's where it ended for the side of Area 77. YQ goes in against 4 members of Gaming Gladiators and unfortunately gets CC'd into a coma, and then they shut him down. Then that means you don't have a retribution for this Lord, and that was the final push for Gaming Gladiators.
The final push. They won the battle, but they have not won the war, as it's the best of 3 in the semifinals. So we'll see how Area 77 turns things around for game number 2. Now, take a couple look at things, right? With keys to victory. When it came to Gaming Gladiators, we said from the very beginning, they're a very aggressive team. Since the very beginning, they wanted to push, try and invade on the purple buff, try and get every objective. But Area 77, they were able to find a way to turn that around and match that aggression, and that's what you like to see, right? You don't want to play into the palm of the enemy. You want to apply that pressure right back to them. Like I said, this is probably the closest game we've seen so far today between all the teams that have fought it out, and we're just getting started. Like you said, best of 3. Match point in Gaming Gladiators' favor, but this time they'll be on the red side for the draft.
Oh man, I feel like Nicolette has turned it up as the jungler right now. I've seen her make very few mistakes. She's super comfortable on the Joy here. We've been seeing her able to answer back when her whole team almost gets wiped out. She's able to answer back as well, and it's a force to be reckoned with. I almost feel like that Joy just needs to be taken off the board. You just can't give something like that to Nicolette, who has shown how skilled she is on when it comes to these engagements.
Yeah, the Joy, it's starting to sneak up on people, right? I mean, I kind of feel like it's one of those forgotten heroes that can definitely deal a lot of damage. We've seen a lot of prio on the Hayabusa and the Joy being more of a secondary pickup instead. But maybe that Joy should be prioed and kind of studied a little bit more as we progress through today's series. But nonetheless, Mathilda now being banned actually was not banned in the last matchup between these two. A little bit of a surprise. There goes that Lu Yi target focus again from the side of GG.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that not only was Matilda not picked up, but Esmeralda was banned out as well. And I was almost kind of curious as to where the Esmeralda pick would have been an issue for them. Or maybe it's just the fact that, Chinatsu plays a great Esmeralda or something like that. I guess we'll see here. I do see Area 77, they're taking Granger off the board. I almost feel like you kind of like want to put Kimmy up a little bit higher on the prioritization list here than the Granger, unless that's what we're planning for one of our first picks.
Yeah, I think Kimmy will be the first pick, and I think that's why Area 77 is doing that. They're trying to force Gaming Gladiators' hand, but Kalia, they still have to think about the Kalia stepping into the zone, right? I mean, we haven't got to see it yet showcased in MWI, but it kind of stepped into the zone for the Cho, right? It's been more effective on getting those setups and dealing that damage with those slams in the water zone. So we'll see if the Kalia slips through the cracks on this one. The Kimmy, it's been picked up. It's like the MWI meta, man. It's Kimmy, right? It's all you see. It's the Kimmy and the Hayabusa showdown as for MWI 2025. Oh.
Yeah, and you mentioned it too. Kalea is still out there. Jawhead's still out there. We still have all of our assassins ready to be picked up. In the case of that, we could still go with fighters, but I want to say Prime right now has been the assassins and the big damage that can kind of come out from there. Interesting enough, still waiting for that last ban coming from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Wonder where they're going to go here. I feel like it wasn't an awful draft by Area 77. I just didn't like... There was a plan that came from Area 77. I just didn't like the plan, if that makes sense. I feel like the poke strategy... they kind of showcased why I'm not a huge fan of the poke strategies, because like they were aiming you're counting on the roam to be bad you know what I mean, not able to kind of cover those. You're trying to get lucky and get some of those hits. Then you're going to jump in once one of the squishier heroes, once Sayori gets low, once Panda gets low, you're looking to try to jump in on them instead of, I want to say, a more aggressive composition that's looking to try to get that initiation, that's looking to try to get that set, or even like the Jawhead throw, the Kalea ultimate there. We're going to go ahead, start things off with that Harith pickup on the side of Area 77.
Now, Mathilda's banned out, but there is still Esmeralda if you want to kind of take away from this Harith, but I wouldn't say that should be prio right now. The Kalea definitely for certain should be picked up, or the Jawhead. Like we said, both of them are on the table for either side to be able to take up here. Now the Harith Proud in the gold lane definitely has more of that dominant nature. The Joy, which we've been seeing being a great pickup, could be a possibility. There goes the Kalea and the Joy combination, man. They're just going at it. GG, playing no games.
Yeah, this is going to be very tricky for the side of Area 77. I feel like the early Harith, there's just a lot of things that can kind of come out there. The Jawhead you mentioned, Kalea can come out there and do the exact same thing that Jawhead can do, except I feel like, I don't even know if you could say Kalea has a little bit more survivability. She's got the ability to get health back. I just like that Jawhead, he can toss somebody back and then use the unstoppable force to kind of zoom away from the enemy, and nothing can stop him from doing that. Here, it's kind of the same thing here with the Kalea. They're going to be able to latch on. They're going to need some possible ways to protect this Harith, and when he throws down that Zaman force, and Nicolette back on Joy, to which she's pretty much about 100% success rate right now.
Yeah, the Joy and the Kalea combination, very up close and personal, a very aggressive combination from a very aggressive team. From Area 77, matching aggression with aggression, goes in for this Gatot and the Lucas combination. And then you pair that up with a hero like the Harith, who loves up close and personal heroes. So right now, I'm liking the draft from both sides. We got to see a little bit more range, though. That's really where I'm going to start kind of hinting on. Where's the range? Because now Area 77 needs possibly a Farza or somebody who can shoot from afar. Maybe we see the Navaria come back into play. We haven't really got to see too much Sicilian like we did in the past. Man, where's this magic Valir that we've been seeing in NACT, man? We haven't seen that at all in MWI. But there goes the carry, the Tank Shredder, picked up in the gold lane for GAIMIN Gladiator.
Yeah, that's an interesting pickup. Oh man, Lucas is a prime pickup that was kind of missed. I completely missed that it was still up because it's been banned so often. But man, if you want to talk about difficult heroes to put down, even at 10% health, the Lucas can dive into your back line, get the shielding he needs, get the damage reduction that he needs, get the kill on your back line, dive back out again. This is going to be hard-pressed for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. I do like the carry pickup, though, but I feel like when you're talking about going up against something like a Lucas, every single thing he does, if he looks at you, he CCs you in the wrong direction. It is just an overwhelming hero to face, especially with the amount of CC that is already out there on the side of Area 77. I'm very eager to see where we go with this jungle pick. Oh, unless that is the Lucas.
It should be. I believe that's going to be Lucas Jungle Gatot XP. No, it's Gatot Roam, and we'll see what they put in the XP lane. Looking at XP options, though, Glue is still available. The Fovea is still available. Both of them great answers. Something to deny, the Joy in the jungle could be a possible hill to pick up for even more harassment. But like I said, they need range. They need something to be able to extend that distance and probably have that utility for the slowdown. There goes the Farza. They're going to take that off the board. A little surprising for them to be the ones to take out the Farza, especially when you have a Gatot to be able to drop down and be that direct counter. So I'm wondering if they're going in for a different play style. Maybe they go in for the Eve here, possibly.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here too. I'm kind of wondering where we go when Lucas goes in for a lot of his abilities. The flash combo being the big one with a lot of CC on it. Is that where we're going to be using Kalea to kind of CC him down, so he's not going to be able to put on a lot of that? It's very interesting because, like I said, that flash combo is like the big part of the kit and the reason why Lucas is so hard to kill. You can't stop it. There's a lot of CC behind it. Carry carry pickup can do very well against the Harith. It can do very well against the Gatakacha. I just don't like it against the Lucas just because of what Lucas can just put a lot of CC, and carry needs to get pretty close to be able to deal out the damage she wants to do.
Yeah, this is an interesting draft, man, because Area 77, they're very frontline oriented. They could go support route, but I mean they're kind of sniffing that out for GG, taking out the Florian and the Mathilda as well. So I'm really curious to see which way this plays out. I think the carry's okay now, considering they have that tank shredder, because even if Area 77 picks up the Vexana, even with that Eternal Guardian, I mean, the carry is going to shred through that, which works out really well. But as long as they can keep their ADC alive, that's going to be the key moment for GAIMIN Gladiators. The later the game goes, the more threat it'll be. There goes the Phoveus, though. Phoveus is smart here. Now, normally, when you see a glue on the ban board, you say, okay, you're not picking up the Phoveus as a direct counter. But this time around, they want them to pick the glue, because that's another beefy boy that this carrier can shred through.
Yeah, the only problem is that when you have like when it's the split you're dealing with carries, it kind of makes the damage she deals out a little bit less effective. You're able to take down the minions. You're not actually affecting the main component of the glue. It's really interesting play there.
But Vexana, hold on, Vexana is still available, right? So technically they take the Vexana or the Faramis. But they're not even going to pick up the glue, so they're not even too worried about it. There goes the Valentina comboed with the Bedang. Okay, so we're looking at the Valentina. I wouldn't say the best ultimates to be able to grab. We'll see how that kind of plays out. But I guess when they're all up close and personal, you have the Shadow Strike. You're able to have the Terrify, a lot of crowd control to deny the aggressive pushes from GG, and then you pair that up with the Bedang, and we'll see what happens. But there goes the Selena! We finally get to see the Selena. It's been banned out majority of the games today, and now makes the debut.
Yeah, that's going to be, especially in the early game, it's a little easier to dodge, but once you get the Magic Talisman, once you get a lot of that cooldown on your side, you're just dodging, you're dodging those arrows left and right, and if she lands one, you're going to have a world of hurt. So this is going to be a very interesting lineup coming from both teams. Yeah, both teams fighting it out again for their second match of the semifinals to decide who may move on forward. This is match point for GAIMIN Gladiators after finding victory in the first game. Area 77 looking for the crawlback. Yeah, and they are definitely looking for an opportunity here. Area 77, like I said, last game wasn't a complete wipe out. They just needed to make a little bit of adjustments to how they engage, what they were looking for in some of those fights. But GAIMIN Gladiators coming on very strong. Nicholas has been all but unstoppable on the Joy, and now they have Kalea and a Selena to contend with. Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a major threat. When you see the Selena, you kind of want to focus on who is she going to lock down, right? You have the Abyssal Arrow to be able to go in and shut somebody down for a temporary stun before they jump into the neutral objective. So we'll have to see just how well the Selena fares off. Literally, as we get to mid and late game, the answer is she can shut down anybody. If they land those Abyssal Arrows, it's going to be a problem. But ladies and gentlemen, it is Area 77 fighting for their survival in the top bracket against GAIMIN Gladiators. That's right, the finish line is near, but the fire still burns as it's the semifinals, and these ladies are here to make a statement. Now, looking at the jungler matchup, right, we're looking at Nicolette again on this Joy. Been such a threat being able to harass the backline, not to mention we got to see that showcase against Erica on that Navaria. Now we get to possibly see it again on the Valentina. And Chinatsu gets taken down early. Ashley was very close to getting put down. Oriel from the other side is going to go ahead and force the flicker out from Sayori. Catches an Abyssal Arrow. Erica takes some damage, comes in, puts a couple more auto attacks, finds the Terrify, but just narrowly misses being able to put Sayori down. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I would have been a little greedy there, right? You have the minions. I would have stepped in and did a little bit more extra damage. But I respect the patience right there from Erica. Well, that's why they're up on the main stage and we're here casting. There's a lot of different things that come into play. That great patience definitely coming out from the side of Erica, deciding let's just stick with the safe one. It hurts. It hurts to see them walk away with that much health, but let's just let it happen, even though they are one up on the kills.
Yeah, and right now YQ picking up the Lucas. Request for a pause here for a little momentary break from Nicolette. So as we take a little moment for these teams to be able to gather their thoughts and fix some things going down, we can talk about what we've been seeing so far, right? GAIMIN Gladiators, super aggressive. Chinatsu stepping out of position and getting picked off super early. I don't know if they can afford to continue to do that, especially up against a team like GAIMIN Gladiators, who's known to take that additional step when you let them and start the snowball.
Well, and that's something that we were covering before. When it came to this matchup there, we have noticed a few more mistakes that kind of come out from Area 77, and it's things that they need to clean up. They're able to kind of reply back to enemies when they make that mistake and the enemies kind of pounce on them. They're able to reply back, but against a team like GAIMIN Gladiators, you need to be on your P's and Q's. You need to make sure that every aspect of your game is polished, whether it's some of the rotations you do, whether it's coming on to the objectives you're looking for, or diving in. We've seen where they dive in with the Hayabusa onto 4 members. They end up kind of getting CC'd down. It comes down to that discipline that is needed at this high a level. And the other thing to bring up too is that discipline when it comes to those final pushes, where I want to say the later games get for some of the more I want to say inexperienced teams can stop talking to each other. People get ironed down. They get kind of tunnel visioned, and they need to be even more aware of their surroundings to not have things turned around on them.
Yeah, we'll see if they have that, right? They have that grit the later this game goes, and there's definitely a lot of I would say comfort picks coming out in game number 2. We're starting to see Nicolette kind of focus more in on this Joy. You kind of made the statement about the Joy possibly being a ban instead of just allowing that to walk. That's how much of a threat Nicolette has been on it. And then allowing the Kalia to slip through the cracks, a little bit of a shocker for me from Area 77. And sometimes when I see that, I got to look at what they traded for, right? I mean, you pick up the Bedang, the Lucas, the Gatot, and the Harith. Maybe the Harith was the trade-off for that, but was it worth it?
Yeah, we're about to find out as the first turtle being started up by actually not by GAIMIN Gladiators, by Area 77. They're going to go ahead and scoop that up. No reply from GAIMIN Gladiators. They're going to go ahead and continue on to their orange buff. Area 77 looking to try to come in for the steal. Unfortunately, they are not able to find it. Oh, just narrowly misses a mine placed in there by Sayori.
I will say that is a lot faster of a turtle still than game number 1, man. I was if I had dreads, I would have pulled them all out. But nonetheless, yes, Area 77 finding the first neutral objective and a big slam.
Yeah, it comes in, but they do have some suppression out there as well. Avatar the Guardian slams down, does not catch anybody. Ashley in trouble, gets taken out by YQ. And this is what we were talking about. The danger of a Lucas on the team is just immeasurable. How much he can do with so little. Erica can have to use that flicker. Electrifying beats are out, and the Abyssal arrow goes wide. Sayori just missing that. Erica lives to fight another day.
Yeah, that was definitely make it or break it right there. If that arrow would have connected, it would have been a quick recall, or actually back to the lobby she goes, as she definitely would have been bursted down. Yeah, we got to keep a close eye on this Selena, but not to mention you have Erica on this Valentina. Technically can take the Abyssal arrows as well to use at her favor. So both sides having a little bit of that stun for these engagements. Right now, another low kill game. Both these teams very strategic and calculated on how they take these engagements, but a little mistake in the beginning, which kind of raised some eyebrows, was Chinatsu getting taken down on the aggressive footing. A little bit of an overextension was costly, and I'm expecting her to be a little less aggressive and more focused on looking for the setups that Area 77 can capitalize on.
Well, you bring up an interesting point. I'm kind of wondering what kind of ultimate is Erica kind of going for? I mean, you can get the transformation with the Selena, you can get electrifying beats, but when you get the electrifying beats, you don't get the same amount of protection that Nicolette would get on the Joy. You'll just get the magic powers. We start into another fight here. Big pop-up lands on the Area 77 grouping with the Avatar of the Guardian. Misses wide. Jewel in trouble is going to have to flicker out. Oh, a nice Abyssal Arrow lands onto Erica. Ashley goes up into the air, not able to find the target, but the entirety of GAIMIN Gladiators zoned out from another turtle, and that's going to be 2 for the side of Area 77.
And they're finding their trade-off.
1?
2. That was the second turtle for them. Yeah, no, a little misleading. Trying to trick us over here on the desk, man. I don't know what's going on. But yes, that second turtle of the game for Area 77. No response from GAIMIN Gladiators, even with a big whiff from Chinatsu on that AOG, not hitting the mark. And GAIMIN Gladiators not in position to make the most out of that mistake. And that will help them continue to kind of equalize this gold lead. Now both sides sitting right at that 13K mark. And China Talisman picked up from Erica. Is going to have some of that CDR to work in her favor, not to mention on the Impure Rage for the damage. And speaking of damage, both sides dishing it out in the jungle.
Yeah, and I want to say the first game was kind of the exact same way, though. GAIMIN Gladiators had a very slow start, took a lot of beatings in a few of the fights that they were having, but when it came to mid-game, when it came to some of those power spikes and the items that they needed, they turned those fights around very quickly. I think we might be looking at the same thing here. Slight advantage to Area 77. They just need to create a little bit more distance. They need to use this advantage that they have in the early game, be able to kind of get some towers down, make it to a point that GAIMIN Gladiators is not able to mount that comeback.
Yeah, not able to kind of find the comeback they were looking for. Very low kill game indeed. YQ able to find Nicolette, though. Top side, a lot of pressure. Erica may want to disengage.
Ooh, Chinatsu got caught with that Tsunami Slam, but able to use the Avatar of the Guardian defensively to get away. And I don't know that we're going to still have that ultimate up when it comes to this next turtle in about 15 seconds. So that's going to be 1 ultimate that is down. Actually, 2 ultimates down, as we do find another pop-up onto Ariel. And now going to go ahead, start our focus onto this turtle.
Yeah, 2 turtles so far from Area 77, and GAIMIN Gladiators yet to kind of put an objective on the map. Even losing a tier 1 turret on the top side, a total different game from match number 1. And maybe it's because Area 77 is playing from behind, and some teams are able to kind of operate better when they have that momentum not working in their favor. And Area 77 doing a great job for game 2.
Yeah, Chinatsu still hiding out in that pixel bush. They have to know that he was in there because they saw the turtle kind of travel towards him before. Ashley in a good position, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the entire team to get into position. We've seen this before. Nicolette clears top. The rest of the team just needs to be patient. Don't go in there. Jewel's got her hand on the trigger, waiting to go in. We need to wait for Nicolette to get the opportunity she needs. She's going to go back up the top now. They're going to go ahead and start a fight. The Lord's going to go, or the Turtle's going to go over to YQ, who catches an Abyssal arrow for her effort. They're going to go in for this fight, but a great disengage from GAIMIN Gladiators, and they make it worth it, potentially getting themselves a tier 2 top tower as well as the tier 1. Chinatsu goes in, takes a heap of damage. Oriole is right there with the fist crack to push them back. Abyssal arrow goes wide, and no team any worse for wear.
Smart move from Nicolette, goes to the top side, does not go in for the turtle. She realizes that her team is just not winning when it comes to these neutral objectives, but if she can find the trade-off, she can at least create the value for GAIMIN Gladiators to not have Area 77 climb too far ahead of them. So map control, I would say still in favor for Area 77, 2 turrets to 1, and also neutral objectives, 3 turtles now to none up against GG. But right now, we know it really starts to boil down to the turret prioritization, which makes the difference. Good arrow connecting onto Erica from Sayori and Morioli.
Yeah, just catching them right now. Ooh, Ashley catches one. Tsunami Slam goes into the back line. We do have an Avatar of the Guardian that slams down on the 3 members. Ariel gets taken down. YQ finds a kill onto Sayori, turning this around right now as Jewel falls as well. That is 2 down for GAIMIN Gladiators, 1 down for Area 77, and going to have to answer this top tower is YQ.
You know how much slamming is going down? And it's the land of slam right now. I mean, you have Erica who can take Ashley's skills and get the slams. You have the Katop for the slam as well. But speaking of that, another slam on the way, possibly.
Ooh, Yin 1 doing a great job dancing around them, is able to find the kill onto Ashley. Nicolette even tried to get into that, but was not able to find an angle to take down Yin 1. And they're going to need to find that answer because she's starting to find her rhythm here right now.
Yeah, man, Ashley falling faster and being removed like the last slice of pizza right there. Area 77 doing great on the defense. You're looking at the Lord now intact. They've been able to find all these neutral objectives. Nicolette not even going for it. She's going for the split push play instead and is allowing this Lord to go to Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing such a great job of finding these split push. The only problem here for me is now you're going to have to answer a Lord. We're looking at potentially losing our mid tower. Both of these teams have been doing such a great job of protecting that mid, but I'm wondering if they're going to be able to protect it here, because once we've talked about it until we're blue in the face, that once that mid tower goes down, it just opens up too much of your map, and your team now starts having to back off. They don't have as far to run. They have to stay further back to that tier 2 to be able to find an escape. So it's one of those things that you have to wonder about some of these payoffs.
Yeah, right now, I mean, we are at the 10-minute mark. I feel like they can defend pretty well against this Lord. It's really just a battle of who can hold on to this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. And it looks like Area 77 going for the punish.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and engage here. Jewel in trouble on the back line as YQ goes in with that damage coming out. And this is what we've been talking about. The Lucas is such a problem. Chinatsu coming onto the back, looking for a flank. Nicolette dives onto Oriel, who goes into the back. We do have the electrifying beats down, and even a fist crack not able to save her. Oriel goes down, but the pressure still mounting. Lord at the bottom is going to make mincemeat of that tier 2. More pressure at the mid-ground tier 2 as well. They try to answer from the side. CC and a tsunami slam goes on to Nicolette. Erica with the IMU finds the kill there as well. Only down to 2 high ground towers at the bottom and mid, and looking to take the damage to that tier 2 of the top. Now GAIMIN Gladiators on their back foot here, finding themselves in a little bit more of a precarious position than the last games that they played.
Yeah, it's definitely a head scratcher. I'm honestly a little shocked on how much Area 77 is dominating in game number 2. I mean, GAIMIN Gladiators, they haven't really found any neutral objectives. They traded for the turrets on the split push, but it hasn't really been giving them the value they were looking for. Maybe the later this goes, if they can hold off, Panda could be the heavy hitter.
Ooh, Sayori able to find Chinatsu. They take him down very quickly. YQ is backing up. Oriel down for the count as well. Erica and the rest of the team running for the hills, not wanting to get caught there. A little bit of a frighten does catch GAIMIN Gladiators. Minions pushing in at mid. It's just Ying 1 alone to try to defend this tower as GAIMIN Gladiators quickly tear it down.
Yeah, that has to be what it is. The later this game goes, the harder Panda will hit. And that's where GG is going to punish. They're just kind of trying to hold off as much as they can for Panda to get those core items to be able to deal that damage. And they're getting pretty close. I mean, we're getting to that 13-minute mark here momentarily. And I mean, you've already seen a little showcasing Panda picking up her first kill not too long ago. And I mean, when you talk about the gold laner she's going against, I mean, you're going against the Harith, right? I mean, typically the Harith's going to shine better in the early game and is a good counter for the carry. But the later it goes, the speedy light wheels, especially up against a Lucas, a Gatot, and a Badang, that's going to be a tank shredder.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem too. Even with a Zaman Force, ooh, we do have a nice little tsunami slam. Drags Chinatsu down to the back line. They are trying to put on the damage there, but they latch on the Panda. Chinatsu finds a kill onto Ashley. Panda is down as well. Ying 1 finds the kill there, finds another one onto Jewel, turning things around on GAIMIN Gladiators. Sayori thinks twice about entering this fight, and back at the base, Nicolette forced back as this next Lord going to Area 77.
Yeah, and Panda on the Purify. No flicker to be able to expand that distance. That's pure criminal right there. Area 77 gonna go ahead and take her down. And honestly, I mean, this is the price you pay when you don't have anybody rotating alongside you and you know you lack the mobility on this carry. They definitely need to have the Ashley on the Kalia. And Sayori, be closer when these engagements are going to pop off. And then also Nicolette, it may be time to stop going for the split push play and try and focus on protecting the ADC. I feel like Panda's going to be the only thing to be able to turn this around.
I feel like they're doing such a great job of baiting out his abilities. As soon as Ashley catches somebody with the Tsunami Slam, Chinatsu comes in with the Avatar of the Guardian. Once the Avatar of the Guardian comes down, it gives vision to Panda. Panda needs to use her dash to get away, needs to use her Purify to get back from that. And once she does that, once the Avatar of the Guardian slams down, the rest of the team just dives in on her as she has lost all ability to escape. Now minions crashing down at mid, Lord down at the bottom is going to go ahead. Tsunami Slam comes out onto the back end. Avatar of the Guardian follows up quickly. The rest of the team dives in. Chinatsu in trouble, down very low. Jewel gets taken out by Ying. YQ finds a kill onto Panda. Ying finds Ashley. Nicolette, they're answering back and forth, but Area 77 shows signs of life. They are still in this with a win on game 2.
Dang, Erica's hitting the forbidden jutsu over there, man. She has the hidden scroll. She's got everything down. Look, you can't be letting them know. Those are forbidden for a reason. But nonetheless, like phoenixes rising from the ashes, this series is alive again. Area 77 tying things up 1-1.
Yeah, and just back and forth. By Area 77 was just able, they had more answers, more replies when it came to it. They just baited out the Tsunami Slam. It was always immediately answered with an Avatar of the Guardian. And when the Avatar of the Guardian came down, it wasted out a lot of the abilities for the enemy team. And by that point, there was no escaping. They were able to close the distance. Area 77 here doing such a great job here. And YQ on the Lucas, pretty much showing us a clinic of why he needs to be banned.
Yeah, it was definitely a major threat. A beefy boy, and left unchecked. I would have thought some better positioning would have came into effect from Panda, but she was not able to find their proper footing, and that just shows you that anything's possible with a little bit of trial and error and some grit. A great game from Area 77 to be able to equalize this series. Now tied 1-1. Another shot to move on forward as both of these teams are fighting for the first seat into the grand finals, where the other will be falling down to the bottom bracket. Now, man, GG. Now on the back foot, needing to go back to the drawing board because majority of that game was in Area 77's favor.
Yeah, and not just that, but some of the picks kind of came out there too. I'm not sure. We talked about the positioning from Panda, but like when it comes to positioning, I feel like it's a little bit of a weakness when you're playing a carry. As a marksman, I feel like she's got probably one of the shortest ranges for a marksman, so she's going to get taken down. She's going to be the immediate target. You see here some of the 1v1 that was going in the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, but when it came to some of these team fights, their ability to find Panda and isolate her down was a huge benefit for the side of Area 77. You're going to see when it comes to a lot of these engagements, you had the Avatar of the Guardian come down, it would take out a Panda's ability to try to get away, and then they were able to turn it around. It was just a big clinic put on by Area 77.
Yeah, Cool, Calm, and Collective yet again striking in the land of dawn between the women's division, and a lot of fireworks lighting off in the sky, a lot of surprises on the way the series is playing out. I mean, you're talking about GAIMIN Gladiators, a team, former champions, but under the name of Cloud9 for MWI 2024, having a little bit of a harder time. As you've seen Area 77, another team, which we would say has a lot of homage, a lot of history when it comes to the North America scene, trying to take that spot as the #1.
Yeah, both teams putting it all into this. Area 77 always out here to impress us. A great game played there, a very calm, cool, and collected, and very crisp by them as well. I felt like the first game, they did the exact same thing. They crushed in the early game. They did very well, but slowly they started losing the advantage. Here, there was none of that. They had the beginning of the early game, and from then on, they just always had the advantage. They always knew where their targets were, always knew what they needed to do, and were very successful about it in the game too. And it's all on the back of GAIMIN Gladiators to find out what they need to adjust to move forward.
I will say it was a little, something felt odd, right? When it came to the neutral objectives in the early game, we didn't really see GG go in for the contest. It was kind of like they just gave it up for free, and Nicolette kind of roaming around, like maybe I'll take a turret here, maybe I'll go there, and then a lot of times not really amounting to anything. And I think maybe for game number 3, they go back to how they were competing in the first match, right? They were being very aggressive. They were making sure that they were all together for these neutral objectives. They weren't going for the turret trade-offs, and that could be the possibility for them to turn this around. Now, in theory, I understand why they did what they did, but yeah, Panda just wasn't really performing on that carry like they had hoped, and she didn't really have the protection to keep her from being pretty much ganged up on from the side of from the side of Area 77. She had the Purify, right? I mean, you don't have a flicker, so you got 3 members on you. That Purify is pretty much useless at that point. You need somebody to frontline and protect you to keep you alive, to be that late game damage dealer that you can rely on.
Yeah, I just feel like the game plan should have adjusted just minorly to where when we got the Tsunami Slam, Panda was not part of the fight. We just assumed that the Tsunami Slam, and when we put the burst damage on whoever that was, just assume we're not going to be able to kill them. Just assume it could keep Panda safe, keep her hidden. The problem is when the Tsunami Slam came out, it gave away Panda's position. Then the Avatar, the Guardian, came out, and that burned any type of escapes that Panda had. And then you have a Lucas now diving in the back, trying to get locked on to Panda. It was just it was a very well articulated plan coming out from Area 77 to burn out a lot of those abilities that just went. It was so many steps ahead when it came to the thinking of what they needed to do to be able to get down on Panda and make sure that she was not a part of a lot of those late game fights.
Now, I'm curious to see if things are going to kind of repeat themselves. The GAIMIN Gladiators on blue side, do they take out the Moskov yet again for the first phase of this draft? The Moskov, who we know could be such a great split pusher in Area 77, has been kind of shining overall. I mean, YQ is definitely, I would say, if there's an MVP from the last game, I would give it to YQ on the Lucas, and there goes the Lucas ban. So it looks like they're going to let go of the Moskov this time around and take out the Lucas.
Well, the only problem with the Moskov is I feel like it's one of the marksmen that you want to have if you're going to be picking up the Joy. And we've seen how well, I want to say, that Nicolette is on the Joy, but it's not the saving grace for the team. And maybe we can start flexing away from it. And they're not even going to be an option for them to flex away from it. They're going to have it taken off the board for them completely.
Yeah, no more Harith, and no more Kimmy in the mix. I wonder if we're going to see the Joy. Actually, no, the Joy's gone too. Dang it. Yeah, they're going for everything right now. They're taking out all possibilities. Kalia is still an option. Could go in that for GAIMIN Gladiators, but it just didn't really pay its dividends in the last match. So maybe we can see a different story possibly. Maybe GG picks up the Kalia to work in their favor. Time will tell. I mean, we keep harping on the Jawhead. Maybe we get to see a team sneak that out. We know how effective it can be so far. Or they can just go in for the Hayabusa. Like we said, it's been the MWI meta, right? It's either Kimmy or Hayabusa for both sides.
I was just about to mention Matilda is not banned out just yet. They're going to pick that up. Do we go for the possible Esmeralda pickup for the XP lane? It's possibly a little early for us to pick up. I say the safer pick for me right now would be the Gatakacha, so that when you get the Circling Eagle, potentially Gatakacha can go in, get the taunt on, and be able to kind of hold down Matilda after she finishes that ultimate.
It's a little tricky too because, I mean, either Fredrin, maybe the Phobius could come out for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, but then again, the glue is still a available option for Area 77, but you don't want to show it too early, right? You want the Phobius to come out and then counter the Phobius with the glue, or do you just pick up the glue right away and not even have them pick up that Phobius? But there we go, Hayabusa, like we said, it is the MWI special at its finest, paired up with that Kalia combination for Area 77.
So then I'm kind of wondering where we go from here on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Hayabusa is picked up. Oh, we do go with the Fredrin. Okay.
I had a feeling.
So then we have to kind of discuss. I'm kind of like Fredrin. He's not the prime pickup right now in this meta, but with a Matilda, I feel like he makes up for some of the holes that are a reason we don't pick up a Fredrin. The lack of mobility, the survivability, especially when he gets rained down on CC. So we have a few of those holes covered when it comes to that, when it comes to kind of holding that front line. And more than that, we've got the energy eruption. We're going to be able to get the taunt on the entire backside, and we've got the damage, the artillery that comes out from a Farja with that feathered airstrike.
Maybe the Moskov comes out here. Maybe picking the ADC is the wisest decision for Area 77. I mean, they can wait for the mid lane. If they do want to go mid lane, though, maybe pick up the Valentina, solidify a feathered airstrike of their own as a possible counter for GAIMIN Gladiators draft. Definitely some options. I mean, the Gatot, they could even go for that option to be able to drop down onto this Farza. But they're going to go in for the carry. Okay, so they take the carry away from GG.
Yeah, they take it away, but it's not, I don't even know, it's not even more to take it away. It's because of what it can do to try to shred down a Fredrin. The only problem is you have to be very careful at what point you're bringing in the carry, because then Nicolette can just turn around and just jump onto carry. Then you're getting the energy eruption. Yeah, you're putting damage onto him, but the rest of them, especially with a Farja on the team, like we said, if you're not able to get to that back line, if you're not going to be able to dive onto her, which we do kind of have with the Tsunami Slam, it's going to be a very interestingly played here. We're going to have to try. I don't know what type of protection we even have. You have the feathered airstrike. Potentially, you can use those guiding winds too, so you've got yourself a little bit of a mobile artillery on the battlefield. We'll see how that kind of works out.
Yeah, we'll see how it kind of fares off here. We are looking at the Moscow being banned out from the side of Area 77. There goes that Selena Prio from GAIMIN Gladiators as well. Now, there's still some heroes on the board that pair up good with that Mathilda. We talked about the Fredrin being one of them. They decided to pick that up. Now we're kind of keeping a close eye on this Phoveus. It may still be banned out from Area 77. They do have the counter. Maybe they go in for the glue as a response. Maybe GAIMIN Gladiator is okay with that. We'll have to see as they kind of go in for that final ban. But we also got to look at the Badang and the Gatot. Both of them have been a great pickup so far in MWI and available for the picking. So it's really picking their poison for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. What are they more worried about when it comes to this composition? Do they allow the glue to walk? Do they still pick up the Phoveus and let that lean into it? There goes the Phoveus, so that takes that off the chopping block for them, which means, I don't know, do you go the Badang here for the side of GG?
I don't know, but I know for the marksman lane, I feel like one of the heroes that Matilda really shines with is an Ixia. Because you can bring out that full barrage, you have the mobility that Ixia doesn't always have as well, and you give them the adjusting power. Not just that, but if you have the front line with a Fredrin in there, holding them down, you've got the feathered airstrike coming down, you have the full barrage, you're talking a lot of potential damage on the enemy team. And then you have to choose targets. Are you going to jump down onto the Ixia? Are you going to jump down on the Farza? Do we risk what Matilda can do to get these guys away from there?
Hilda's still walking too for GAIMIN Gladiators. If they pick up the Hilda, it's a great counter to this Hayabusa. You do have to watch out for the Kalia though, to be able to hit him with that Tsunami Slam. A lot of those water zone setups could be a little bit of a problem, but you have great mobility, you have great harassment, not to mention you have a Mathilda to be able to get you back to safety with the guiding winds on top of the HP that you already get from hiding in that bush. I don't think it's too far out of the ballpark. There goes that Badang that we were talking about comboing in. It is going to be GAIMIN Gladiators to be able to take this one off the board.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see where we go. I mean, I know I said Ixia, but there's just so many potential pickups with a Matilda out there as well. We also, the interesting thing here too is if Matilda goes in, she kind of leaves herself open a bit for some of that CC that can come out from a Kalea as well into a Tsunami Slam that can potentially put her even further back into enemy territory. Xborg picked up, and we haven't seen this very often, but I do like how it plays into the Fredrin. You're going to get your immense amount of stacks, be able to put that true damage down. With that and carry with the speedy light will, you're talking about a lot of potential damage that can go on to that front line Nicolette, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Do we use the Matilda as an engagement type of tool, or do we use it as an escape tool for Nicolette if they potentially get pulled on too closely there? Esmeralda picked up for GAIMIN Gladiators. This is the third time that we've seen this in North America, the professional scene here. It's just been one of those picks that have just slid up quite quickly.
It's definitely been rising to the occasion, though. It's been rising to radiance, if you ask some. But you're going to see the Bruno to go up against this carry. The Bruno, I feel like it used to be like the golden boy, right? It used to be the marksman everybody was trying to avoid. You pair that up with the Malefic Gun. We all know how the rest of that story goes. But a little bit of that nerf to the range to kind of stop that. He's definitely been hit hard when it comes to that, to not be a top dog in the gold lane. He does require being up close and personal, too. He doesn't have the most range So I will see Panda need to be a little bit more careful on that. Whoa, okay, we are really switching things up. The Xavier, final pick for Area 77.
Yeah, and I've even seen plays here where the Xavier doesn't pick up the boots. We go straight with cooldown. Suddenly, you're dodging dawning lights like every 12 seconds in the matchup. Very interesting pickup here for the side of Area 77. Even on GAIMIN Gladiators too with that Esmeralda, because I'm not sure who she counters on the other side, or maybe they were just afraid that they were going to be able to pick it up themselves. Oh no, they already had the X-Borg. So it's very interesting lineup for both of these ladies teams, but only one team will progress and be the champions of the upper bracket. The other team will be going to the lower bracket for a final chance at this tournament.
It's interesting to see the Xavier inside of the pro scene again. Now, I mean, technically he has the Mystic Field. If you kind of look at the Selena and the Abyssal Arrow stuns, maybe the Xavier's the same thing. You get the Mystic Field for the stuns to be able to shut down the neutral objectives. But that's for these two teams to write that story, as we are now jumping into the Land of Dawn for their final match to earn that seat into the grand finals. The other will drop down to the lower bracket. GAIMIN Gladiators up against Area 77 Angels.
Yeah, it's a very intense matchup here. My problem is, as we've talked before, Nicolette on her own is going to have issues when it comes to jungling and how fast that they can get on it. You can already see YQ already on the second minion there, while Nicolette's going to have to kind of travel there. Chinatsu biting off a lot there is going to drop Ashley down to about a quarter of her health.
Yeah, I need to be careful. Doesn't want to get picked off too early. We know GAIMIN Gladiators, they like to be aggressive, but sometimes that aggression leads to arrogance. Ashley on this Bethilda to be able to keep the team alive. Chinatsu, we got to see her fall super early previous match, and maybe this time around she'll be a little bit more passive, but look at the invasion play.
Who comes in? Did Nicolette get that? I can't even see if YQ has the purple buff, but a great job using
YQ
the guiding winds, already becoming a threat. Oh, so I mean, it didn't really pay off there, but they are able already in enemy territory. You can see Nicolette can go ahead and steal up a little bit of farm there. YQ turning her attention to that gold buff.
Yeah, need to be careful though, because they're definitely aggressive. Focusing mark picked up on Chinatsu. Gonna have that enhanced ally damage. Definitely gonna have to watch out for that. But right now, Ashley!
Oh, in trouble, gets out of the way from that shadow kill, but unfortunately for her, Erica was right there on the downside to be able to catch her before she was able to launch away. Great job and great communication from Area 77 and follow-up.
Yeah, that Mystic Field, like we said, it's kind of like the Selena Abyssal Arrow, but it's a AoE stun. So, and it has a bigger range that you have to watch out for. Turtle play on the way.
Yeah, Chinatsu in a little bit of trouble, gets already chunked down to half health. Jewel and Ashley on the backside looking for an opportunity there. We do burst that Faraga armor from Oriole there. Nicolette putting the damage onto the turtle. Great first little bit there. Jewel in trouble. Feathered airstrike rains down onto them. Q dives back into the line, but not able to find the opportunity. GAIMIN Gladiators pick up the first turtle.
Pick up the first turtle, but Area 77 getting that early kill from Erica onto Ashley. Is that a trade that worked in their favor? Time will tell. But GG, able to still apply some pressure. The last game, they didn't find the early objectives on these turtles. This time around, they're putting a lot more effort on it.
And they just need to be careful, though, because I want to say the reason for that is this is a very early-centric comp for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Area 77's composition really starts to shine in the mid and late game once Oriole has a bunch of the tankiness that they need, once Erica is able to lob out those dawning lights like nothing as well, and Yin will finally be able to kind of start using that speedy light wheel to chunk down the front line. It's just very curious. Ashley takes a full head-on shadow kill, no worse for wear.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the emblems, or not the emblems, look at the battle spells over there from GAIMIN Gladiators. Everybody rocking on the Purify, and I guess that's because they have the guiding winds to be able to go back to safety, so now they can negate some of the CC as well, to not really have to worry about, especially with Erica, who's going to have these crucial plays with these Mystic Fields.
Ooh, and just look like that, Sayori catches a little bit of damage onto Chinatsu there with the feathered airstrike, and able to kind of force them away. 31 seconds left on this turtle.
Yeah, right now, GG able to take the first turtle, now going to possibly go in for the second. We know Ashley's going to get better with the heals the later this goes. I'm going to keep a close eye on the, I would say, unorthodox combo from Area 77. Not just the Xavier pickup, which we've kind of seen a little bit internationally, but also on the X-Borg to combo with it. We'll have to see how that plays off. Not something you see every day. Haas Claws picked up from Panda. Ouija Shadow Kill.
Ooh, Nicolette does find a little bit of damage on the Chinatsu. Feathered Airstrike goes off, but they're not able to find a kill, and that is a Feathered Airstrike that is down as this first, or the next turtle comes up. Nicolette's going to go ahead and start on it as Jewel does the best she can to kind of zone out Erica and Ariel. On the top, you can see that Ying pressing on. Ooh, and Nicolette finds a very unanswered turtle. This is Shades. This is completely flipped from last game where GAIMIN Gladiators were finding themselves unable to get the turtles and unable to really answer.
And it just, I'm thinking that GAIMIN Gladiators is testing strategies. Feather Airstrike down the mid lane, followed by Dawning Light.
Ashley, and gonna go ahead and tank a lot of that damage. She's been really Tsunami Slam comes out. Ashley, no worse for wear, not really afraid of what can come out of there. The shielding that she gets is more than enough to cover for her escape. Chinatsu comes in, checks the wrong bush, gets a face full of Nicolette.
Yeah, Oriole is gonna pick up, I believe that was the Immortality to work in her favor. You know, X-Borg did get a buff though. The Fire Stakes have a way higher CDR now, so you'll be able to continuously regain your Faraga armor without having to worry about recalling back too often. Something to kind of keep a close eye on. Top side, a lot of pressure from GG. Not only taking these turtles, but now putting some pressure on the map and claiming a tier 1 turret.
Yeah, and they're doing a really great job of kind of getting these rotations around, getting the macro up. We're going to see as this bottom rotation is the side of Area 77. Are they just going to answer back immediately, or is GAIMIN Gladiators going to be able to kind of answer? Circling Eagle onto Erica does find Chinatsu on the other side. Nicolette being very patient is going to go ahead, throw some damage on, and then backs up. Now, pressure onto the bottom. YQ comes in with a shadow kill. Ashley surrounded by team members who crowd in around her to negate a lot of the damage from that shadow kill is very successful. Minion down at the bottom, putting a lot of damage out there. They are able to find, the tower is able to be saved there, but you do now have Jewel going back to base, which is going to leave the bottom tower wide open.
Yeah, wide open for the taking, but look at Nicolette. Not going to give it up without a fight. Should be able to clear out these minions. Sayori, need to be careful. Hit with a slam.
Yeah, hit with a slam. Sayori in trouble. Does get caught again. A great job there by Chinatsu, but Panda is on the loose, trying, is not able to cover the distance needed for that camo pull there from Area 77. Nicolette in the fray. Now going against Oriole, putting on the damage. They're trying to wear down. Already has the immortality on Oriole as well. So even if you burst down the Faraga armor and to get the kill there, you're going to have the immortality that you're dealing with and more Faraga armor. Nicolette slams down with the Appraiser's Wrath. In comes Chinatsu looking for another Tsunami Slam. Nicolette finds the kill out there. Feathered Airstrike raining down damage as Chinatsu goes down. Oriole going to have to use that ultimate defensively from them to escape. Another Circling Eagle goes, connects some damage onto Ying.
Yeah, on the bot side though, Ouija Shadow Kill may be on the way. Jewel in trouble. Panda able to take the tier 1 in the mid lane. Jewel makes it out to safety, but a very close call from YQ.
Yeah, and a great job there by GAIMIN Gladiators. A completely different game than we've seen from them. Just narrowly ahead here, just about 1k gold advantage for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, but they're doing a much better job of controlling a lot of these objectives, being able to zone out Area 77 in the early game. The problem is, I want to say, like, the reason for that is not just because they're disciplined, but because a lot of this early game advantage goes to GAIMIN Gladiators. Once the mid-game item spikes start coming in, once that late game comes in, it's going to be a completely different game that GAIMIN Gladiators needs to be prepared for.
Yeah, and yeah, off to a really good start compared to the last match where GG, they went for the turret plays instead of the neutral objectives, but this time around switching up their strategy entirely, and it's throwing Area 77 off their rhythm, right? They're not able to kind of keep up when GG goes in for the turtle plays instead of the split push on the sides, and looks like they found that needle in the haystack they were looking for. Area 77 now in the palm of their hands. Arioli on this X-Borg. We kind of said we'd keep a close eye on it. I haven't really seen it have a major impact. It has a great way of keeping GG at bay, but not really hitting with the damage.
Yeah, but I don't think his damage right now is what the Oriole wants. They just want to soak up, get him in there, get her in there, soak up some damage, maybe throw lead out some CC, and potentially get out that immortality. Then the rest of the team can try to come in and do some damage. Right now, the damage isn't really. He's got to need longevity in the fights to really get those stacks and really do the damage you want on an X-Borg.
Yeah, we got to see if that can hit the mark for Oriole, just playing for that utility role and baiting out that a lot of those ultimates. But right now, Praise is wrapped down. Another objective to the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, and little to no contest from Area 77.
Yeah. I want to say GAIMIN Gladiators are very lucky that Area 77 did not read that pop-up, because they popped the Lord pop-up caught 3 members of GAIMIN Gladiators, and I want to say Chinatsu was in a perfect position to come in and catch them again, which would have had a great opening for Area 77 to come in there. Great control here by GAIMIN Gladiators, giving Area 77 very little options. We do have another Feather Airstrike comes out. Erica comes in, answers back with a Dawning Light, not able to deter the mage of GAIMIN Gladiators, and now we have the Lord crashing through mid and minions at all sides.
Yeah, and a chance for GG to push into the base from Area 77. They have yet to really find a way to turn this around.
We do have a Tsunami Slam that does land out. Ashley is able to zone herself out with a Circling Eagle of her own. Chinatsu in trouble on the backside. Panda does find himself a kill. Nicolette finds one on the Chinatsu. Feathered Airstrike from Sayori to clear out the rest of Area 77 as Panda finds herself a tower. Lord, now at the mid, is taken down by Ying 1. And we still have a tier 2 tower at top where they're going to go ahead, force that out as they zone out the rest of Area 77.
Yeah, Area 77 left on the defense, trying to hold off GAIMIN Gladiators, so pushing on forward, but not able to stop them so far. They're being very aggressive, claiming everything they're going for. Feathered Airstrike, a little bit of that overkill to be able to take this orange buff.
Ooh, we have a Tsunami Slam out into the back line. Jewel in trouble. Waihu comes in for the kill, has themselves a shadow kill out there, finds themselves one, and forces GAIMIN Gladiators to turn around.
Yeah, able to possibly get a little bit of pushback there. Area 77 needing to lean more onto Ying 1 on this carry. It's kind of similar to the last game, but flip to the other side, right? Panda was on this carry, and we were waiting to see Panda step up to that pedestal and have that late game damage that the team could rely on. Now it's the same exact situation, but on the other side of the table for Area 77 as they are going in for the purple buff.
Ooh, another Circling Eagle goes out, does catch Chinatsu a bit. A great job, I want to say, by both teams. It's such a low kill game, and they get so much value for each kill, each pushback that they have here. As you can see, I mean, it's only 3-3, but GAIMIN Gladiators are basically knocking on Area 77's high ground tower doors.
Yeah, it's definitely a ticking time bomb if they're not careful. GG trying to go in for the kill. It's amazing that we're only at 6 kills overall across the board, tied 3-3. As we were past that 12-minute mark, you're looking at a 4,000 gold lead for the side of GG. And Panda, I mean, I got to see those items, how they're stacking up. Probably has a Malefic gun by now to be able to expand that distance with the damage. Maybe some crit, maybe a Berserker's Fury. I'm really curious to see how that plays out. But over there for the same side for Carry, we got to see how that how these items are looking as the Lord taken by Nicolette yet again for GG.
Yeah, without an answer, and Chinatsu actually puts herself in harm's way. He's going to use that slam to try to get away. And again, Area 77 in a rough position because they were not in a position to answer this Lord, to try to get to that back line. And I feel like this was the missing piece of picking up a Fredrin with the Matilda. Matilda was the missing piece, and it is what is making this so successful.
Yeah, it's definitely been a problem for the side of Area 77 to be able to keep the team alive, the additional shielding, to be able to get them back to safety with the guiding winds and the Circling Eagle for the engagement. It's not really too many heroes that can answer to that, and then they didn't go in for the Esme play to counter it. And speaking of counters, a push for the base. GG trying to take it.
feathered airstrike laying down, covering up the mid and bottom towers. As you can see, Panda doing Panda things on this. Bruno launching that damage out. Oriole in trouble. It still has the immortality. Both teams without a kill, but forced back as Area 77 reeling. Just one more high ground tower left.
Yeah, one more turret standing for the side of Area 77. Needing to be careful. GAIMIN Gladiators trying to close this out. I mean, like we said, this is match point for both sides. Whoever wins this game will earn the first seat into the grand finals. The other will be knocked down to the bottom bracket for another chance. And it's looking like it's in GAIMIN Gladiators' favor. In order for them to turn this around, they got to play a little bit more passive, wait for a mistake. They can't go for the isolation plays. I mean, if they do, they're going to get picked off. And the respawn timers close to that 15-minute mark are going to be very costly, right? It's going to take some time for them to be able to get back in the game. And right now, it's definitely keeping the ADC alive, right? A battle between Ying1 and Panda.
I feel like we really put a lot of eggs into the late game basket. We've talked about this before. A lot of players kind of get into that, oh, this is going to be really strong once that 7-minute hits, once that 9-minute hits. But GAIMIN Gladiators just made such usefulness out of the early game. 8 towers, 2 lords now. They got all of the turtles. Basically, every single objective that they could have gotten, they got. And Area 77 is so far behind that as these power spikes have hit, and they just have not been in a position. They're not even in a position to contest objectives. You see them all stacked up at the top. There's still 30 seconds left for them to kind of adjust, maybe even get a good position. Conceal play is out. Nicolette in trouble, still has the immortality, sees it, reads it, is able to get out of the way. Tsunami Slam is out. Nicolette in trouble, but that is a Fredrin Jewel onto the backside. Nicolette takes down Shinatsu. Oriole with the immortality proc gets taken down by Panda. 2 down for the side of Area 77 as they are running for the hills, trying to get away. And now they have 5 seconds for the Lord. The dust clears and 2 kills down are Area 77.
Yeah, no retribution for the next 14 seconds and falling short on the numbers. Another Lord for the taking for GAIMIN Gladiators, and not really any room to contest. Golden Stab picked up over there by Ying1 to be able to have some additional damage. And yeah, right now it's not really enough. Even when you have the late game carry, GG, just their micro plays, right? Being able to stick together, and the macro is overwhelming. When they have a massive advantage on the neutral objectives, you don't really see them falter. Area 77, this is going to be a hard defense to be able to hold them off. Is with this Lord pushing in and only 1 inhibitor standing, they're going to look to close this out.
Yeah, and GAIMIN Gladiators just did such a great job there. They latched on, they found a Tsunami Slam on the wrong target, on Nicolette. I feel like that's the worst target that you want to get that on, because then your entire team latches on, tries to put the damage down, and then you allow Nicolette the time that she needs to be able to get that Appraiser's Wrath, to get the health back, to last just that much longer, and then you're dealing with the GAIMIN Gladiators. Jewel was on the back lines from the immediate moment. Big feathered airstrike coming out as Shinatsu tries to slam down onto Sayori, but getting ganged up by Panda, who puts out the damage. Ashley finds the kill there. Now Ying1 in trouble, has to go back to base as they are looking for Raga armor has been bursted. Now onto the back line, Panda in trouble as you have the shadow kill come out, and just narrowly makes it out is YQ, but GAIMIN Gladiators live to fight another day. Not a successful push. They did get that last high ground tower, so Area 77 is going to be dealing with those super minions.
Yeah, minions still intact. Another chance for Area 77 to possibly turn this game back around in their favor. A decent time before this Lord spawns back in, and now everybody passing that, getting close to that 50k mark in terms of gold, are going to have full build. So this is really going to kind of separate the good from the great when it comes to the overall micro plays and macro movements to be able to determine who's a little bit more effective. Now, wave management is still in favor for GAIMIN Gladiators. Even with YQ on the Hayabusa, she's going to have trouble being able to get these split push plays, because GAIMIN Gladiators, they're always expecting the unexpected. They rock on that conceal, and they go in for the chase. So something they are going to have to watch out for as we're getting close to that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, not just that, but they have been through every single one of these last objectives. They have found themselves not in a position to contest. And I'm wondering, what is their in? Where do they go with? Because right now, Chinatsu finding that Tsunami Slam has not been an effective initiation for a lot of these fights, because the targets that Chinatsu has been finding basically turn it around on Area 77, whether they're getting taunted by Nicolette, whether they pick on Ashley, who's able to use the guiding winds to get out. If you pick up Jewel, you've got the Purify to contend with, and then your entire team is basically feeding Jewel the shields that she needs. So you need to find a Tsunami Slam on the right target, either Panda or Sayori. And I can tell you right now, GAIMIN Gladiators are making that very hard.
Ying 1 now picking up the Malefic Gun, extend the range. Could be something Area 77 can kind of root on when it comes to these 5v5 engagements. Here comes the Lord spawning in. Wave management still in favor for GAIMIN Gladiators. Look at the top side. Panda going to go ahead and try and focus in on clearing out these minions, but you are seeing a little bit of pushback from Oriole on the top side. As the Lord spawns in, though, Area 77 with the punish.
Yeah, Speedy Lightwheel is out, but Jewel still has that immortality. Ashley finds a kill onto Ying. That is going to be a big bit of damage down. Chinatsu running away from the backside as Panda starts laying into the Lord. That is one down for the side of Area 77, but the entire team decides to back up. Looking YQ, looking for an opportunity, looking to try to get in there. Hurries up, already uses the quad shadow. This is going to be a big Lord for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. Nicolette packs it up like a lunch as Chinatsu looking for an escape. Still has the immortality, but there are 4 members of GAIMIN Gladiators there to gobble her up.
Yeah, she's not getting out of that one. And now, Lord, in the mid lane, a red carpet being rolled out for GAIMIN Gladiators. A first seat to the grand finals is at stake, and they're looking for a potential to end out the series.
A little bit of a mistake. We don't clear out any of the other lanes here. There's only Chinatsu out, so we don't have the pressure of all lanes crashing in. They do go ahead, put the pressure onto Ariel with the immortality, and you can see the pause, the frustration there coming out from the side of Sayori there, tasting the victory at hand. But we are going to take ourselves a little bit of a pause here. But man, what a great turnaround here for GAIMIN Gladiators. Not only being successful, but completely isolating Area 77 away from almost every single objective.
Interesting. That is the most interesting pause I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm a little questionable, but yeah, GG. They pretty much have everything under control to be able to close this game out, and it looks like they're going to do exactly that here momentarily.
Yeah, and you see now we do have a little bit of a flicker coming out from Oriel, but Ying in a little bit of trouble. Nicolette has the immortality being proc Lord at the gate, down to 10%, still trying to rain damage, and the first team going to the grand finals will be GAIMIN Gladiators.
The Land of Dawn witnessing royalty in action. 3 games, 1 throne, a seat into the grand finals, and GG will go ahead and earn that today to move on forward. Take a little break for them as well, as we are going to be jumping down to that lower bracket. But nonetheless, some great execution, some flawless objectives, I would say, worked in their favor. A totally different match from game number 2, where they were going for the split push on the turrets. But this time, focusing on the turtles, focusing on the Lord at all costs is what was making the difference for them to push forward.
Yeah, and they just had a composition that really was able to deal with, especially the Kalea. The Kalea just did not have a target in sight that they were able to take. And every single target that the Kalea found and was able to pounce on, it just turned it around and was actually a benefit for GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, man, what a series. This is the closest, I would say, in terms of competition we've had so far. And we're still halfway through the day, right? We got a lot more matches to go on forward. But GG, able to earn that seat. The former contenders, the former champions from MWI 2024, but previously under the name of Cloud9, now going under the name of GAIMIN Gladiators. And to be able to do it yet again for another shot to go to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, that's what's at stake. But Area 77, they played great. Don't count them out just yet. Getting to see them go down to the bottom bracket, I'm sure they still got some things up their sleeves.
Yeah, and that's the thing here too, as we take a look at some of those stats there. Panda doing such a great job, did not die once, and that was because of that great front line put on by GAIMIN Gladiators. And a great spectacle. You hit the nail on the head when it comes to Area 77. Down, but not out just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, they still have another chance. It was interesting even all the way to the draft, right? Seeing the Xavier combination with the X-Borg. I get it. Sometimes you see these things internationally, and sometimes it pays off. But to me, it's too much of a double X factor to be able to play, especially when it's a shot at the grand finals. I just didn't really think it was the right move, and I just didn't really see it pay off the way they expected it to. So as they jump into the bottom side, they do still have a little bit of that momentum boost to have a chance at the finals, as they're going to go up against War Angels, the team that they were able to beat earlier today in the quarterfinals. And now maybe War Angels will have their shot at revenge. It was a bloodbath. It was a lot of back and forth between both these teams. GAIMIN Gladiators, though, it seems like they found their strategy to take down Area 77. That's just pure focus on the neutral objectives since the very beginning and early aggression.
Yeah, hats off to their understanding of the game and some of these picks as well. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of sweated seeing a Fredrin back out there. But paired up with the Matilda, it was a very strong pick there. The Matilda was able to use the Guiding Winds, was able to use the Flask of the Oasis to keep the Fredrin topped off, to keep the tankiness that they needed there, and keep Sayori to keep Panda safe. So it was just such a great job and a great composition here to go against them, to completely turn the tides of every single objective fight that we saw.
And it's a little tricky now, though, for Area 77, because they don't get really a major break, right? They now have to go up again in the lower bracket, so there's no stopping there. They can't just roll up the sleeves and relax. They got to be on their A game again for another best of 3 up against War Angels. So we'll have to see how those two kind of fare off. But man, Private, today's been full of surprises so far. One of the biggest ones for me was definitely the Xavier and the X-Borg combination. But before we jump into our next series to decide who's going to be moving on to the grand finals, we're going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。
grab your snacks, adjust your seats, because the action is about to explode again. As Private, we're getting one step closer each and every series to the grand finals. Now in the lower bracket to be able to see Area 77 up against War Angels fighting it out in a best of 3, a rematch from the quarterfinals halfway through today's show.
Yeah, you guys thought that was a quick break. Imagine if you are Area 77 who just suffered a loss and have to be right back out there to perform against War Angels, a team that they narrowly were able to turn things around against.
Yeah, you made a good point. They don't get really much breathing room. They got to jump straight back at it. War Angels, definitely, they should have been studying the last match to kind of maybe exploit and find a way to crack that armor for the side of Area 77 to get that bittersweet revenge from the quarterfinals. It is a best of 3, though. Best of 1s are a lot more daunting, right? It's very hard to come back. I mean, you only have one shot, and if you make one mistake, that's everything. But speaking of everything, Area 77, everybody keeping a close eye on them after their performance up against GAIMIN Gladiators, falling short, but very close at that 1-2 series. Now having another chance in the lower bracket, Oriole, YQ, Erica, Chinatsu, and Ying ready to throw it down.
Yeah, a great team matchup here. We saw just how well they did against against GAIMIN Gladiators when they were able to adjust. It just turns out that last match, the adjustment went to GAIMIN Gladiators, who were finally able to upend what they saw in the second game. Here, Area 77 seems to be on a roll, seems to have a little bit more momentum. The problem is, like we talked about, the first series they won against War Angels could have very much gone the opposite way if it weren't for Erica, who found the chutzpah, they call it, to be able to turn around what seemed like an utter defeat at the core.
Yeah, and then speaking of War Angels, their competitors who almost found that victory, but Erica able to find it at a last moment. Mao in the XP lane. You got 41M, Muji, Yujiro, and Ekacuti ready to take it the distance again in the Land of Dawn. One more shot at possible victory up against Area 77 Angels.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very intense game because we saw how well both of these teams did against each other in the first one. Now they're going to be able to adjust. It's a best of 3. They can read out, maybe make those little changes that they need to. Maybe War Angels are a little bit more confident when it comes. We have seen War Angels struggle when it comes to that final core push. Maybe they get a little bit lackadaisical. Maybe they stop talking because they think that the game is in hand. They need to tighten up if they want to be able to get one over on a team like Area 77.
And we're going to figure out just exactly how they've been preparing in the background for War Angels. We are now jumping into the draft for the lower bracket, a final chance at success to claim the seat into the grand finals. Now, this is Area 77 on the blue side and War Angels on the red. They ran the double marksman composition, right? Super early, the Beatrix and the Kimmy combination, which really worked in their favor, but almost costed them the game until Erica was able to turn things around. Do we see them going with this strat again up against War Angels, or do we maybe see the Kimmy banned here?
Yeah, I'm feeling like the Kimmy needs to be banned. I feel, as disappointing as it is to say, I feel like Erica's kind of been held down a bit. Once that Kimmy has been taken off the board, she has not been able to find that effectiveness that she needs in the mid lane with some of the picks that she's had. Even the Xavier was a little bit of an outside-the-box pickup for her, but definitely just not, it didn't feel as effective as we've seen her, especially in the first series here.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see if that plays out. Selena banned off the board for the side of War Angels. Has been, I would say, a little bit of a threat rising to the occasion on the NA scene. Maybe we'll see that pull out today as we progress through this series. But the Mathilda has definitely been a staple. It's definitely been a problem. The Kalia is still up for grabs. In any side can kind of pick that up. The Hayabusa, which we said has been the staple meta for MWI 2025. No Kimmy ban just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're still only one ban in it. The ladies are definitely taking their time with some of these bans. Ooh, this is the first time I think we've seen the Assassins banned out earlier. Usually they've left open all the Assassins. You'll have a Hayabusa out there, you'll have a Joy out there, the Suyu. Lucas has been one of those prime bans as well. I feel like Jawhead might have kind of, I've seen a few bans of him, but then I've seen him kind of just left open to where nobody really wants to pick him up. The aggressiveness of a Jawhead is really huge, especially when you play into it with an assassin as well.
You know, yeah, the Valier, I've been wanting to see that come back. It was great in NACT, but yeah, it kind of just disappeared as quick as it showed up. The Hayabusa, yeah, major threat. Kalia should be prioed possibly here. Maybe even the Jawhead could be an answer, but they're going to go in for that Lucas instead. I mean, the Lucas was a great answer. It went up against, what, a Kalia and such a strong force, and it was able to pull out that victory. And that was YQ, actually, who was the one to be able to do that. So it's just a direct target ban against Area 77.
Ooh, this is very rough, too, because we've taken out one of the assassins that leaves Joy open. Joy almost has to be picked up, because if you don't pick up Joy, then you're giving the Joy to the second pickup here, and you're giving a counter for Joy out there as well. Whether that's going to be a Gadakacha, whether it's the ferocity you get from like a Hilda pickup, it's very interesting. This is a completely different draft coming from Area 77 here.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't ban the Joy for War Angels, then I'm expecting Area 77 to pick that up, as they are going to go in for that Kalia instead. So we should be seeing the Kimmy or the Joy. Maybe the Kimmy. It could still, it could be a wise decision. I mean, it's been very effective today. But if not, I would say the Joy is probably the second best option.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the answer if the Kimmy is picked up. I do think that they might. I mean, we've talked about how strong Erica is in that in that mid lane with the Kimmy. She, like I said, she hasn't been as effective without the Kimmy. But are we giving Kimmy? Are we gonna take Kimmy and then offer up something that can get to that back line and can burst down Kimmy right away with it? But no, we're gonna go for the Joy first. And I'm expecting to see like a Gadakacha pickup here from the side of War Angels.
Gadakacha is definitely a wise decision. It's flexible. You can put it in the XP lane, put it in the roam position. There is no Badang to kind of combo with it like we've been seeing in the past. But it's still effective. Now, with this Joy, the Kimmy should be War Angel's option here. Maybe even going for something like a Suyo or a Farza could be a wise decision. Jushin, which hasn't really been prioed lately in MWI. It's available.
I was just about to say, I feel like she's just almost been forgotten about. We haven't seen a ban on her. We haven't seen her picked up here. I feel like there's a lot of heroes that can close in on her now, whether it's the Farza, the Gadakacha can go ahead and close the distance, and then you've got aggro that you need to deal with. She's just really kind of fallen out. I think she's at a point now where she was strong, but part of her strength was that mystery, that anonymity that she had, where she was new and people didn't know how to deal with. I think people have figured out how to deal with her, how to get to that back line and shut her down, and to the point where it's not as safe a pick as it used to be. Jawhead's making his first appearance on the main stage. He's been banned a lot here, and especially when it comes to pairing it with a Joy, that is just an immense amount of clear speed. So both side lanes need to be aware of that while they're going in at this, because that's going to mean that you're going to be getting ganked a little bit earlier than you're used to.
I think that's credit to us not seeing the Badang because it was banned out, so now the Jawhead walks. There goes the Kimmy combination over there. No surprise from Area 77 to finish off the first half of the draft for them. And now War Angels has a decision. Do they go in for the Farza to be able to have that range and that artillery to go up against Area 77? Do they go in for the Jushin instead? Like you mentioned, hasn't really been prioed, but has been effective in the pro scene for a while. But instead, they're going to go into a different lane entirely. You're going to go ahead and pick up this glue while he's still up for the taking. But is this the right decision?
I'm almost questioning, now that I'm reading into the Jawhead being in there, what you want from your team as a Jawhead is you want that burst potential. You want them to be able to blam, as soon as you use that ejector, they're able to slam down on them with so much damage. My problem is Erica on the Kimmy, the Joy here, they take time. Erica's gonna need to get those stacks. As soon as she starts hitting, it's like, all right, boom, now I'm doing damage. That's a long time to be kind of wasting on a hero that can get thrown back and eventually flicker out of it. So there's going to need to be a decent amount of damage that's already put on there. I know the Jawhead does do its own damage, especially in the early game. It's just that's a huge factor, is because the missiles that it does actually able to take a hero down very well. The glue, it's been another pick that has been really prioritized by War Angels. Mao really feels comfortable on that glue. It's hard to argue against because she's been successful with it, but I don't even know. Like, I mean, you're able to get, we've seen, I don't even know. Maybe I'm kind of thinking of it wrong, because in the early game, I've seen Mao struggle on the glue, but as we get into mid and late games, as the dives start coming in, Mao has just made her presence known. She immediately dives onto the backside. The team's not, suddenly the team's not able to follow up on those fights, and somebody who dove into the back line, who was expecting backup, is being held back because Mao is dancing all over the field on the back line.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's gonna be interesting because the Phobius was available, and instead they go in for the glue. So it's maybe to kind of like check that Phobius for not even being able to come out. There goes the Farza ban. No, I was wondering if they're gonna let that slip through the cracks, and it's not gonna be walking today. I think a Moskov maybe walking out here for the side of War Angels, but they're going to pick up the Vexana as their mid laner. A little bit of that protection. I mean, you do have this Jawhead going in with that lethal ejector. You have the Joy trying to close the distance, not to mention the Kimmy. But like we said, it's fuel for that Kimmy to be able to get that energy to kind of push back to the back line.
Ooh, we pick up the Vexana, which is a very interesting pick here, just because I don't know. I feel like that's going to be just easy pickings for the Jawhead. You're going to have to be very quick with your abilities to be able to stop Jawhead. I mean, their potential is there if you read out that unstoppable force very well and maybe bait that out of him. You can stun him when he's in the back lines and be able to shut him down. It's going to be a very tough read, and it's going to take some very precise micro coming out. And a Carmilla. I can't even count the last time I've seen a Carmilla in the pro scene here in North America.
We've seen it in NACT, at least on the day that I was casting in the opener. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's effective, right? You can kind of chain them together with the Curse of Blood, possibly get some additional damage to everybody that's around from the enemy side. But it definitely takes a specific team to be able to pull that off, and you have to be very aggressive. And Area 77, I mean, they've learned how to be aggressive. I feel like they've been scaling since we've seen their match up against GAIMIN Gladiators. So War Angel playing a little bit more in the backseat. We got to see if they're still warmed up. It's been a little while since we got to see them fight it out a lot earlier today. So final pick on the board has to be a marksman. The Moskov was taken away from them, so they're not able to use that against them. What do we see here? I mean, even the Irithel's gone. So the Harith will be the final decider for the side of War Angels to finalize the draft for both sides.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe get a pick that kind of shines well into that split pushing ability, because Moskov is going to be a menace for the side of War Angels, especially in that mid to late game where she's going to be able to kind of pop off, stay on the side lanes, get in very closely. But here's the final lineups for the matchup.
That's right, Area 77 and War Angels ready to go up head-to-head yet again. The last time we've seen these two teams face off was in the quarterfinals, where Area 77 was able to find victory 1-0 up against War Angels, but it was a very close call. It was almost War Angels' game until Erica, with this Kimmy, was able to pretty much burst down the entire team and turn things around with a quick 180. And now getting to see Erica with this Kimmy again. Did War Angels learn from the mistake? Will they be able to close out the game when they have the late advantage? Or will Area 77 push on forward in our best of three?
Yeah, my question right now is for War Angels, where do we set up this Avatar of the Guardian? Where are we coming in with it as we go into the first game of the bottom bracket? Both of these teams looking for their survival in this invitational to meet, for the honor of meeting GAIMIN Gladiators in the grand finals.
That's right. The moment is now, and the stage is theirs. Let the fight for glory begin between Area 77 and War Angels. Now, looking at the jungle matchups, right? We are looking at YQ on this Joy. We got to see a little bit of that Lucas action. It was very effective, and it was target banned by War Angels jumping into this game. And look at Erica already putting on that pressure with this Kimmy.
Yeah, this one thing that has really surprised me during this meta is how effective a Kimmy can be in that mid lane, and especially with, oh, you see the root there, and look at all the damage already. Muji's gonna have to back up, getting slowed there, already down to half health.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting for Chinatsu with these lethal ejector plays for the setups. Definitely need to be careful. On the bot side, though, Carmilla is faring off in the XP lane, since Chinatsu will be running this Jawhead as the roamer.
Oh yeah, that is something that maybe I didn't even notice. I'm like, I pretty much assumed she was going to be in the roam. That's a very interesting thing there, because she's going to be able to feed very well off of the minions of Glue with some of her abilities as well. It's just and you're going to have the combination of that with a lot of this damage that can kind of come out when she uses that Curse of Blood. That's why I'm wondering what happens. Ejector comes out, then we use the Avatar of the Guardian to slam down, and then the team uses the Curse of Blood. So I feel like this is going to be very hard for War Angels to really kind of synergize with their team without getting caught up by the Curse of Blood.
Yeah, we got a double concussive blast combination between Oriole and Chinatsu to have that HP-based AoE damage to work in their favor. Turtle down, spawning in Area 77, wasting no time to try and take this objective, and War Angels not really in position to contest. I mean, look at 4-1M's positioning, just going straight in for the red buff. May go in for the turret push, but I don't even think they're going to get the trade.
Yeah, not even close. And this is what I was talking about, was how quick YQ is going to be able to get around the map, especially with something like Chinatsu, who's going to be able to do a ton of damage there. Yujiro does get caught out in that bush. Erica tries to find the root, misses wide. Muji comes in to get that last bit of gold.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this plays out, because they have Moskov for Area 77. Great split push capability, great damage on top of that, and if you're getting these neutral objectives, it's going to make it even quicker to hit those power spikes to get that Holy Core Trinity to work in their favor.
I was going to say, I feel like Yojiro's being just a little bit too confident out there. Like, Muji's down to level 3, doesn't even have level 4, and Yojiro was taking her farm from mid. So it's kind of like, hey bro, can I get something here? You know, maybe I would like my ultimates, even though the turtle's already spawned. So I mean, you gotta keep track of those little things that can kind of cost you, especially when you're playing on a mage that doesn't really have any ingrown escapes when you against the team with such backline dive.
Okay, and War Angels not able to find a trade. They do lose that turtle with no value to respond back on. Bot side, you are looking at Oriole rotating a lot faster than the Glue, leaving her alone down on the bot side to be able to clear those minions. And there we go, lethal ejector on the way. Yujiro.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble. Does have to use that ability and that spell as YQ dives into the back line. Does find Muji with the electrifying beats, and that's going to be a first blood for Area 77.
I'm kind of laughing because they put the cam on Muji after Muji died, and she still has her phone up. And I'm like, look, I know you're sitting watching that timer. There's nothing to click. You just gotta wait like we are. But nonetheless, first blood for Area 77. That does go into the hands of YQ, the jungler.
Yeah, and Yojiro's going to go, it's a thought again about checking that bush. Knows that Shinatsu's in there. Does find himself on the wrong side of an ejector. Gets caught up with some more CC. Zaman Force laid down on the ground. Mao comes in with the split. Oriole on the side coming in looking for the flank, but look how far down Yujiro is. YQ dives into the back line, finds the electrifying beats, is not... Eka Cutie very low there as Yin goes ahead using the flicker to get back a nice spear there, followed by the Curse of Blood, catches 3. Oriole finds a kill onto Yujiro. Oriole in trouble, is going to have to use that Revitalize to find and escape. Chinatsu on the back end trying to hold Mao at bay. All the while, YQ finding some great damage onto this turtle, very calmly able to find this objective.
Okay, and Area 77 not going to bite on more than they can chew. They get the kill, they push back to the turtle, and they continue to maintain that pressure to be able to take that objective at little to no problem. Cool, calm, collective, and strategic from the side of Area 77 as they step into game number 1 of the lower bracket. War Angels yet to find their value. They even lose a tier 1 turret on the top side.
That's the crazy thing, is not only do they lose the turtle, but they also lose pressure up at the top. And a great Curse of Blood from Oriole. I usually scoff when I see a Carmilla on teams because it's so hard sometimes to be able to use her correctly. But here you've got such a ton of burst damage. Not just that, but like the amount of damage, the potential for 1M gets bursted down under the tower. And that is the problem with a Suyu versus a Joy right now.
Yeah, very tough situation. 3 kills unanswered, a turret, and the turtle to work in Area 77's favor. And like I said, they're rocking on this Moskov, picking up that golden staff, corrosion scythe, maybe a DHS. should be the game plan as we progress through this match, and we'll be able to allow Ying1 to pick up even faster. There goes the golden staff, already 1/3 of the way there at that 6-minute mark.
Yeah, that's crazy fast. Got the golden staff already. And now putting on the pressure, going to go ahead and try to pick up this orange buff from the side of War Angels. And it does, oh, it looks like accidentally Chinatsu got the last hit on that. It's not really too much, though. You have a Jawhead, does do a decent amount of damage. But now forcing their way through the mid row.
Yeah, going to force their way into that tier 1 turret. A major advantage for Area 77. I always say that's the most important objective for the first half of the match before that 10-minute mark. And with that for the taking, they should be able to invade and get some additional resources from War Angels.
Oh, wow, 4-1-M. I gotta wonder about the communication. Down here alone, it gets taken out. Ying goes ahead, baits out some of the abilities, and then the rest of the team is there for the flank. And where's the rest of the team? They're up at the top, not really doing much, but trying to take down these minions. How many members does it take to defend your tower?
They were trying to face off against YQ, but the mobility on this Joy is too much of a threat. Now the bot side.
Yeah, Mau in trouble here. Is going to get taken down. Big pop-up lands there. Erica finds the kill, and Yin finds the tower. Big pickup for Area 77 as War Angels are looking to be shut out at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, they're scaling. I feel like their match against GAIMIN Gladiators has helped them step to a new level, and War Angels is having a hard time keeping up with that pace. It's definitely a different match than what we've seen when these two teams faced off in the quarterfinals. War Angels was the ones that were in the advantage. They were the ones that were supposed to win that game, but then a quick turnaround from Area 77 last minute was the deciding factor. But this time, Area 77's in control.
Ooh. Catches 2 members there. Erica finds a kill, a double, a triple onto the War Angels, and Yojiro and 4-1-M, the duo here to tell the story to their friends as a great and dominant performance. We were talking about Erica, that they need to find an answer for her, especially on this Kimmy.
Kimmy's getting a new nickname today. I guess it's going to be Erica going forward every time you see it, right? But 4-0-1. I mean, if they keep up this pace, it's no secret who the MVP will be. War Angels left on the defense in their base.
8 minutes and a 10K gold lead for Area 77, and they don't look to be letting up. Mau dives in there. Big stun onto Yojiro. They do find a kill onto Chinatsu, so they're on the board. But Erica answers back onto Mau, putting the damage on, and the rest of War Angels have to answer the tower up at top that they lose immediately.
Demon Hunter Sword picked up from Ying1 as well, getting close to that Holy Core Trinity. Should have the Corrosion Sights, if I'm not mistaken, possibly a Rose Gold after that. But like we said, 9-minute mark, not even at the halfway point, and to be able to have these items is going to make Ying1 even more effective as we progress through the series. And then we take a look at Erica, right? The Glowing Wand, Feather Heaven, and the Sky Piercer to top that off.
Yeah, and right now, Erica's at 7K gold, and Muji is at 3K. That is insane how well that Erica is scaling right now. We talked about that 10K. It's starting to expand almost to an 11K gold lead. War Angels are in a bad way. They cannot contest objectives here. They're looking for a little bit of an opportunity. You see that they tried to try to find a surprise onto Ying, but not able to make something happen. Not just that, but even if this was an even game, you were going to have trouble dancing around a Moskov who can get into that side. Like, they don't have anybody on the side of War Angels that can even contend with Moskov in the side lane to be able to try to catch him.
Yeah, if we're not careful, we may see a backdoor play. It's always the sweet moments when you see the backdoor even grab the casters by surprise, and it could be a possibility from that for Ying1, just how far she's farmed ahead of the side of War Angels than Erica. I mean, 5-0-1, just dominating so far in a stylish fashion. Highest kills in the game. You're looking at about a 11K gold lead now for Area 77. 9 kills to 1, mind you. Not losing a single turret, and a Lord on the bot side with minions synced up.
Yeah, minions are synced up. There's a lot of spread priorities here for War Angels. Do they answer the minions? Do they answer the Lord? You can see that 4-1-M is up at the top now. Yojiro in trouble, not even able to get the ultimate out. Muji does find a kill onto Oriel, and Lord meeting at the bottom. But look at the pressure. YQ finds a kill. Ying finds another. That's half health on the core, and a very dominating performance for Area 77.
Area 77 strikes first. One game down, and they've sent a clear message. This is their territory, as War Angels now back to the drawing board to plan again for possibility to tie up this series. A best of 3 and a possibility for match point for the Angels.
A well-played game for Area 77, obviously doing their homework and understanding the holes in their strategy in the first game. We didn't see any mishaps like that at all. This was complete domination, and we talked a little bit about maybe they were going to be tired, maybe they're going to be a little worn out because they had to go from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket, 3 minutes of a pause. But what we didn't count on was the amount of momentum that these ladies are going to be bringing to the bottom bracket.
Yeah, and momentum is being brought for certain, and Erica is the one to bring that to the table for the team. 7-0-2, highest KDA, well ahead of everybody on the opposing side. And even if you compare Muji versus Erica, I mean, Muji having a really hard time. Double the amount of gold and just double the amount of pressure and kills as well. And I would say it's really just the tank mage synergy that's making the difference, right? You saw the Jawhead debut, being able to sneak up on here, Chinatsu picking that up, and not too many early aggressive lethal ejectors, but just hugging on to Erica, that little bit of sense of protection to allow her to thrive.
Well, and not just that, but I want to say once you came in with the Curse of Blood down there and you were dealing with 2 marksmen and the amount of damage that they could output, that was just a wrap for them, and especially with how well that they were pushing them out.
Yeah, it was definitely a great game, and now we're going to have to see how they respond back. Area 77 putting on that first punch, strapping up, and we are looking at War Angels having a little bit of a struggle matching that momentum. Just look at the highlights, look at the plays all over the board. This is what you call flawless execution.
Yeah, we saw that. There was one of those Curse of Bloods up there. Lands on the 3 members. There was another one here up at the mid lane, a Curse of Blood that landed on the 2 members. Did so well. And here, I feel like War Angels were just a little bit broken. They were all over the map. Felt like there wasn't any communication when you had your jungler at bottom, the rest of the team at top. It was just hurtful for them. They were all split up, and Area 77 took major advantage of it.
Yeah, I just didn't really see a moment in that game where War Angels was in control. It was just a stampede through the neutral objectives and also the base. I mean, they were able to take the turrets with little to no problem as well. There was a moment where we got to see YQ on the Joy just soloing on the top side against 3 members and still able to outshine and live through that and not lose the turret. As we're getting ready to jump into the second game for the lower bracket. Another shot for Area 77 to push on forward, or for War Angels to tie up the series.
I feel like a major mistake on the side of War Angels. One was to give up the Kimmy. To give the Kimmy, especially for Erica, who showed them in their first game just how powerful it can be to turn things around. Here, they didn't even need to turn things around. They were always in control of the game. Number 2, if you're facing or giving up a double marksman composition, Farja needs to be the priority of your composition, because that's the only thing that's going to be able to kind of take down those marksmen very quickly. Otherwise, you're dealing with such an immense amount of damage that's going to be output by them.
You got to put some respect on Erica, man. I feel like they thought it was a fluke on being able to turn that around, but I think that was just Erica warming up, man. I think that was the calm before the storm, because we just seen the storm in the last game. So as we jump into the second match between these 2 competitors, I'm right there with you. I think the Kimmy they need some answers for it, man. You got to ban it out. If you're not going to pick it, you got to ban it. You can't let that walk and go into Erica's hands.
Yeah, and not just that, but then you had the Hayabusa banned out, and you allowed them to go ahead and pick up the Joy, and you only had the Suyu to counter. There was nothing that was able to get to the back line to pick off those squishy targets, and man, it was a wrap. It was a well-played game by Area 77, very complete, very strategic, and barely any mistakes there as well. A few deaths here and there, but man, they played an excellent game. They're showing how hungry they are, and it's on War Angels right now. They have the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, and I feel like if we look back at the previous game, even going back to the first turtle, there was really no pressure from War Angels to try and contest. I mean, at the first turtle, 4-1M was on the opposite side, clearing the buff. And I said, okay, maybe she goes in for the buff, then she goes in for the side play, tries to take down Ying 1 on the Moskov. But we didn't see that either, right? We just saw her continue to farm and get no value from that. And then overall, we got to see the kill go into the hands of Area 77. So jumping into the next match, I expect a lot more early aggression, at least some contestation when it comes to the turtle plays, right? You can't allow that to walk. And if you do, at least get some value as a trade-off.
Well, it's been a common theme here for both of these teams. We've seen before where Area 77 kind of let the turtle walk away, or was it? No, it was GAIMIN Gladiators in the last series. Area 77 was getting all the turtles, and GAIMIN Gladiators were acting like, oh, it doesn't matter, we're going to have the mid game, we'll have the late game. But by the time mid game happened, they were so far behind that they weren't able to really get that momentum that they needed. Here, same thing for War Angels. There needs to be a reason. You can't just let the turtle go because you're afraid of the fight. This needs to be a part of your draft. This needs to be a part of your composition and your strategy. How do we deal with the first turtle? If we're not going to be able to contest that, we need to be able to do something to possibly get that gank on another lane.
Speaking of this game, we already see the first ban on the board. There goes that Kimmy that's been wreaking havoc. So I wonder what Erica is going to pull out of the magic hat this time around to be able to give a good competition up against War Angels. Now, Mathilda being banned out as well. Still some valuable picks. Maybe the Hayabusa. I mean, it's been going to show that that's been the current meta for MWI 2024 or 2025. Maybe they take that off the board for the first half of this draft.
Yeah, Lucas going to be the second one up there as well. Fully expecting. I'm kind of at the point where I'm just like, let's just bring out Juicin. I don't like her. I hate her as a hero, but like I'm just like, I mean. Maybe that's the counter that we need for the Joy. And the Juicin and the Gadakacha potentially to be a great counter for the Joy. That because we've just been missing something. I feel like the Joy has been doing such a great job in this tournament right now, and nobody has really been thinking about it. We've just been allowing it out there. So it's going to be very interesting to see where we go.
And that might be the answer, right? When you have a double marksman composition, they're able to split. They're able to kind of, join in these objectives at some angles. But when you have a hero like the Jushin, you have the AoE control. So pretty much that pit is under your reign. And maybe going in for something, either a Jushin, maybe a Farza, something that allows them to separate could be an answer. But they're going to go ahead and take out this glue. War Angels had the glue last game, but I didn't feel like it was that much of a threat. Maybe do you think a Phobius and Hylos is coming out here?
I don't think that this is we need to ban this out because it's been a threat. I think that this is to be in a statement. Not only are we going to win, not only did we just dominate you, but we're going to take away some of your best heroes as well and see if there's anything else. Especially, I mean, Mao has been leaning into this glue really hard, so it's I'm actually pretty eager myself to see what else she's gonna pull out in that XP lane.
You're saying rubbing some salt in those wounds is what we're seeing right now. Gonna go ahead and take out some comfort picks and make Mao a little uncomfortable. We'll have to see what other pocket picks is available. Now, when it comes to priority, War Angels does have first pick. Maybe they pick Mao something that she can profit on super early in the draft to not allow the counterplay. I mean, you could go in for the Phobius here. You really could. Phobius, and then you still have the capability to pick out a Hylos for the mobility. But I feel like if they do that, Area 77 is going to sniff that out and shut it down really quick.
Same thing here. We've got a lot of picks open right now. The Joy, Hayabusa. We have the Hilda out there, Gadakacha. So those have been the primary picks up here. We've been talking about Jushin, that's going to be making a play. Farja is still an opportunity as well. But we'll see what we go with here, especially with with the glue taken out. That it's just so interesting to me because I was reading the same thing as you. The last match, it wasn't a threat. It wasn't something that they were like, oh man, we got to deal with it. Even in their first game, in the first game, in the first series, I felt like the glue was doing well because it was matching up with the Gadakacha. Gadakacha dived into the back lane, glue dove into the back lane. So, yeah. Here, they're going to go ahead, focus down with the Kalea and a pickup of the Phoveus for the side of Area 77.
The Phoveus is great. I think they have to have a Hylos here. For certain, if they don't go the Hylos, then it's going to be that situation that we've seen time and time again where you force the Phoveus to initiate, but pretty much got to guarantee them out after because there's no disengage, right? You have no way to escape back to safety. So maybe just baiting out all that utility could be the game plan. They're going to go ahead and take up this Joy as well, and I think these are two excellent options for the side of Area 77, and I don't think that War Angels is going to pick up the Hylos. I think they're going to go in for the Gatot or the Bedang instead, which means, and maybe even maybe the Harith, maybe the Gatot and the Harith, or it could be an option, or the Bedang and the Harith as the other option. So maybe the Hylos walks for Area 77.
I mean, they're gonna pick something if you list all the characters. But yeah, I feel like the Bedang. I don't know where this Bedang counters Joy came from, but I am just not seeing it. I feel like it's been something that has been spread around nefariously, and Joy has been coming ahead every single time. Gatakacha has been a big one, but even Gatakacha is another one. You need to be able to land that taunt onto Joy to actually be able to make the use of the Gatakacha as well, and that can be a big problem a lot of the times here. Here, they're matching it up. It's kind of, I want to say it's we're very familiar. We've seen a lot of these heroes before coming out. Now looking for that gold lane.
Yeah, the Gatot on the side of Area 77. I feel like it's going to be robbed of its value a little bit. Honestly, I feel like a Hylos would have been a little bit better for the composition. I mean, it's great for the initiations, for the setups. But again, you're going to run into a Kalea. You're going to run into a Bedang with a fist crack as soon as you get those pop-ups. So you're going to have to be a little wary of that. And now you put your Phoveus in a position where he really has to, as soon as she engages, like that's pretty much it if the team's not behind to follow. So we'll see how that kind of plays off. We have yet to see the ADCs for both sides.
I feel like the plan isn't to initiate with the Gatakacha and then get snatched up with the Tsunami Slam. I feel like the Gatakacha is to counter the Tsunami Slam. Allow somebody, they get hit with the Tsunami Slam, immediately Gatakacha comes in with the Avatar of the Guardian, because everybody's going to be trying to zone in down on them. We've seen this before when it came to it's Tsunami Slam, then it's Avatar of the Guardian. Then you waste out a lot of the abilities for the War Angels to try to escape, and then you use the Joy to dive into the back lane. You use the Phoveus to dive into the back lane, because now these people have run out of all of their escapes.
Do we see the Valentina, the Mia ban? That's comical. But do we see the Valentina getting picked up here from Area 77? Because you have the Ouija Shadow kill. It's great to have that survivability, and then you have a lot of that Terrify with the Shadow Step to be able to stop War Angels from engaging. I think it could be a good read for Area 77 to slot that up. We've yet to see the Jushin. Just throwing that out there. Could be impactful.
I can't handle the Mia ban.
Yeah,
that's another one that I look at it and I'm like, was there strategic value in this, or was that just a little bit of a and a little bit of a twist in there? We're gonna take out some of these picks and see what else you guys can give us. Irithel being also, we're really focusing down onto these marksmans. That's gonna be 3-4 marksmans taken off, 5 if you count the Kimmy, but that's more been used as a mid. So definitely gonna be a very interesting pickup here in the gold lane.
There goes the Valentina we're looking for. I think the carry should be the response from War Angels. A possibility to be able to chunk into that Gatot, the Phoveus, maybe even the Joy could be a viable option, especially with the Moskov being taken off the table. Harith is still available as well. So yeah, I would say probably a carry. Harith. Yeah, oh my gosh, okay. We are switching things up. Pulling in the Hanabi.
Okay. Oh. Hey, you have your wish. Muji pulling in the Valier that you've been waiting to see. So let's start. I think it's pretty well known. It's well documented. Private Dancer is not the largest fan of a Hanabi, just because I feel like there is a lot that is left to be desired about the damage. Even at the late game, the damage, you're really banking on her ability to bounce her attacks off of things and spread that damage around. It takes a lot for her to be able to bring something down. So we're going to be looking for the damage coming from other players here. There's enough CC on the side of War Angels to make it worth it so that they're basically in a forever coma, but it's going to take a lot of coordination from War Angels here. And you see from Area 77, they are just stacking up the burst damage.
Okay, and the Clint being picked up for the final selection for Area 77, and the lineups have been completed. Before we jump into game number 2, though, definitely some interesting things to point out, right? The Hanabi stepping in as a debut, the Valir stepping in as well, and the Clint. 3 debut specials for MWI so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game here. I feel like we did pull out a lot of stops here. We took away a lot of comfort from War Angels. Here is where they step up to show what they are worth, fighting for their survival here in the rest of these brackets.
Yeah, and survival is what's on the line as Area 77, 1 win ahead of War Angels and possibly match point if they're able to close this out. War Angels needs to find a way to shut down the early aggressive plays from Area 77. In the previous match, we were able to see them take every neutral objective and stampede through the base crystal.
This is going to be the amazing possible game point for Area 77 as they take on and try to shut down the hopes of the War Angels.
That's right, the gates of the land of Dawn swing wide open, and the storm is on the way. War Angels, how do they match this aggression? They go with crowd control. They pick up the Valir and the Hanabi combination, the Higabana and the Searing Turret to be able to keep Area 77 at bay.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, especially, I mean, there is the potential. There's a lot that can go against for War Angels. Big pop-up lands. Momo actually in trouble. Goes a little bit too deep there. Yojiro's going to have to come in with the spread as a nice little push away there from Muji. Pushes YQ away from the purple buff. The rest of Area 77 looking to claim ownership on this purple buff. Are they going to fight it? We do have the shadow coming in, the quad shadow coming in from 4-1M. Mao looking for an escape. Big push up there coming from Muji. Look at the CC already starting to become a huge issue on the side of Area 77. They all have to back up.
Yeah, this is where the Valir starts to shine, right? Those fireballs are going to keep them in their tracks. They're not going to be able to continue to be aggressive like that, not to mention the spread of the Searing Turret to be able to push them back on top of that and the low cooldown rate on which it has. So they got to keep a close eye on that. Mao taking some hits over there by Orioli. Needing to be careful.
Yeah, and I'm eager to see how this matchup goes. Ooh, Clint actually might be in a little bit of trouble at the bottom, but senses things back. So I was about to say, there's 3 members at the bottom for War Angels looking for that grab up on to Ying, but Ying senses it, backs up all the way behind the tower, and is going to have that safety as his first turtle comes up.
Yeah, Oriole, great positioning. Now going to focus in on this turtle, a chance to be able to take this objective in their hands, similar to game number 1 where Area 77 was able to shine through the neutral objective plays with little to no contest. We got to see if War Angels will put a little bit more of a kick on these plays.
Yeah, and we are seeing already a little bit of a zone out there. Erika and Chinatsu kind of doing their best to kind of keep the rest of War Angels at bay. YQ already zooming back and a fourth to go ahead and put the aggro onto this turtle. And look at already Chinatsu onto the front. We do have a little bit of pop-up, but Tsunami Slam does land. Jiro is right there, has a Tsunami Slam of their own. Erika putting on the damage. Mao in trouble. Does get a little bit of a frighten. All the while, YQ allowed the time she needs to pick up the first turtle.
And this is why the Valentina gives major profit over there for Area 77. Erika, we asked the question, when you don't have the Kimmy, what else will you put in play to be a staple pickup that Area 77 can rely on? And that will be the Valentina. You saw the Tsunami Slam worked against Mao and is very effective to allow them to get that turtle.
Yeah, not just that, but now look at the pressure that they're putting onto the purple buff. Yujiro is actually in trouble here. Might is going to have to use that fist crack. We do have the Avatar the Guardian come down, catches one player there, and a little bit of trouble there. Yujiro might be out of this world. Muji actually gets taken out by Oriel. Chinatsu so low, but they are not able to close the distance. Tsunami Slam lands onto Mao, who is looking for the kill, finds it onto YQ.
YQ will fall, 2 kills left unanswered from Area 77 now, and a little bit of a deficit, but Erika still putting on that pressure in the mid lane with this Valentina. Bot side rotation, 4-1M.
Oh, Ying1 is so lucky that there was not a shadow kill that followed up that engagement. In fact, so scared, he's like, all right, we're done here. I'm going to go back, get my health back, and then come back to lane. Right now, War Angels, I mean, they're not doing great when it comes to the Golders. They're just narrowly behind. They lost the objective, but they're doing well when it comes to the kills. It's just, we've talked about this before, but especially in the super early game, kills are not as important as they are when it gets to what follows those kills. Are we getting the Lord? Are we getting the turtle? Are we getting the towers that we need to kind of set ourselves ahead?
Yeah, and Area 77 will request for a pause, a little momentary of a break for us to kind of talk about the things we've been seeing, right? I mean, another great zonage, some great protection on the neutral objectives from the side of Area 77. War Angels still being a little passive. They were able to find 2 kills, though. So they're definitely able to kind of find their value, their trade-offs, unlike the previous game. We got to see if they're able to keep up with that pace, though. Interesting pickups on the board. We get to see that that Clint slotted in. It's going up against the Hanabi, and when you look at those two paired off, traditionally in the early game, the Clint should outshine the Hanabi. Just seen the Blade of Heptases picked up as well for that initial damage upon contact. But the later this game goes, that's where the Hanabi is going to be able to shine and have more damage. Not to mention, it's very hard to push into a base crystal when you're going up against a Hanabi and a Valir combination.
Yeah, I think that combination, it answers a different question. Usually when it comes to a Hanabi pickup, as much as I'm not a fan of the pick, I like it when I see there's a Lolita on the team, a Matilda, somebody else that can give her a shield. And as we know, with her passive, if she has a shield, you're not going to be able to CC her. And that's where they really usually try to come in here. Another purple buff stolen. This time we do have a big slam that comes down. Oriole there on the side to try to go ahead, cover the escape, and that is going to be a free purple buff for Area 77.
And now going in for the turtle. Thunderbelt picked up by Oriole. Both sides getting ready to take it the distance. You are seeing the Crozium side picked up from Ekacuti for that on-hit slow, especially when these two teams decide to engage. And Area 77 doing a great job on maintaining these objectives.
Yeah, you saw down there, Yojiro was trying to get some vision, and then one after the other, Area 77 pretty much chased him out of dodge away from that objective and allowed themselves some time. Now, gonna pick up the mid tower, which is gonna open up this map for the side of Area 77.
Erica picking up Kalia Tsunami Slam to have the setup potential for Area 77. A smart move and able to take that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Not only getting the turtle, but finding the tier 1 in the mid will allow them to push on forward. And now this game is in their hands for at least the first half. Glowing Wand picked up by Muji. Does have the Life Bane. A little bit of that HP to come back to sustain herself. But we'll have to see how effective it is. Traditionally on paper, you would think that the Valyria and the Hanabi combination pairs up well against the frontline composition from Area 77.
Ooh, Yujiro actually gets caught into the pixel bush there. On the other side there, Tsunami Slam lands on the Mau Mau. Big Avatar the Guardian does slam onto them. YQ finds a kill onto Muji. Electrifying beats do take down Ekacuti as Mau Mau goes down to Ariel. War Angels are having a problem right now as you see the kills starting to stack up for Area 77.
Yeah, the kills are definitely on the climb, 4-2. A lot higher than the previous matches we've been seeing so far. But a 4K gold lead for Area 77, and Ying1 getting one of those kills, YQ getting 2 of those, and Oriel with the other. But when you look at the other side for War Angels, right, we're keeping a close eye on Ekacuti. You're running on this Hanabi. The later this goes, the more worth it it'll be. But the longer it takes for Ekacuti to get some kills and finding deaths, the longer that power spike will take for War Angels to be able to lean in on.
Well, War Angels are having a problem making plays of their own. You saw them kind of stacking down at bottom, always looking for an engagement. Ying was just doing such a great job of reading the terrain, understanding that he didn't see anybody on the mini-map, so she would back up, and War Angels would just linger in that bush, hoping that something would happen in here. And instead of just rotating, they needed to just go to another lane, try to make something happen there. They do have a lot of pressure up at top, but as you can see, as I've said before, like that mid-tower tower has been bursted open, it makes things very hard for War Angels because they have to understand that these engagements are not going to favor them. There's not going to be a lot of breakage, not a place for them to be able to back up to. Ooh, they go in there. They do catch out Oreo. A decent amount of damage. I feel like we might, if they can go ahead, find some advantage here at the mid game, War Angels can really be able to find something, especially with the amount of CC they have. I just am not in favor of the damage that they're going to be able to do just yet.
Yeah, War Angels trying to find a way into the turtle pit, but a great denial with the positioning from Area 77 to not allow that bot side. You are seeing 41M forced to kind of split push to clear these minions. And this is an opportunity for Area 77 to go in for this Lord, but do they fight back on this? Not even enough time, and YQ will claim it for Area 77.
Yeah, not even enough time at all. We're at the point now for 1M. It's going to have to rotate, going to have to try to get the clearance out at the bottom, maybe start pushing some of these towers. So we take a look at the items.
Yeah, you are seeing the Starliam Scythe picked up by the Joy, Holy Crystal for the magic power as well. That Thunderbelt and Dominant Ice for the Phoveus. A little bit of that anti-heal to work in his favor. And speaking of Oreo, the pressure is on the way, and the tier 2 will fall for the top side.
They grabbed the Tsunami Slam, put Oriole under the tower, but Oriole knew better than to attack and just kind of sat there like, okay, especially with minions already under the tower. The desperation from War Angels, the composition here just does not favor them. They have a ton of CC, but they can't make anything happen with the lack of damage that they have, especially aimed up at a point now where Ying is probably going to be popping off on this Clint.
You know, and with this Valir and Hanabi combination, they're going to have to really rely on them to push off Area 77 from closing this out. And I feel like these two heroes, it's a nuisance to try and go in for the base crystal when they're still up on the board. So we'll see if they can hold off that defense to stand up against Area 77's massive lead so far. Even though it's low in kills, only 4-2 right now. You're looking at about a 6 to 7k gold lead, 5 turrets falling, 2 turtles, and a Lord on their favor, and they're doing a great job on creating that separation and rotating around. Another tier 2 will fall for the bot side.
Yeah, I want to say possibly a great read by Area 77 with some of the bans they went with this time, because I feel like War Angels right now have kind of lost some of that vigor that they had. I feel like they're maybe a little bit more uncomfortable with what they're playing on right now than what they were during that first series. I mean, the beginning of the second series already, they were almost shut completely out. Area 77 just made the proper adjustments that they needed to be able to find the composition that they wanted. Now we do have a lot of pressure coming here at these high ground towers. 10-minute mark coming. Lanes at the top and mid pushing, and Area 77 looking for an angle to get in here. You already see the chunking coming out. Ariel does catch a pop-up there into the back line. Yojiro does find a little bit of a dance. Ying able to take down the tower. Avatar of the Guardian slams down. Eka does find a kill onto Oreo, but Erica answers back. Mao Mao is down. We do have the shadow kill out onto the back line. Muji finds a kill onto Chinatsu. 2 down for Area 77 and 1 down for the War Angels. I guess we'll call that a successful push by Area 77. I feel like they may have bit off and maybe got a little lackadaisical on that.
Yeah, for certain, because they could have just got away without losing Chinatsu right there, but she saw the low HP and went in a little kill thirsty right there. But they don't lose too much value. It is going to allow War Angels to push up through the mid lane, which gives them some better positioning to contest on this Lord spawning in. So maybe that is the value that War Angels gets from that. Look at the bot side, though. Minions not in their on their favor are going to be forced to kind of split push and defend, and this is a chance for Area 77 to kind of sniff out those around this Lord and go for the push.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to go for it, as they know that the Hayabusa is definitely going to have to rotate up here. 4-1M making his ways. Is he going to go for the purple buff beforehand? Ooh, it looks like he is going to go for the purple buff. I don't know if that's enough time. They haven't, yeah, I mean, look how quickly they were able to take down that Lord. I was wondering if maybe there was going to be enough time. He wants to get that purple buff before this final push. Whoa, what could possibly be the final push for Area 77?
Yeah, definitely not enough time. I mean, I feel like they just look at the Lord and he falls with how quick Area 77 is bursting that down. And with this Lord marching down the top side and the inhibitor on the bot holding strong for the side of War Angels and the base open for the taking, they're going to have to put up some great defense. This is a good position for Area 77 to possibly close this out, and they have the lane synced.
Yeah, lanes are synced. That means that the pressure for Area 77 is at all lanes. They don't know where they need to cover. Pressure now mounting on into the mid. Big Tsunami Slam comes, brings Mau Mau to the back line. Brings YQ to the back line. Is that going to be enough? Look at the damage coming out from Ying on that Clint. Is able to take down that middle high ground tower. There is just one more left for the side of Area 77. They're waiting for the minions, but that bottom lane actually got pushed out. So great job by War Angels to go ahead and push that out. They are going to have a little bit of security. They live to fight another day, at least another few minutes, as Area 77 is going to have to get at least one more Lord to be able to kind of continue this push, unless there's a huge mistake by the Angels.
Which could be on this orange buff if they're not careful. They're looking for that opportunity to strike. Oriole taking a lot of hits, though. There goes the Tsunami Slam. YQ very hungry for the kill, but Eka Cutie has other plans. YQ will pay the price, though. Area 77 now needing to get away in the chase. On the way.
Oh, as he get caught, and that's the unfortunate thing. And this is why I've always talked about it when it comes to using a Hayabusa. Never go into a group of 4 people, especially with the amount of CC that a lot of these teams and compositions have out there. And that was just a little bit of desperation, because there is a second of hesitation. Once you use the quad shadows, there's a second of hesitation before you can use the shadow kill. And most teams will be able to CC you down into an oblivion if you don't catch them after a lot of that CC has been used.
See, Halberd picked up from Ying 1 a little bit of that anti-heal, especially against Eka Cutie on this Hanabi. We did get to see the Dominus Ice picked up from Oriole as well. But I feel like the later this goes, the more hungry we're starting to see Chinatsu and YQ go in for these kills, and it's starting to cost them their life as they're starting to get shredded through at a very fast pace. Eka Cutie's definitely getting online with those core items. I mean, we're looking at about getting close to that 40k mark, 14-minute threshold, and a massive lead in terms of the economy. I mean, it's about, what, 7k gold lead from Area 77 and climbing. And look at how much turrets they have to back them up, right? They only lost to Tier 1 on the top side.
Yeah, and they've been pretty methodical about a lot of these pushes as well. If there's not something amazing that happens during this next fight, honestly, I feel like you go all in for this Lord. I mean, because you're just slowly allowing them to strangle you. And unfortunate, War Angel's going to go ahead, go for the safe play, and try to push at the bottom. Maybe try to get some clearance out here. But look, it doesn't even matter. Look how quickly they clear out that Lord. It doesn't even give time for War Angels to do a split push. And now we're going to have another Lord coming for the side of Area 77.
It's like the cameraman can't even keep up with when the Lord spawns in. He tries to pan over to it, but it falls before we even get there. Yeah, look at the items, though. So far, highest gold is going to be in the hands of YQ on this Joy. Picks up the Winter Crown play, too. Probably going to rush in, bait out a lot of utility, look for that Awiti Shadow kill, pop the Winter Crown. And with those ultimates out, that's when we're going to see Area 77 engage. Moments away from possibly earning the final seat into the grand finals. War Angels needing to tie this up.
Yeah, big conceal play comes out there from Area 77 as Lord crashing down at mid. Mincemeat made of that bottom tower. Oracle gets pushed back. Avatar of the Guardian does a slam down. Catches one member on, now 2 members at the backside. Chinatsu is in trouble. YQ finds a double kill there. And ladies and gentlemen, the final slot of the grand finals going to Area 77 Angels.
No comebacks, no counters, just clean, calculated carnage. 2-0 sweep, done and dusted for these ladies. Area 77 moving on forward. And I would say their battle up against GAIMIN Gladiators, they really scaled through this tournament. A very impressive performance.
Yeah, and definitely closing up the holes that were part of their game plan in that first series where they met War Angels, and it took the back-breaking effort of Erica to save them from what could have been an early visit to the bottom bracket. But now I feel like this is a completely different team than we saw from the first series, and now they've got the momentum on their side, but they need to be able to take that and bring it to GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, and that's going to be one for the books as well. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Area 77, they're getting no breaks today, just back and forth, game after game. But honestly, like I said, they're scaling through the times. You would think they'd be fatigued, they'd be tired, they'd be mentally checked out. But it seems like the further this goes, the better they get.
Yeah, and that's something that has been mentioned too when it comes to a lot of these teams. They haven't broken the momentum. It feels like that the fact that they faced GAIMIN Gladiators and immediately had to face War Angels only made them stronger because now they had the momentum at their feet. And possibly this might be exactly what they need to really bring this out to a full 5 games against GAIMIN Gladiators there. As we take a look at, I mean, those stats were just unbelievable. From the first game, what they did to War Angels, almost a complete shutout to what they had here. Just, it felt like, especially in that second game, they hit the button right on the nose when it came to what the bans needed to be done and what would be left to the point that it felt like War Angels were completely uncomfortable on the picks that they had.
Yeah, just another impressive performance from them, and man, you just gotta love to see it. The emotions from the webcams as well. You can definitely tell there's a lot of stress on the line, and you got to give them credit where it's due. And now earning that final seat, we're moments away from the grand finals to see who will earn that crown to move on forward to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and represent North America in MWI, Area 77, and GAIMIN Gladiators. It's going to be a show.
Yeah, hats off to both competitors, especially when it comes to War Angels here. They put up quite a fight here, especially in that first series. I mean, they were almost able to completely flip it around in Area 77. It just, like we said, there's just little things that you learn when you compete at the top of North America, and that has to come down to the point of hero pool and adjustments that you can make and still be comfortable.
Yeah, who would have thought a lot of these teams hiding in North America existed, and to be able to see them here, man, I got to see them in regular NACT the way they've been performing. They could knock out a lot of these teams. But speaking of these teams in these series today, we got to swing on over to our amazing host Liz and see how she feels about our grand finalists.
Who would have imagined to see a Hanabi picked up in this season? But we saw it. This is the MWI. This is the women's league, and the teams definitely proved that they can make anything work. And now it's going to be Area 77 versus GAIMIN Gladiators. Kind of a deja vu from last MWI, where we had the same kind of teams up against each other, the powerhouses of NA Women's. And let's take a look at who the MVP is going to be from that series. It does seem like it's going to be Erica, guys. How do you guys feel about this?
Honestly, well deserved. Erica able to get the job done. She ran the Valentina to be able to use that the Tsunami Slam against them, and before that it was the Kimmy that was very effective. And there's just not really an answer so far to shut her down.
Yeah, especially when it came to War Angels, they just were not able to find that. A great and a well-deserved from Erica, both times, both series of their victories due to Erica. And I feel like this is going to be the main story as we move on to the grand finals. Is there going to be a way to shut her down? I feel like that's going to be the answer of who is successful.
Yeah, who is successful indeed. It does seem like Area 77 was successful in that matchup against War Angels. And you guys mentioned how they've had to play back-to-back series, and it does seem like their momentum is on the rise right now. So we have to see if they can keep up that momentum and have the rematch, the fated rematch against GAIMIN Gladiators. And for all of you guys watching at home, make sure to stay tuned for the grand finals that will be coming up and another giveaway at your door. So make sure you'll tune in as we will have the next series right up in a bit. And guys, let's take a short break and we'll see you in 10. Or 5.
4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。 しゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
From back-to-back series to jaw-dropping matches to already saying goodbye to two teams, we have reached, everyone, to the pinnacle of the night, the grand finals of the MWI NA Qualifiers 2025. I'm your host, Liz, joined at the desk today by the wonderful Steph Weezy and Private Dancer to bring you this final cast.
That's right. It's definitely going to be a treat. It's been a long journey to be able to get to this point, to be able to start all the way from the quarterfinals and end up here in the grand finals. Two teams still standing strong.
Yeah, almost 6 hours, I want to say. It's over 5 hours that we have been out here, all of these teams competing, but we have finally reached it, the grand finals of this invitational. GAIMIN Gladiators will once again take on Area 77.
Yeah, the fated rematch between GAIMIN Gladiators versus A77 Angels, just like last MWI, where one of these teams will be crowned the queens of the NA region and represent North America in Riyadh for the EWC. And it looks like we have to say goodbye to Out of Sync and War Angels. They put up a great fight, especially Out of Sync actually gathering up in a boot camp. I have faith in both of these teams to make it farther and continue working hard in the next season.
Yeah, and to be able to see Area 77 and GAIMIN Gladiators go the distance. GAIMIN Gladiators has just been flawless so far for the most part, but did take a loss to Area 77 in the semifinals in that 2-1 finish. But Area 77, I feel like their match against GAIMIN Gladiators, they were able to scale, and they put on that performance up against their competitors, War Angels, and able to shut them down. So I feel like they've learned, and they've been scaling through the day, and now we get to see the final showdown between these two amazing teams.
Yeah, both of these teams put on quite the effort. We've been talking back and forth about what the pluses and minuses of both of these teams are. A complete rematch of last year's grand finals as well. We're going to see if Area 77 have what it takes to upset the champions.
Yeah, absolutely. The momentum is on the side of Area 77. I'm just wondering, do we have a giveaway for our viewers? It's something that I know everyone watching is waiting for. Let's roll the screen over to the giveaway. I hope you guys have your phone out to scan that QR code and type that code in for your chance to be one of the lucky winners. Only 30 skins available, so first come, first serve. Make sure to type that code in and screenshot that code maybe, because it does look like a little bit hard to read.
Oh, I got the pinball machine. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, guys, scan the code. It'll let you, it'll take you directly in game. You still got to type that in. So may the best one win on that. Like we said, 30 available. First come, first serve.
Yeah, better screenshot that, because yeah, like we said before, this is a very fancy font that they are using for this one. Just trying to make it a little bit harder for you guys. Only 30 codes available for you, so act quickly.
Yeah, some fancy fonts, some fancy skins, so make sure you are one of those lucky winners to unlock that skin. And hashtag Rise to Radiance. I love this hashtag. It sounds familiar as well to the previous years, and it does really show it's the ladies' turn to rise to Radiance, to rise to Riyadh.
That's right, a gift from the NA team out to those watching, supporting North America, as we get to see who's crowned champion to step on forward into Riyadh and represent us internationally. It's definitely going to be a treat to see, and it's going to be a little different this time, right? A best of 5 to be able to see them fight it out. The last time we saw Area 77 and GAIMIN Gladiators fight out in the semifinals and that best of 3. It went the distance. It went all 3 games, and we may be able to see the same thing today in this grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see, especially now that it's 5 games, even more. So even more chance of us to go back and forth and maybe be able to find those answers that we weren't able to in the first game. But as we were talking about before, it's all about that momentum. And is that momentum still going to be at the heels of Area 77?
Yeah, and let's take a look at the rosters for both teams and see how the lineup is looking right now. On the screen, you see GAIMIN Gladiators coming in strong. Jewel on the XP lane, Nicolette on the jungle, Sayuri in the mid lane, Ashley on the roam, and Panda on the gold lane.
That's right. We got to see them under a different name, Cloud9 in MWI 2024, but here back with another sponsor, GAIMIN Gladiators, and the same story, Sayuri, previous caster for the NACT as well. It's always a treat to see some familiar faces.
Yeah, and you brought up that they have a sponsor in GAIMIN Gladiators, but also had a different sponsor last year as well going into MWI. And it's a story to be told that all of these organizations always see such promise in these ladies to be able to sponsor them and lead them into MWI. It just tells something, a huge story about their skill, their dedication that they've been having in this, and it is a heck of a mountain to climb.
And it does put some pressure onto GAIMIN Gladiators to fight for their sponsors and prove that they are the strongest team and they are the team deserving of that sponsor. So this series is going to be their chance to prove that. And coming up against GAIMIN Gladiators will be the Area 77 Angels, Oreo on the XP lane, YQ on the jungle, Erica on the mid lane, the MVP from the previous series, Chinatsu on roam, and Ing on the gold lane.
Yeah, and we got to see them go up against GAIMIN Gladiators in the semifinals. Fell a little short, but they were able to claim one victory on them, which shows some promise. And not to mention, we've seen them scale through the previous series up against War Angels, and they were very impactful on the things they learned from previously going up against the GAIMIN Gladiators. So I think this will be our most explosive match of the day. Like we said, the last time they faced off, it went the distance, and we expect that same level of mentality from both teams.
Yeah, you brought up that they were able to get a victory off of GAIMIN Gladiators, which does show that they have what it takes. They just need to be able to adjust that draft accordingly. And they need to be able to predict the draft, especially once they get the upper hand and that next draft comes out. They need to be able to predict that instead of letting GAIMIN Gladiators get the jump on them when it comes to the draft. I feel like that both games kind of they were pretty much pretty dominant in either direction that they went.
Yeah, so absolutely they need to secure that early game and also continue to push forward that momentum in order to secure a win. But we did see a best out of 3 series coming out from the girls in the previous series. So I'm expecting this series to go to the distance, and let's find out if that's the case as casters take us into the grand finals of the MWI NA 2025 qualifiers.
That's right, the grand finals is finally here. The drum rolls are beating in North America as everybody's ready to see who will hold that crown and who will move on to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And now to be able to see these two teams go the distance, it's been a long journey, Private. We've been here for about 6 hours watching them fight tooth and nail to be able to get to this moment, and here we are, Area 77 up against GAIMIN Gladiators in a best of 5.
Yeah, you think it's been long for us. Imagine if you are the players who have probably had to be ready, been practicing all weekend to make sure that their swords were sharp. Not only that, but you've had, I want to say, the side of GAIMIN Gladiators almost not, I don't want to call it being iced out, but they are kind of like, they're at a point where they had the momentum, they got the victory, and then boom, they have to pause, they have to wait for Area 77 to get through the lower bracket, and then finally they're back here to the upper bracket to see what needs to be done. But let's talk about the strengths of both of these teams. Big things that stick out to me: first 2 options, Erica on that Kimmy needs to be dealt with, and Nicolette on the Joy needs to be dealt with. Those are some of the big strong points that I've been seeing here from both of these teams.
Yeah, it's been a major threat. The Kimmy has been huge. I definitely don't want to, if I was the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, I'm not letting Erica pick that up. I would say that the Valentina and the Kimmy combination is too impactful. I mean, maybe the Valentina can walk only if they don't pick up something like the Kalia, because then it's just too effective for Erica to be able to draw that in. Now, we are seeing the Fredrin taken off alongside the Mathilda. I'm expecting the Joy to be picked up from Area 77 to deny Nicolette on that pocket pick.
I almost wonder if the Fredrin was kind of a wasted pickup here, only because like we said, it's not as meta as it has been before. There's a lot of weaknesses that are exploited by current meta pickups here. It did well last game, I feel like, because of the Matilda pickup. Now that you took Matilda off the board, I don't feel like the Fredrin is as big of a threat here. I think they're kind of opening, I think they're allowing this to be banned out just because they're looking for an early Joy pickup.
I always harping on the Hylos, though. I feel like even if the Mathilda's not there, if the Hylos walks, then I guess that's the only way I could see the Fredrin being a problem, but we haven't seen the Hylos, so I'm right there with you. I don't even think the Fredrin's worth the ban at that case if they're not going to pick that up. But the Lucas does get banned out. This is still pretty much guaranteed to either be a Joy or a Hayabusa coming out from the side of Area 77. The Kimi does get banned out, though. It looks like Area 77 is the one to take this off the board, even though they have Prio on being on the blue side.
Yeah, and with that, I imagine that the Joy's going to be the pickup, and then where do we go on the side of GAIMIN Gladiators? Where it's been leaning to has been the Gatakacha pickup with something else potentially out there. I'm actually kind of wondering why we haven't seen more of the Hilda. I can't remember how well she does against a Joy, just because there's not a lot of CC on the Joy, and you could still be a decent amount of, put a lot of harassment onto her.
That is a good question. I feel like with the Joy, I mean, it's very fast at farming. I mean, but a Hilda's a Hilda, right? You're still able to harass. It's still very mobile. I wouldn't be as easy, especially going up against that Joy as a Hayabusa traditionally would be, but it'd be hard to kind of pair up against in the XP lane, which could be something they can lean in on. The Harith is still up for grabs as well. We've been focusing on this Kimi, which is no longer in the draft. The Harith is a big pickup. The Joy, though, is really what I want to focus in on. Nicolette has been picking up this Joy left and right, and it's been a problem, but instead they prio the Harith, the ADC for Area 77.
Interesting. I was actually... maybe that is the reason for the Fredrin pickup there. And I'm wondering, now that we have that, are we going to have potentially an Esmeralda pickup for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators? Or possibly the carry is an option. If both of those things walk, I'm expecting to see those bans here from Area 77 on the side there. Oh, and the Suyu pickup.
Okay, we pick up the Suyu, and then you pair that up against the Hayabusa. The Gata gets picked up. Okay, but Dang should be coming out here, I would say maybe for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, possibly. Or do they go in for the Mage, maybe picking the Farza as an answer? I mean, there's definitely some things available for both sides to be able to kind of prio here. I will say, though, this is Nicolette on the Hayabusa. We've been seeing Nicolette run the, multiple pickups like the Fredrin, like the Joy, but now to be able to see her on the Hayabusa is definitely something you have to watch out for.
Yeah, I'm wondering, and that's kind of why I was very curious about the Fredrin pickup. I mean, he does do well against a Harith. I think maybe there was the thought that Nicolette was kind of ironed into a few junglers that she could play because she picked up the Fredrin last time, and I can tell you just from her mechanical ability, I feel like the Hayabusa is going to be a huge hit for her here. We also pick up the Farza. My only problem right now is we do have the Jawhead out there as well. It can kind of close the distance on them. You also have YQ on this Suyu, who can close the distance herself on there. I don't know. These aren't the prime picks I would go with against the Farsa. I feel like we still need something else that can get back to that to really punish her.
Yeah, I mean, the Gatat's gone, though, right? That would be one of the heroes that we would say could jump in on that. The Kalia could have been an answer to be able to get back there as well. We do see the Selena banned out. Selena's actually is interesting, right? Because you technically could use the Abyssal Arrow into the Feathered Airstrike. You have to have proper aiming, but it's definitely doable. Now, looking at Area 77, remember when it came to these two teams fighting it out, it was really boiling down to who's able to take the first neutral objectives, right? Who's able to control the Turtle and the Lord Pits. That's what made the difference between these two teams. And that's how Area 77 was able to find that victory, that one game off of GAIMIN Gladiators in that best of 3. So looking at their composition, if it comes to straight Turtle prio, being able to take these objectives, you have a Jawhead, a Suyo. I think they need a little bit more to be able to pull that off. Maybe something in that mid lane for some AoE control. Maybe even a Valentina could be the possibility here to use against that Farza and also grab the ultimate, the Ouija Shadow kill from the Hayabusa.
Well, yeah, I think the Valentina is actually a huge option because not only that, but it scales just a slightly bit faster because it gets a little bit of that bonus XP from the mid lane, especially if they have more health. So that means you're going to be getting your ult faster than Farza. So you potentially have the option to be able to kind of like shut down the Farza or be the better Farza so to speak, when it comes to a lot of these engagements here. The early game, there's the early game in the Jawhead for the side of Area 77. There's the early game in the Farja from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Both have the potential to be able to kind of nail down onto one hero. So there is that early game, and that's why I'm glad that you spoke about that, the early game objectives, because it feels like when these two are facing, like you said, whoever gets those early game objectives seems to be able to steamroll that into a victory. And on the opposite side of that, both these teams maybe have some work to do when it comes to fighting from the back foot and being able to kind of make a success out of that, because it almost feels like once they lose that momentum, once they find the lead starting to slip from out of them, it's a very hard comeback for them.
It is, and we are seeing the Valentina banned out from the side of Gaming Gladiators, which is smart. A good read from them to not allow them to pick that up on the side of Area 77. Erica, right? We've seen her dominate on the Kimmy. We've seen her dominate on the Valentina. And both of those are gone as we are jumping into the first match of the Grand Finals. I would say GG was definitely watching the previous series for sure to be able to do that counter pick. And now with the Moskov taken off the board as well, a little bit of that limited ADC options to give Harith this problem. So where do we go from here? Erica's going to have to pull out something deep in her bag. Phoveus gets slotted in for Gaming Gladiator.
I can't remember if we have seen Area 77 Angels use Jawhead yet. I do remember that the last time we saw the Jawhead, it was a victory, but it wasn't a victory because of the Jawhead. It was just a victory. And I want to say Area 77, especially if they were taking notes from the male counterparts, Joybaj's Jawhead absolutely flipped BTK on their end. So if they were able to take notes there, maybe even get a few little keynotes there, they could be a huge problem for Gaming Gladiators.
It could be a major threat. I mean, we see a couple of, like, it's kind of like the Lu Yi, right? You have those players who like to be aggressive with the diversion plays, and then you have those that just like to save it for that game-winning play. It's the same thing with the Jawhead. The diversion play, or the lethal ejector plays, you can be very aggressive in the early game, get those initial setups and get those early kills, or you can just wait for that perfect moment for a lethal ejector on a neutral objective play. We'll have to see how this kind of rolls out. There goes the final pick from Oriel on this glue to counteract up against this Phoveus, which is a good counter. I was kind of interested, and I was really wondering why they picked up the Phoveus here, considering the glue was still on the table.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is what we're going to have Shinatsu come in with the Unstoppable Force, find an ejector. As soon as the hero is thrown into the back lines, you're going to have the Avatar of the Guardian dive into the back lane, and that is where the glue is going to try to dive into the back line to make sure that the separation between the Gatakacha and the rest of the team is going to be huge, because they're all going to be dealing with the glue ult.
And we are going to see that final ADC pickup. It is going to be this Irithel for Panda. Great kiting capability, great mobility on top of that. Needing to expand that distance, especially going up against a hero like the Jawhead. And also the glue who tries to close in with that spread could be a problem. But they do have Hayabusa. Nicolette is going to be spearheading that one. To possibly go in with the quad shadows and Ouija plays. May have the chance on the retribution for her favor.
Yeah, really interesting here. I'm trying to think about where is the threats if Nicolette dives in with the Hayabusa. I feel like the only real threat is if they can catch Erica unsurprised, and Erica can throw out the Frightening Grasp to be able to kind of the little dance that people do when they get caught with that. So it's going to be very interesting, because I feel like if Nicolette is allowed to farm, we already seen how skilled she is, it's going to be a rough game here. As ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first game of the Grand Finals.
That's right. After every clash, every comeback, every victory, we arrive at the summit, and these two teams are the ones that remain, and only one will wear that crown and move on forward into Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, to represent North America internationally. Who will be able to claim victory right now? We are seeing some interesting lineups. We're looking at YQ. Had a great Lucas, now running on this Suyo. And Nicolette, great Joy. Great overall, and now switching over to this Hayabusa for the assassin style to work in her favor.
Yeah, and right now, you see that Lethal Wanderer, a very good control there by Area 77 already, very quickly trying to get that advantage. We were talking about it before. The big numbers, the big name right now is, can we control the early game? Oh, a lot of damage coming out, and Chinatsu's going to have to get the throw onto Ashley with the flicker there. Ashley dives in, takes a lot and a shot, and able to get away.
Yeah, able to get away, and that is going to be... Oh wait, no, yeah, Chinatsu will fall at that last moment, and that is going to be 1 kill for GAIMIN Gladiators. So far, early aggression. We know GG is the team that likes to take that pressure, but Area 77, they're going to match that momentum. We talked about focusing on these objectives and finding that first neutral push toward that turtle should be what these teams focus on.
Yeah, and already trying to get a lot of that pressure in there, especially first kill going in.
Ooh, Ouija shadow kill from Nicolette, connecting onto Erica, forcing the recall back to safety. A big taunt though. YQ in the heart of the battle in the mid lane. Sayori doing a lot of damage, able to get back to safety.
Ooh, that was a tricky little engagement there by YQ. Goes in a little late there, especially with 3 members from GAIMIN Gladiators right surrounding her. That could have ended up very badly for Area 77, especially with a turtle in tow right now. And you can see the control of that going to GAIMIN Gladiators as Nicolette focuses on her orange buff.
Right, and GAIMIN Gladiators now going to go ahead and take this turtle. Area 77 not really going to go for the contest, going to go in for the steal on that purple buff bot side. It's a trade that I feel like GAIMIN Gladiators is willing to take. Now going to shift their focus on into the jungle.
And this is what we've been talking about. You let the turtle go, but you make it worth it. You steal something from the opposite side. This time, Area 77 able to go to the purple buff, stole that from GAIMIN Gladiators. Not exactly an even trade, but it's something.
It is definitely something worth value, but we got to see just how much value that is as we progress through this game. Still 1 kill ahead for GAIMIN Gladiators, able to find Chinatsu out of position. A little bit of a blast from the past, as we've seen that happen before. Chinatsu, on this jawhead, we talked about getting possibly these early setups with the lethal ejectors.
Yeah, and I want to say such a great job by Sayori and Ashley. Ooh, feathered airstrike.
Does drop down. Sayori able to take down Erica. YQ joining the party. Need to be careful. Quad shadow from Nicolette. Able to find YQ. Chinatsu may be next, and Ashley on the chase. Not going to let it go.
Yeah, but it's like Chinatsu, a little bit of an emote there, but they got caught. 3-0 right now for GAIMIN Gladiators. They're doing a great job of covering down Ying in trouble.
Yeah, not wasting any time. A big taunt and another kill for Nicolette. Finds Ying 1 on the bot side.
GAIMIN Gladiators have come prepared. 4-0 right now at the 4-minute mark, and they are not giving up any edge. They're doing, as I was going to say before, that they're doing such a great job of covering down. You see how close Ashley and Sayori were hanging out next to each other? They want to make sure that there is no opportunity for Chinatsu to go in, get the ejector.
Yeah, and Panda going to pick up Haas Claws. Nicolette on the Hunter Strike. Some additional items on the way super early in this match. That's going to allow Panda to play for survivability, especially on an Irithel who does so great at kiting.
Yeah, and even there, Ashley, right there along to get that information. Let Sayori know, hey, there's an ejector coming out there, and Sayori was able to use the wings by wings to get away. So right now, Area 77, they have a plan, and it's a very aggressive plan. I like that. The problem is they're not able to find the openings. Not just that, but you have all 5 players here down, ready to fight for this turtle.
They know that Area 77's behind right now, and they're not going to allow them to catch back up. They're going to be very aggressive on these neutral objective plays. They kind of spotted out this is the decider on who kind of leads the momentum for this game. Feathered airstrike dropping down. Demonic Force as well. Jewel will find Chinatsu, increasing the kill lead 5-0. Nicolette will take the turtle.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of damage that landed on the Chinatsu. Ooh, Erica in trouble.
Ooh, does fall. Another quad shadow play and a Ouija shadow kill from Nicolette on fire with this Hayabusa 3-0-0.
And a huge amount of momentum for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. It is a 4K gold lead at the 5-minute mark. GAIMIN Gladiators have took it to town. I think they read out what was going to happen, what Area 77 was planning to do, and they had the strategy for it. They know how aggressive Chinatsu can be, and they're doing a great job of covering their weak links, covering Sayori, covering Panda to make sure that they're absolutely shutting down any use that they could have gotten out of this Jawhead.
Ying1 picking up the Starlium Scythe. We are looking at a couple of items being solidified. 2 turtles, though, for GAIMIN Gladiators. 1 turret advantage as well, and yet to see a proper response from Area 77.
Yeah, as the items come up, you can see already a 4K on the side of Nicolette, already 1K ahead of Area 77. And looking to try to take that purple buff. I don't think they were able to get it just yet, but the pressure is already mounting on the side of Area 77, who have yet to be able to find a single answer.
Chinatsu will fall. Nicolette will be the one to get that kill. 4 kills on the board for her. Feathered Airstrike. A lot of artillery raining down on Erica, and Oreo forced to push back on that tier 1 turret.
Yeah, they are matched up on turrets so far. We've talked before about it. The kills don't really matter too much in the early game as long as you are keeping that macro up. Here, I think the Area 77 actually still has an opportunity to kind of match up these towers and make it in their favor. We do talk a lot about the mid lane. Ooh, a little bit of a fight up at the top.
Yeah, a little bit of that skirmish off screen may lead to a kill if YQ is not careful. Barely able to get out of there with any HP. A taunt, though, in the mid lane, all in the midst of chaos. Immobilization on the jewels. On the force dropping down. Feather Airstrike from afar. Nicolette will be able to claim the turret off screen. Chinatsu will fall to Panda. A double kill as Ying is next to drop down like a domino. Oriel falling to Sayori. 3 members off the board for Area 77, increasing the kill lead 10-0.
GAIMIN Gladiators said that first series we played wasn't even my final form. They came here for a reckoning. Area 77 had some momentum in them, but man, GAIMIN Gladiators have seemed to have found the holes and the weak links that they need to be super successful here.
Yeah, super successful indeed. Able to pull off a great performance so far. A one-sided showdown against Area 77. Area 77 was able to take a turret, though, to kind of work against them. We are going to see this Lord now spawn in and wasting no time at all. GAIMIN Gladiators getting some great positioning, but look at the top side. I feel like Nicolette's been caught out of position. Forced to use the Ouija Shadow Kill. Need to get to safety, but not able to as YQ will take her out. No retribution for GG.
Yeah, but they're at such a lead right now that I don't know that YQ is actually going to be able to get a Lord. Well, actually, I say that, and Oriole's actually onto the side against the flank.
Yeah, Oriole is taking a lot of hits, though, from the heavy crossbow. Jewel trying to kite, trying to force a distraction. Hit with the lethal ejector from Chinatsu. Airborne knockup does connect. Infernal Pursuit dropping down with the demonic force. Area 77 forced retreat. Panda able to take down Chinatsu. Does pick up the Malefic gun to extend that range.
Yeah, Nicolette's sitting at 4-1-0. Panda, deathless right now, sitting at 3-0-2. Even when Nicolette may have gotten caught a little bit. Oh, and just like that, Sayori finds another kill onto Ariel.
And this is the value you get from a Farza. The feathered airstrike at a moment's notice. Pair that up with the wings by wings and the mobility. It's some quick kills, some high aggression plays from GAIMIN Gladiators and extending that lead. Now taking this Lord 12-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and Area 77 struggling at a 7K deficit have not been able to find an answer. They try split pushing, they get caught. They were able to find a little bit of an advantage when it came to Nicolette. I feel like they could have turned that around very quickly. Chinatsu does find an ejector onto Jewel.
Yeah, but not going to lead to the kill. Ashley to go ahead and share some of that damage. Neither members will fall. You are going to see the push toward the tier 2 on the bot side. It does get claimed, and now Area 77 trying to go for an initiation down in the economy, but up in the HP. Airborne knockup, some displacement, and YQ will find Ashley.
Ooh,
finds a double on the Jewel as well, and GG forced to separate.
Yeah, YQ actually finding herself a double. 2 down for GAIMIN Gladiators, and that's going to be Area 77 some opportunity to be able to take down this Lord. They actually, they do get a tier 2 tower up at the top lane, but still at about an 8K deficit.
Yeah, I mean, even with those 2 kills, it's a massive lead in GAIMIN Gladiators' favor, but Area 77 wasting no time to try and turn this back around. Look at the placement, though, from Jawhead, Chinatsu. Very far behind enemy lines, and nobody there to really help if she does get a lethal ejector. Definitely wanting to separate.
And that's the unfortunate part. I feel like Chinatsu has the right play in mind, but the rest of the team is kind of like, I don't really think like we should go up there. And it's like, why waste that opportunity? Chinatsu's trying to make that opportunity that they need. At this point, what you're doing is you're just being suffocated by GAIMIN Gladiators. If you're too passive to actually make those plays, to be able to make this turn around, you're going to allow them to slowly choke all of the air out of you until they're at your core.
Yeah, and I mean, they're standing with only the 3 inhibitors for Area 77, that 3-legged table, and we don't know how long that's going to remain standing. GAIMIN Gladiators putting on such a great performance right now. But you are getting some kickback from Area 77, specifically Chinatsu falling, but making it up with YQ finding these kills.
Yeah, YQ sitting at 3, 1, and 0. Very comfortable play there. We're still waiting for Ying to really be able to take off. It's a very dire game when you're behind, this far behind, and you have a Harith on your team, because he's not even going to get the opportunity he wants to be able to kind of dive around, especially, I believe Panda sitting at 3, 0, and 3. It doesn't even need to lock onto you. Can just kind of throw out some of those auto attacks with the heavy crossbow, and Ying is going to be getting shredded.
Yeah, and on this Harith, who was heavily prioed early in the draft, you're going to see the Blade of Despair picked up by YQ for some heavy DPS as we progress past that 12-minute mark. The Lord does spawn in, 12-3 on the scoreboard for GAIMIN Gladiators, and a surmounting lead of 8,000 gold.
Yeah, and GAIMIN Gladiators kind of setting up here. They want to start baiting out this Lord. They don't even really want the Lord. They want the fight to kind of come out here, especially while Nicolette is kind of on the side lane, does get the push in there. As soon as she joins the fight, you're going to see a big engagement from GAIMIN.
Yeah, and Sayori's who I'm keeping a close eye on with the feathered airstrikes. It's been crucial to start these engagements, and Area 77 has yet to find a way back to her to shut it down. Quad Shadow in from Nicolette, trying to get some recon, trying to find some positioning. Look at the Lord, though. Ooh. That is Ying with the steal for Area 77. There goes the feathered airstrike. We shadow kill from Nicolette onto Oriel, trying to find a kill, trying to find some value from this trade. Able to find Oriel, but the rest of Area 77 able to make it back to the base in safety.
Yeah. Not a bad answer from Area 77. Maybe a little lackadaisical coming from GAIMIN Gladiators as they allow Area 77 to close the distance. Yes, they lose one, but for a Lord, it offers Area 77 some breathing room.
I say that's a mistake from Nicolette. She did the Quad Shadow into the bush by the purple buff, but she had the Quad Shadow. I guess maybe no retribution. Maybe that's what it was, so she decided not to go in for the Lord. Definitely love to play that back and see, but I'm just a little curious on wasting that Quad Shadow that didn't really lead to any value.
Well, I mean, I believe she thought she was going to catch somebody. Like she caught somebody right there. Takes down another kill onto Chinatsu, who is having a rough game.
Yeah, very rough game indeed. 6 turrets down for GAIMIN Gladiators, continuing this push, even though they were not able to take that Lord. A good steal from Ying 1. To give them a little bit of breathing room. Look at the top side. Minions should be able to take down that tier 2. I don't even think, Panda's not going to be able to get there in time. So the map is starting to work in Area 77's favor. You can feel the confidence growing between these ladies as they push up through the jungle.
Yeah, right now, a 9K gold lead for GAIMIN Gladiators. We talked a little bit about the dive that Nicolette did into that little bush there from the L bush. And I think she was expecting to catch somebody there. She put the Quad Shadows in there. She didn't have the retribution either. I was like hoping to make a play and then have some security at the Lord. Her team, I think Panda had already started the Lord. And I think that might have been a little bit of a miscommunication. Maybe that conversation should have gone out a little bit sooner. Let them know, hey, I don't have my retribution. We don't want this fight just yet. We don't want to start, or we don't want this Lord fight. We want a fight with them. So let's see. Maybe it was a bait that Area 77 just didn't take.
Yeah, I'm still, like I said, scratching my head on the Lord play, but we'll have to see as this next one spawns in momentarily just how GAIMIN Gladiator takes us. I think there needs to be a little bit more prio over the Lord take, especially when it gets low, when you have a Hayabusa with a Quad Shadow. I mean, but I get Nicolette's thought process. Nicolette is super high in kills, 6-1 and 0, highest on the board, and I mean, she's just control all the leading members of Area 77 as long as they're separate from the pack. And maybe that's their game plan. But me personally, I'm just more of the go for the Lord. It's the easier take. Especially when Ying 1 was the one who took that Lord. There was no retribution needed from Area 77 on that denial.
Yeah, one thing, though, I have to say, though, is I feel like GAIMIN Gladiators are kind of playing like they're behind. Oh, a little bit of a conceal play.
It does go in. Zaman Force dropping down for the airstrike from Sayori. Still hitting the mark a little bit. Panda able to find Ying 1. Able to get the double. Find Shinatsu. Area 77 running away for dear life. Ouija Shadow Kill, but it connects onto the purple buff. A good try from Nicolette. Does get the farm from Area 77 and still has the retribution to be able to take this objective.
There's a part of me that wants to give a clap to Area 77. They're 10K behind, and they realize that this is slowly starting to eke out of their grasp, and they just didn't want to sit there passively. Put a conceal play on, try to make something happen, screw it, just go for it. You're probably gonna lose, but is it better to just sit alone in your base, allow them to get the Lord? No.
That is a good read on that, and you're seeing some items be picked up to try and equalize this and have a better chance to sustain themselves. YQ picking up the Queen's Wings. Great low HP retaliation, adaptive attack, HP, CDR, spell vamp, you name it, it's there to be able to see it kind of work into these 5v5 engagements. But I don't know if it's enough. I mean, Nicolette is on fire. I'm sure she is stampeding in terms of gold. They're up by 13,000 gold as they are now pushing through this inhibitor toward the mid lane with the Lord on their side. Ouija Shadow Kill onto YQ, forced to go back to the base, force some regen. Zaman Force dropped down in the mid lane, and the turret will fall. Panda to be the one to claim that. Nicolette will find the tier inhibitor on the top side. Panda finding Oriole. Immortality being proc though. Need to get out. Airborne knockup on the Chinatsu, and Nicolette will find that kill. Base Crystal, 45%. A big taunt onto YQ. Ying 1 taking down Ashley, but GAIMIN Gladiators taking down the base and will secure victory against Area 77.
And a dominating first game for GAIMIN Gladiators at that.
Yeah, man, a very dominant performance. Looked a little rocky toward that end, but majority of that game was completely controlled by them, and I would say definitely credits to maintaining their composure. I think they learned really quick to focus more on that Lord than to try and go in for those kills, and you see how quickly that game ended. After that, GAIMIN Gladiators, the former champions from MWI 2024, looking to make a statement here in match 1.
I just feel like this was a good read on what Area 77 was going to attempt to do. They shut it down to the point that it felt like they exposed Shinatsu to a gameplay style that she was not too comfortable with, or that was just an error for her. You shut down the Jawhead, you're always around your squishier. Ashley did a great job. This game is really hard when it comes to kind of like getting those points to really get a read on what happened with the match, but I feel like Ashley was just such an integral role of, especially this early game, making sure that nobody was getting near Sayori, that this ejector play that Shinatsu was going to try was absolutely shut down from the get-go.
Yeah, I would say it's really hard to kind of dial in on an MVP for this one because so many players from GAIMIN Gladiators perform their role to a T. Sayori was great on the positioning, great on the wings by wings, quick, decisive, feathered airstrikes. Nicolette doing a great job on focusing on these isolated kills with the quad shadows. And then, like you mentioned, Ashley doing a good job on these AOGs to be able to rush in for those setups. So now we got to swing on over to the other side. Area 77, what's going on with them?
Area 77, I feel like they got read out. I'm not sure if it's the comfort with this Jawhead pick. I feel like they did a good job of kind of protecting it. Maybe Jawhead wasn't the answer that we were looking for here. We saw how successful it could be. It just, they got punished. And there's a point during these engagements where you have to be like, all right, Jawhead's not going to work with these going in there. Maybe we need to think about something else. I feel like at some point, just Chinatsu just kept on like, all right, we're going to try it this time, or this time, or it's like there was no point where she was discouraged from attempting the play. And like I said before, I do like that the side of Area 77 toward the end there, they were at a 10k gold lead, and instead of waiting for them to get yet another Lord, they decided to screw it. Let's just go in, get the engagement, see if we can make something happen with this concealed play. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make something happen. And does that mean it's better than just sitting there and let them get the Lord?
Yeah, we also got to question fatigue, right? I mean, the mentality of Area 77, this is their 6th game in a row, playing that out in very minimal breaks. Whereas GAIMIN Gladiators, man, they took a decent amount of time to be able to rest when we saw Area 77 go up against War Angels and to be able to see that end in a 2-0 sweep. But nonetheless, that was about, 20-40 minutes of break time for them compared to the possibility of like 5 to 10 minutes from the side of Area 77. So maybe a little bit of fatigue could be a part of it, but it's time to dial in. It's time to take things to the next level, and hopefully in the second match we could see that, because I don't know about you, Private, but I love to see these things go the distance, and I don't want to count them out just yet. We got to see them claim a victory in the semifinals, and I'm expecting that they're going to go back to the drawing board and possibility of doing just that.
Yeah, and hopefully if it is fatigue, maybe now that's a good, nice little wake up for them. Get a little energy drink in them. Try to bring this back. I know, the 6th game, this is going to be the 7th game of the night, spread out over like 3 hours now. Not just that, but all these teams have been up for at least 6 or 7 hours getting prepared for this to make sure that they're all ready, cameras ready and everything like that. So it's a huge thing. And as we're getting into the 10th, 11 hour at night here in Central as well. So it's a long night for everybody. And this is kind of where those women are made when it comes to the strategies and trying to knock out that fatigue. Here, GAIMIN Gladiators just so strong, and wondering what Area 77 needs to do to put this in their advantage.
Oh, it's a hard one because GAIMIN Gladiators came in swinging. They were not wasting no time. They put on the gloves and started throwing haymakers every single second against Area 77. And I feel like the massive lead in the beginning was just too much to handle. It's kind of like, you know, they thought that they could handle one neutral objective loss, but then it just kept piling up and piling up. Not to mention the Farza combination over there from Sayori doing a great job. We were looking at Erica. That was a really big focus for us. Erica being that deciding factor on who was the one to kind of turn the tides in Area 77's favor in the semifinals. But it looks like Sayori, maybe they had a little bit of a collective thought to be able to put more pressure in the mid lane.
Well, that's unfortunate problem when your game plan doesn't work. Not only was Chinatsu dying, but Chinatsu was feeding Ashley, was feeding Sayori. So now that means that Erica's having an even rougher time in the mid lane, because now it's not just about her trying to farm, it's about her trying to farm and an enemy who just keeps on getting fed and fed and fed, and pretty much became an overwhelming factor. Here, I feel like the prio on the Harith may have been a little misguided from last game too. I was fully expecting maybe the Hayabusa to get picked up there. I mean, we've seen, especially with Joy bans, in the first round of bans, there was only one assassin out there. I feel like the Hayabusa would have been a priority pick, but they went with the Harith, and man, he just had a rough go of it.
Yeah, I don't think Harris the move. I mean, I think it's great, but I don't think it's the move right now for MWI. I think they go in for something a little bit more impactful, especially when you have things like the Esmeralda, which you've been seeing to be a great answer. But there goes the Kimmy. I was wondering, does this walk? And I was expecting GG to kind of steal that away from Erica if it did, so it was a good read to just take that out entirely. The Hayabusa is still up for the table. Same with the Kalia. Both of them some great options for the first pick. Or you can just go back to the books with Nicolette running on this Joy.
Yeah, I'm assuming they might go with the Joy priority pick, or I don't even think they're afraid of what can be out there, especially with both assassins. They can only get one. So if they get one, we can prio something else here. If they get the Joy, if they get the Hayabusa, it doesn't matter. They're just going to pick up one of the other. They're going to pick up the Joy or the Hayabusa here, and hopefully try to get an encounter. We do see that Jawhead is still out there as well, and the prio goes to the Hayabusa.
Yeah, looks like Nicolette is in her bag right now, man. She's just doing her thing in the jungle. So I'm all for it for the Hayabusa. But again, it kind of raises some alarms because it could be a little arrogant, right? I mean, there's so many counters on the table. You first pick a Hayabusa, you have a Hilda. I would straight up go for that and just give the denial into that jungle up against Nicolette. I feel like putting a lot of pressure. You could even go really, I guess the Mathilda's gone. I mean, you could go old school and go the Fredrin and the Hylos. And invade into the Hayabusa's jungle and put on that pressure. I know you're a little wary on the Fredrin, But it does have its uses sometimes.
It does. I just feel like there needs to be a healer or a support in question that will be able to help out. Hell, I wouldn't even be against the Fredrin if we have, say, we have the Florin out there as well that could kind of help out with some of the picks. It's just that there needs to be something there, because without it, you're dealing with a Fredrin who's basically just a lightning rod for all of the abilities. And so many people understand what you need to do against the Fredrin. Wait until the Lord or the Turtle is low enough, then you just CC him into a coma. He can't get his retribution off, and I feel like that is where that used to shine, where Fredrin used to shine, where he can sit in the turtle pit and assassins have to jump in and jump out. Assassin players have just gotten too good. Dang it. They understand, they get the vision from their team, they can get in there so quickly, get that right back out, and you're like, bro, I was working on that. Oh, but we do see the first Tigreal of this night.
But wait, Valentina's still up, so I mean, you can get the implosion yourself if you're quick enough, and you get a feathered airstrike, and you get an Ouija shadow kill. This is the best. Okay, but they're gonna go ahead and go for the Selena instead. I don't know, man. I like the Selena, but this was screaming of Valentina, at least for me, to be able to pick up against GG. But I guess if you're the Valentina and you use the implosion play, then you kind of put yourself in the middle of the team. They're all gonna turn around and burst you down as a backliner, so maybe that's why they didn't do it.
I am kind of worried about this Selena. Like, say Feathered Airstrike comes out, you throw an Abyssal Arrow, and you land it on the Farja. Does that bait you into trying to go in to finish the job, where you're going to have a waiting Tigreal that's going to go in and try to get that implosion on you? Or are we going to be suffice? I landed the Abyssal Arrow, I shut down the Feathered Airstrike, I'm good. My job is done. Because I feel like if you try to jump in as a Selena, you're gonna get accosted by this Tigreal.
It's funny to see the Tig. We haven't seen it too often, but it's definitely a great pickup. I remember when we would see the Akais get paired up against the Tig, right, to kind of cancel out these implosions and these setups. I mean, technically the Akai could walk here. I really don't expect that, but it could. But yeah, the Selena being an answer, I'm scratching my head a little bit. I mean, you are right. When you hit the Abyssal Arrow, typically, I mean, it's been used as a stun for the utility to stop somebody from engaging in these neutral objectives. But now Erica's going to be very limited on being able to follow through with those Abyssal Arrows for a kill.
One thing as an option for the side of Area 77, potentially, if you want a little bit more CC, you could put a Ruby on your side. It's another thing that's got a decent amount of CC that can stop the Tigreal. Every single time he tries to get the implosion, there's another CC out there. There's another CC for you. It's just that I feel like Ruby's kind of fallen off because she takes so long to come online. She needs a decent amount of items before she becomes that tanky, regenerative hero.
But I will say with the Ruby, though, if you time it right in the CC, when you have a Hayabusa that dives in on you in the turret, because I'm assuming this would be an XP Ruby, you're going to be able to stop the Hayabusa, a slight stop before that Ouija Shadow kill. And if you can get it just right, then it's going to delay the Quad Shadow back to safety and lead to a possible kill, not to mention you hit some minions and you top yourself back off in your HP. So I'm right there with you, and the Ruby's a perfect counter for the Tig. It's been proven time and time again. Not seen too often, but I mean, you don't see the Tig too often.
Yeah, and it's another CC that can kind of come out there as well. This is going to be a very interesting play out here. We do see that the Phoveus being taken out, so I'm very eager to see where we go into this XP lane, since a lot of those picks have kind of been taken off the board. Badang is still out there. He's kind of slipped through the cracks here. Yeah. So I'm expecting that to be picked up by one of these teams.
Badang is an interesting one, right? I was going to ask you how you kind of felt about the Badang. There used to be a time when I just really wasn't for it, man, but then I was proven wrong so many times during NACT, and here we are in MWI. You're going to see the Granger going to go in for that ADC instead. We have yet to see the marksman for GAIMIN Gladiators. A couple marksmen taken off the board, though. The Harith, the Moskov on top of that. I don't know, maybe we see the Irithel still a viable option to be able to go in there. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, I would say, probably the one that we're going to see here up against the Granger.
Ooh, and here comes the Esmeralda pick up here. I'm going to guess to try to counteract the shielding that you get from the Joy, especially when you're dashing through back and forth. Potentially. We've seen how well it does against the Harith, how well it does against the Matilda. None of those picks are out just yet. I'm kind of wondering where we're looking for that final XP pickup here for the side of Area 77.
It's going to have to match mobility, though. So is this a chance where you go in for maybe a Hilda to be able to stop this Hylos? But you have to watch out for the Tig now, which becomes a major problem. Maybe that Ruby that you're talking about could be a possibility. To be able to sneak in here. Definitely not a Phoveus. I would say a Phoveus would have probably a very hard time up against that composition. Something that's mobile to CC could be something. Oh no, CC's gone. So yeah, they're very limited for this XP lane matchup. I would say maybe the Bedang like you've been harping in on, but they're going to go in instead for the Kalia.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm a little wondering what. Oh, and yeah, the Kalia's gonna be the XP lane here, so that's gonna be an interesting pickup to go against the Esmeralda. I was gonna say the Ruby. Unfortunately, the Ruby does not do well against an Esmeralda. There's no way to really stop her from getting her stacks and that shield up, so she'll be fighting a losing battle in lane. But they'd really be hoping that it makes up for it during these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, GAIMIN Gladiators in a great position, 1-0 in this best of 5, and I would say this is possibly one of the most important matches for them. If they take game 2, it's very hard to come back from that deficit because they have a lot of insurance. But for the side of Area 77, it's a chance to even out this playing field. Now, looking at what they have so far in the draft, the Kalia caught me off guard. I'm surprised that it took this long for the Kalia to walk. It was the last pick in the draft. You typically see that more closer toward that first half, and to see it go up against the Esmeralda, it has the mobility, it has a lot of the crowd control as well, so we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the second game of the grand finals, a best of 5. Area 77 looking to find the upset over GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yep, Concussant Blast picked up from Oriel on this Kalia in the XP lane to go up against this Esmeralda with the Impure Rage. Does rock that Flicker for a little bit more mobility and some possibly Flicker Tsunami Slam plays.
And already Ashley just trying to be a nuisance, getting that vision, feeding that information to the rest of her team, and they're already going ahead and trying to zone out this Litho Wanderer.
Yeah, gonna try and go in for some stoppage. We know GAIMIN Gladiator were very dominant in game number 1. They were focusing on these turtles and putting a lot of pressure, and Shinatsu was the one paying that price with a lot of early deaths and mistakes that GAIMIN Gladiator was able to feed on.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'm kind of watching out for. Chinatsu just needs to be a little safer. Give her team a fighting chance here when it comes. Ashley with the push.
Does get a little bit of that knockup on the Chinatsu, but a stun on to Sayori. Erica putting on that pressure, but here comes Nicolette from the side bush play. Put on some damage, quad shadow in, finds the kill onto Erica, and back to the mid lane she goes.
Oh, Chinatsu, I felt like Stutter didn't know where to go to try to keep away from Erica. Unfortunately, it was still too close. The shadow kill connected and took Erica down.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what you have to do on the Hayabusa. You want to pave that way in the early game with these kills, not to mention the advantage you have when it comes to the neutral objectives. YQ running on this Joy. We're going to have to see if she'll be able to get to the back line for some plays as well.
Yeah, and right now, doing such a great job. Nicolette has just been absolutely on fire on some of these assassin junglers. It has just been absolutely a pleasure to watch as she's adjusted from mid lane to roam, and now finally resting on jungle, where I think she's been the perfect fit.
Now, Erica on the Selena, we talked about the Abyssal Arrows. Who do you connect on? How do you engage when you have a Tig to kind of stop you? YQ able to get the turtle. AOG dropping down. Area 77 with the punish. Erica finding Jewel. They want more, but not able to take it, but able to slay the turtle in their favor.
I want to say Ashley, watch. She got the push on the Tigreal, but unfortunately just missed YQ and catching him with that push, and like just watched her kind of go by. And I was like, oh no. And you just allowed YQ to get in there into that pit now. And now it's basically a 50-50 with Nicolette on there. And that's just never something you want. You never want the 50-50 with another team. You want the advantage.
Especially when you have a Tig that has the setup potential. You got to be a little bit more of that bully to lean in on. But a great play from the side of Area 77. A little bit of a different story from game number 1.
Yeah, and right now, 4 members started to come in. Back lines against Ying.
Panda able to draw the final touches with the heavy crossbow. Combination of Nicolette's Ouija shadow kill for some poise. And yeah, this is another story of the Hayabusa Nicolette able to kind of pave that way in the early game for GAIMIN Gladiators to feed off of.
Yeah, 1-to-1 on the turtle board right now. Ooh, we do see a little bit of engagement. 3 members now going after Jewel.
Yeah, 3 members trying to find him. Look at the buff, though. Purple buff for Nicolette. A little bit of an invasive play from the side of Area 77. Erica doing a great job on Selena. I'm a little impressed. I mean, did find 1 death, but doing great on keeping her positioning, especially going up against Ashley, who's running this TIG.
Yeah, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Erica's going to be able to do so much as she starts building up that cooldown. She's going to be able to lob out those abyssal arrows like every few seconds. And it's going to be something GAIMIN Gladiators really need to think about when it comes to these engagements. Big push.
Chinatsu caught with the knockup, needs to get back to safety. Use the AOG for a setup, does not connect, hits the creep. Back to the jungle she goes, but a slam does connect. Nicolette needing to go back to safety. Panda will fall. Erica will be the one to get that kill in Area 77, taking control of the turtle pit.
And this is going to be the 2nd objective in a row that they're going to be able to get without much contention. They're able to find, oh, another abyssal arrow lands on the Jewel, who is going to try to get away.
That's 50% HP from Erica to be able to deal out to Jewel. Need to be careful. Starlium Scythe picked up by YQ as well. A little bit of a different story from Sayori in game number 2. We saw a lot of impactful feathered airstrikes, but having a harder time getting online.
There's just so many options for them to kind of rain down. You throw down a feathered airstrike, you've got abyssal arrows coming for you, you've got Chinatsu coming for you. There's just so much for them to dive onto you and punish you.
Yeah, I say GAIMIN Gladiators needs to regroup. They need to be careful as Area 77 giving a lot of pushback for game number 2, and it's starting to work in their favor. 2 turtles on their side up against GAIMIN Gladiators, who have yet to really have a good time on these objectives.
Yeah, and as we go ahead, start grouping around the mid, I want to say Area 77 feeling a little bit more comfortable. Gold lead is in their favor. They're starting to get more objectives, but they need to be getting some of these towers, get some of that pushing in, really punish GAIMIN Gladiators for how I want to say lackadaisical they're kind of treating this. They're really kind of allowing some of these objectives to be taken, and we need to have oh Jesus! Nicolette put to sleep. Tries to go in with the quad shadows.
Oh, able to get back to safety. Both of them. It's always Erica and Nicolette throwing down. Jewel able to find Erica, though. A little bit of a counterplay. Tsunami Slam does connect. Sayori needing to close his distance, trying to help her out. Oriole will find Jewel.
Ooh, and Sayori rains down a feathered airstrike to keep Area 77 at bay. That's going to be a feathered airstrike. Well, I mean, that's a fairly quick ultimate to come back from. It's concealed play.
Does come in Ashley with the implosion. Connects on Oriole. Ying will be able to flicker back to safety. Panda need to be careful. Chinatsu joining the party. Oriole might want to go back. Does have a very low HP. Will be forced on the recall. Big stun on the Chinatsu and a kill going to the side of GAIMIN Gladiators as Panda will find it with the heavy crossbow. Panda will fall though. YQ with the response back. Finds an eye for an eye. Erica may be next if not careful, and Jewel will be the one to take her out.
Oh, there's a lot of back and forth coming there. Both the teams just kind of sticking in the center of the ring and throwing haymakers at each other. Ariel there as well to kind of ward away Jewel.
Yeah, way more high kill game when it comes to both sides. It's not a one-sided story. GAIMIN Gladiators had a way massive lead. It was about like 9-1 at one point, but this time in game number 2, it's a lot closer. They're throwing trade for trade, blow for blow here, and you are going to see GAIMIN Gladiators starting to pull the aggro for this turtle.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead. They do reset it, but I feel like these objective plays so far in the early game have gone very thoroughly in the favor of Area 77. Ashley just not able to find the implosions that she wants just yet when it comes to some of these team fights.
Yeah, right now you're seeing the 3rd turtle on the board. Area 77 is going to try and go in for this. They've claimed both so far. A little misleading up there with GG, but they haven't been able to get a turtle yet. But they are going in for a possible contest. Area 77 still putting on some pressure.
Oh, they're going to see that the Hayabusa's off lane.
Yeah, you are going to see a big slam. YQ able to take out Sayori. No mid lane prio, no feathered airstrikes today. And GG not going to be able to find their way into the turtle pit. And now here comes the Lord. A lot of time has been bought, but an opportunity for Area 77 to take this objective.
Oh, they start the Lord, but Nicolette's coming in tow from the side. Erica's ready. Oh.
Yeah, need to be careful. Ashley in the mid lane. Watch out for the setups. We just shadow kill onto Erica from Nicolette all the way to the back line. A big taunt on the Ashley. Ying will shut her down. Panda, need to be careful running on this Irithyll. Does have the heavy crossbow and the mobility. There goes a feather airstrike from Sayori. A little premature. Not going to hit the mark. And Area 77 still able to maintain themselves in this fight. But Oriel will fall to Sayori. Joins the fight. Has the final touches. YQ still left, both sides fighting it out. Can still play. Tanatsu rushing in. Sayori wings by wings out. And the Lord reset.
Yeah, a great job by Jewel there to kind of hold Area 77 at bay. It allowed Panda to go ahead and start raining down damage with that heavy crossbow. Unfortunately for them, Ashley was taken out very early, so they weren't able to kind of get that CC set up right then and get like the, I want to say, the lead that they wanted to be able to take down this Lord.
Yeah, and Jewel trying to put on some pressure. Sayori again with these feathered airstrikes. I get it, but I still feel it's a little too premature. I'd rather her just hold on just a second longer to be able to do a little bit more damage to the collective team of Area 77, as now she's going to have to buy some time for that cooldown. Area 77 still putting on a lot to focus toward this Lord Pit and now to the mid lane.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Those feathered airstrikes, they were on a retreating opponent. They were already retreating. There was no need to go ahead and throw that on the other feathered airstrike, especially because it was a Gatakacha. So you weren't really going to be bursting them down in the first place. It's something that you could have waited until some of these engagements. Oh, Panda almost got caught with an abyssal arrow.
Yeah, and that's really hard to kind of get away from. Some great focus from Erica to put that pressure. Implosion play, though, from Ashley does connect. Mobilization on the Oriel. Very good setup. Panda will find the kill. Erica responds back, taking out Sayori. Nicolette getting the Lord for GAIMIN Gladiators. We shadow kill in. Tanatsu maybe checked out here momentarily, trying to fight through the heart of GAIMIN Gladiators, and Nicolette will secure that kill.
9-7 right now in favor of GAIMIN Gladiators. Only a 2K lead. Jewel in trouble.
Yeah, need to be careful. Does fall. Ying 1 will be the one to connect. 2 members down for GG.
I feel like the later this goes, Area 77 is going to kind of be finding more and more use. You talking about Erica on this Selena. As we start moving into the late game, those abyssal arrows are going to be even worse and worse. I feel like some of them, though, especially during the fights or even pre-fights, they're just not finding their mark that they need to be able to kind of catch some of these squishier targets.
Yeah, and right now with the Lord marching on the top side, GG has an opportunity to push into these tier 2 turrets standing from Area 77.
Oh, we do see that Panda is about 1K gold ahead on Ying, and that is kind of unfortunate for a Granger who likes to get that steam, that snowball rolling very early. And another abyssal arrow catches Jewel.
Yeah, they've been right on the mark. A bullseye from Erica. Need to be careful. There goes another abyssal arrow. A little short. Implosion play from Ashley. A little premature on the Oriel, but may be able to get the setup for the kill. Sayori able to connect at a last moment, and Oriel will fall. Oh, YQ will be next as well with Nicolette. Destroys the turret on top of that.
Can anybody stop Nicolette Applebusa over there? 4-0-4 right now, just taking it to Area 77. We thought her joy was scary in those first few series, but man, she's showing her Hayabusa is just as lethal.
This is where the TIG gets scary too. Ashley, when you have an enemy team in their base, you get one good implosion play, and that can literally win the game for your team. And now they're going to have to be very careful to not stack up against GG.
Yeah, and that's the problem, too, because you don't want to stack up, but you want to make sure you're in range to try to defend these towers. Just as you say that, Ashley, with an implosion.
Triple setup on the Area 77, but GAIMIN Gladiator not close enough to be able to make the most out of that. Sayori falling a little short. I was waiting for a possible feather airstrike implosion play, a little premature from Ashley, but a great read. Just one of those in Sayori in distance, and it could have been a wipeout.
Yeah, it could have, unfortunately for them. Area 77 finds themselves a little bit of breathing room. It's about a 4K lead. The only problem is I would love to see where that gold is going, because it feels like GAIMIN Gladiators, I feel like most of the gold's going to Nicolette, most of the gold's going to Panda, exactly who it needs to be. And while the 4K gold might not seem like a lot, especially at the 12-minute mark, if it's mostly stacked onto the individual players, it's going to be an issue, because it means that those real strong players playmakers are just going to be having a huge advantage.
And Hayabusa's always been a problem. Recently getting the nerf just because of how strong the Ouija Shadow Kill was. But even with the nerf, if you're ahead like Nicolette, 4-0-4, it doesn't even matter with the nerf because the economy is leaning in your favor. You're now seeing the Lord spawned in and GG forcing the hand at Area 77.
Ooh, you see right there, a lot of those mines kind of going out. Ooh, Panda doesn't know how close she was. Almost got a haircut there by that abyssal arrow. And here, I want to say Nicolette, the moment Nicolette shows herself, that's when Area 77 should be able to look for an advantage here at the Turtle, or at the Lord.
No, I think it's a distraction, maybe a backdoor play if they're not careful. They're going in for this Lord push. Nicolette might go in to try and close this out. YQ will find Panda. Now Nicolette's going to focus into the mid lane. May be able to catch him off guard with the Ouija Shadow Kill push. May go in for YQ. There goes YQ. Ouija Shadow Kill in on the Ying. Finds one. Erica may be next. Oh! Finds YQ!
Nicolette!
2 kills for Nicolette. Alpabusa is more alive than ever. There goes Ashley with the knockup, set up on the Chinatsu, forcing out the AOG for the taunt, for the setup, but Sayori will find her. And now you're looking at Erica, the last woman standing against Nicolette, Sayori, and Ashley on the push, but here comes Oriel for the contest.
What a play by Nicolette. Goes in, gets the shadow kill, finds a kill, tries to take down Erica's, not able to find it, but then able to find one of her quad shadows to find another kill as well. Her map awareness, absolutely insane on this Hayabusa.
Yeah, now going to push in for this Lord. A good chance for GAIMIN Gladiators to secure game number 2. Area 77, again, falling short on these neutral objectives and playing into GG's hands. And this may be a situation where the Nicolette's on the Hayabusa, quote to the Applebusa, too much to handle.
We were talking about where all this gold is. Nicolette sitting on 13K right now, saving up for a house as we move into the 15-minute mark. Area 77 has just not been able to find the number, the button that they need to press. Even with the Selena out there doing a great job lobbing out those great abyssal arrows, but the rest of the team, the Ashley on this Tigreal, the Jewel on the front line, this double front line is just too much for Area 77 right now.
Yeah, too much to handle, and now GAIMIN Gladiators looking to close out game number 2 against Area 77. No inhibitor standing and a Lord marching through the mid lane. Feather airstrike from Sayori raining down from afar, but hit with the AOG, forced to disengage. Panda will go ahead and find Ying. Nicolette does secure that kill, and you are going to see the base crystal very low. Luminous Lord intact, and GAIMIN Gladiators clearing game number 2 against Area 77.
Nicolette's shoulders, I know, have to be weary. That was not that her team was doing nothing, but man, the way she played that Hayabusa. I thought the last game was 7. You can see here 7,
Yes. 0,
and 5. What a game.
Pure domination again, and it's 2 games on this Hayabusa. I don't know when it stops. You definitely have to ban this out. I mean, we thought the Joy was the issue, but it's not the Joy. It's not the Hayabusa. It's Nicolette.
How do you ban a player, a whole player, out of this? Even then, she even was successful in using the Fredrin, which I'm not the biggest fan of in the current meta, but she made it successful in the last series as well. Take a look at these stats. A very good performance there by GAIMIN Gladiators.
Yeah, she's definitely going for the title of the best NA female jungler. She's definitely trying to shoot for that title right now, and honestly, I mean, she's earning it. She's doing a great job performing. Hayabusa 7-0 and 5. But the rest of the team, let's talk about that, right? Ashley, she had some great looks in the beginning on the implosion plays, a little questionable, but as the game got later and later, it started being more effective. Sayori, a lot of premature plays on the feathered airstrike, but I feel like it ended up hitting the mark as things kind of evened out toward that later half. Area 77 again, Private. They're faced that match point now. It's 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like Sayori kind of got into the whims of them being ahead and feeling, all right, well, I guess I might as well just use my feathered airstrike when it's up. There were some opportunities, even though they were ahead, even though they had the advantage, yes. I feel like some of those feathered airstrikes were kind of like, are you clearing minions? What are you doing here with the feathered airstrike? We haven't even started the fight just yet. Here, as a great gameplay by them. We'll go into some of the replays.
Yeah, some flawless execution yet again from the side of GAIMIN Gladiators, looking to maintain and hold that crown from MWI 2024, stepping on to 2025 under GG now instead of Cloud9. But yet another great performance. It's interesting because we see Nicolette in previous North American tournaments, right? Played as a mid laner, stepped in as a jungle here and there, but now as a jungle main for the side of GG, and she's starting to perform really well. A lot of people are watching right now and just seeing just how much of a showcasing she's dominating today. And now the question is raised, when it comes to the draft, what do you focus on? Do you go for the Joy and deny that? Do you go for the Hayabusa? Because something has to give here.
Well, yeah. You made a comment before about Nicolette probably being one of the best junglers for females in North America, but I kind of feel like she's kind of getting up there to the point of best jungler North America, period. She's definitely in top contention. When she was a mage, I think the argument was always made, that I always made, was that she was one of the top mages in North America, period. Not boy, not girl side, period. Here, the jungle, it's just so impressive. And that's the problem right now for Area 77 is there is no way to shut her down. We need to find a way to shut down the team. We need to take away the team advantage, make it so that she's not as comfortable. Maybe we need to get more aggressive in the jungle. Give her the Hayabusa. Give her the Joy picks. Maybe then we're picking up the Hilda, then we're picking up the Hylos. We're picking up stuff that's more aggressive, that can challenge her right from the get-go. Don't let her get that farm that she needs, because once she does, once she takes off, she is a wrecking ball.
Yeah, and this was a first pick Prio Haya. Like, this wasn't like a surprise. It was a first pick. It was a bold statement. Like, we saw it coming from a mile away, and they had every opportunity to put that pressure on. Pick a Hilda, pick a Hylos, whatever, mind you. It was there, and it just didn't happen inside of the draft. So back to the drawing board for Area 77 again. Now, they do have first pick. I expect a lot of Nicolette Prio for this one. But then again, let's talk about the heavy hitters on the side of Area 77. Erica, she was such a threat with the Kimmy, a threat with the Valentina, but we haven't really got to see her show up. I mean, we got to see the Selena, a good Abyssal Arrow placements, I guess, but it's hard for her to put a team on her back with a Selena pickup.
Well, yeah, and we talked about it. There was a great allowance. It wasn't a Selena pickup and the side of GAIMIN Gladiators was like, oh, what? No, it was, we're going to pick this up. We're going to allow that Selena out there, and we're going to have tools at our disposal to punish her if she goes in. She was landing a decent amount of arrows. She did a great job in the last game. This whole team has done a great job. I want to say it does feel like fatigue is starting to wear in on them, because I'm seeing a few more mistakes than we did, especially from the last game, from even the first series that they played against GAIMIN Gladiators. I'm seeing a little bit more mistakes kind of come out there. What we've been talking about, and it just there is the ability for them to come back. We just need to kind of get on our P's and Q's here. First draft is out. We do have that Lu Yi out, and we're gonna see where the answer is from the side of Area 77.
And that's the thing, is it could be fatigue. I mean, you're talking about this is game number 8 straight for them. And that's not all the games they played today. That's just the games they played in a row, right?
In a row.
Go back, there's even more. So yeah, it could definitely be a little hard to continue that rolling on that momentum, especially when you're behind 2-0. But I feel like the last game was looking good for them, right? I mean, I wouldn't say it was a steamroll. I would just say it was a lot more going for the side of GG, and things that they have to respond to properly when it comes to the draft. You are seeing this Harith banned out for the side of Area 77. There goes the Lu Yi Prio. This is something that they've been focusing in on a lot, right? Just trying to take out this Lu Yi. Time and time again. The Kimmy still walking. We know it's been a secret weapon for Erica. I don't know if GG is going to allow that to happen for this game.
Yeah, definitely curious to see where this first ban actually went to. But Lu Yi taking off the board. Lucas has been a huge threat. The certain things I want to see from the side of Area 77 we already discussed about the team really needs to kind of make those openings. Chinatsu needs to get a little bit more safer. We saw in that first game, just
yeah,
we need to be quick on those calls. Like, oh man, okay, you went in twice, you tried to get that ejector, you weren't able to get it. All right, let's back up. Let's try to find a new game plan. Maybe we need to wait for the long haul, not just, all right, you know what, just keep going, keep going, keep going. They'll break some point. At some point, you need to kind of make that, you got to make that call out there to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Right now, GAIMIN Gladiators are looking strong. Sometimes it's a point of like, maybe there's just nothing we can do. We're hoping here in the draft we find some answers. The answers, obviously, maybe we take out both the Hayabusa and the Joy, honestly, and we leave open the Fredrin. I feel like a Fredrin, there's more counters for a Fredrin than there is for a Hayabusa and a Joy out there. Maybe that's where we go.
Well, I'll tell you what, that ban is not a mistake. That was a missed ban. Maybe not on purpose, but that's not a hero that was banned out. So this could change the entirety of the way this is going to be drafted moving forward. I don't know whose side this is going to lean in on. It's not something you see too often. Yeah, we are going to see no ban on the Hayabusa, and we are seeing first pick for Area 77. Maybe they take that against Nicolette. But, I mean, that's not their only answer in the toolbox, right? That's just what's been working. But, I mean, Nicolette's even great on the Joy. So I don't even know if they can really ban out Nicolette at this point, right? Because then you get to let other players on GG start to shine. For Area 77, I think they need to focus on what works for them. Focus in on getting Erica as comfortable as possible to get these setups and these initiations. Maybe not going for something like the Selena, but something that could be a little bit more impactful. Could be the answer. This is a chance for the Kimmy to walk, as it's not banned out, and they skipped the ban in the beginning. So Erica may be able to get what she needs.
I feel like another thing too is we need to figure out a way to, if we're looking at weaknesses, I want to say Ashley has been a little, if we're trying to force a weakness out of GAIMIN Gladiators, Ashley, who has been doing such a great job on the roam position, does tend to get a little overconfident on that. We saw with the Tigreal, there was a few plays where it was just like, okay, did we need to go that far into the tower? The team wasn't ready yet. She did die. Maybe we get to a point where we're able to kind of punish her for that. Oh, and taking the Hayabusa gives up the Kimmy pick for GAIMIN Gladiators.
I'm not buying it, man. Honestly, I feel like they could have did good with any other jungler. I feel like it's more important to get Erica comfortable, not the jungler, as Erica is the one that kind of really showcases for Area 77. And then you give the Kimmy to GAIMIN Gladiators, and then, like you said, Nicolette is good on other heroes. Could pull out the Joy here to be a possibility of a problem. And even a Hilda. I'm still surprised that we don't see the direct counters when a Hayabusa is first prioed.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've found success against, well, GAIMIN Gladiators have found success against it. Area 77 haven't really had a great, well, at least the second series that they played, this grand finals, they just have not been able to find that early advantage. It feels like GAIMIN Gladiators, they realized where those holes were in their game plan. They realized if we don't get these early objectives, for some reason we fall behind. Okay, so we don't need to kind of keep on this pressure in the mid and late game. Let's just do it right from the beginning. Let's just get that advantage in the early game, and we'll just kind of let it come together from there.
And I would say what's really deciding these matches, even though Nicolette's having great plays, godly plays, I would say it's the tank mage combination between both sides, which is really kind of deciding on that jungler being able to get that done, right? I mean, you put a lot of focus on Ashley, on the Tig, a lot of moments where it wasn't impactful, but then others where it was. But then you also look at the other side, you look at Chinatsu, times where she gets picked off super early instead, and it's not Ashley making that mistake. And then in tandem, you have your mid laner who's rotating around with this roamer who's able to get these kills, whether that be Erica or whether that be Sayori on the other side, right? And so tank mage synergy, I think, should definitely be focused in on for this one. Keeping them alive and also trying to find that opportunity for a pick off in the early phase should be a key to victory.
Well, you're absolutely right, because when it comes to both games, especially that first one where the Jawhead, I feel like almost GAIMIN Gladiators succeeded where last week BTK was having a lot of trouble with the Jawhead being able to find these opportunities. Here, GAIMIN Gladiators, pretty much Ashley just like stuck on to Sayori. She's like, I'm not letting you go anywhere. as soon as the Jawhead's here, I'm going to stick to you like glue. Made sure that she was always in an opportune moment to not let Chinatsu, to the point that it actually was to the detriment of Chinatsu. Here, I do like the damage that is coming out from the side of Area 77. There's a lot of burst potential. The only thing is like we've seen this before. The Feathered Airstrike comes down, the Avatar of the Guardian comes out, and it's going to be, you got one, maybe two shots that you're going to be able to get, which means that if you don't want that to be how the timeline goes, then you need another initiator. You need something else that will bait out that Avatar of the Guardian and force that play out, so that it's not going to be something that your Farja is going to have to worry about, especially Erica, who's been so great in that mid position.
We're looking at the Kimmy. Speaking of mid positions, it's fared very well today. And it's going to most likely be in the mid lane yet again. Now, for the ADC, we've been seeing it kind of comboed with the Beatrix. And so I wonder if that's going to be something taken out here. It's just the Beatrix in the Kimmy combination that's been super successful. Maybe GAIMIN Gladiators takes that out. I saw the face. Was it the Badang ban or was it the mist ban right now?
I'm wondering if it's another missed ban there. The girls falling asleep at their beds. I actually was looking a little comfortable in her bed while she was gaming there. So let's hope that they're all awake and ready for
That's
this.
A gladiator. All right, that's a GAIMIN Gladiator.
Well, I mean, that's the pose that Hoon made famous, just laying on the couch. That's the optimal Mobile Legends position for playing.
No, maybe that's the secret, man. You know, a lot of these players are too tense. You just got to relax a little bit, and things will just play out the way they need to. Now, yeah, we were seeing, I guess, maybe another missed ban. GG banned Xborg. Okay, so it's an Xborg ban. It's not a missed ban. I was about to say, is this a new strat that's going on, or are they just falling asleep from the fatigue from the long matches?
You don't want to ban? Well, we're just not going to ban either. So. Deal with it. So very interesting to see what we go with here. And there's the Hilda pickup. And I fret for the early game of Area 77. We were talking about this. Once we see the Hayabusa, why haven't we been seeing the Hildas? Because Hilda has a huge ability to kind of really upset that. I do like the Belleric there, but the only problem is the amount of pressure that GAIMIN Gladiators have been putting on mid lane. It kind of forces the hand of Chinatsu that she has to go to the mid lane. She has to help out there, has to get that rotation in there. Otherwise, they're just going to kind of just engulf Erica in that mid lane, especially in the early game.
Not to mention YQ on the Hayabusa on the purple buff. I'm expecting some early rotations from the side of GAIMIN Gladiators comboed with Ashley, depending on which way YQ decides to rotate first, either orange or purple, to kind of contest that. But anyway, I am expecting this Hilda. It's like the first time, surprisingly, that we get to see it actually combo against it. But with the Wrath of the Dryad, with this Belleric, it may be a good contest. There's some mobility to work in their favor, though. Oriel is going to pick up the CC. It's going to kind of keep up the pace with the rotations from the Hilda.
Yeah, interesting thing here. Hilda does have issues when the biggest thing that stops Hilda is CC. If you can slow her down, if you can kind of get the stuns on her, stop her from being able to maneuver around, is the Belleric going to be enough? Is Chinatsu going to be able to kind of iron down on Hilda, punish her for going in early? I think we're about to find out.
I think we are about to find out indeed, as GAIMIN Gladiators finding a massive lead in the grand finals, 2-0 up against Area 77 in this best of 5, and a chance for match point. Area 77 yet to find an answer for what Private may claim the Apple Busa in effect.
Yeah, we're about to find out here, guys. This is possibly game point for GAIMIN Gladiators, who have come back in the grand finals with a vengeance. Does Area 77 have what it takes to use this to their advantage? Are they going to be able to use this composition to get one over and extend us into a game 4?
Yeah, you know me, I love things to see it go the distance, but that's up for Area 77 to make that happen, as we are now stepping into Land of Dawn. GAIMIN Gladiator possibly one match away from a ticket to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, in Area 77 on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, and already we're starting to see the great job by Chinatsu trying to protect that jungle there. Erica takes some damage. Man, the Sayori on this Kimmy is going to be a nuisance. Look, already dropping Chinatsu down to about a quarter health.
Yeah, now he's going to be able to shoot through Erica. Need to be careful. This is where the Kimmy really starts to shine. And Ashley doing a great job on kind of hugging tight on her, trying to go in for a possible taunt.
Yeah, I do like this plan with Chinatsu on the Belleric. It allows some of those auto attacks to actually be paid back to Sayori, and it stopped Sayori there. Like Sayori, you could see there was already trying to like choke them out from some of that those minions at the mid lane.
Yeah, and running on this Belleric, not a traditional pickup that you see too often, but doesn't mean it's not effective. Sometimes it's these pocket picks that can make the difference. I would like to call this an X factor. A little risky for me to see this when you're on the brink of elimination in a grand finals. But hey, I mean, this is like you said, this is why they're out there and we're not. We're out here on the caster's desk, so I'm looking forward to seeing just how this Belleric plays out.
Yeah, and especially against the Kimmy, I think if you get the blade armor early, it might do well to kind of shut down at least what the Kimmy can offer in the early game, especially since you're going to be part of a lot of those fights, a lot of that grouping. Belleric does well against a lot of those auto attack heroes here. And we have the tools that we need. We were talking about this before. Ooh, going in.
Going in for a possibility of a trade. Erica, very low retribution from Nicolette in the final touch with the Soul Sever. That will be first blood for GAIMIN Gladiators.
Ooh, and a rough start, Area 77, just like that. Jules right there on Oriel.
Yeah, and a little bit of a push toward this turtle. Ashley being spotted out. Chinatsu on the chase. Oreo combination. I don't think Ashley's going to be able to get away from this one. And Oreo will even up the kills 1-1.
Ooh, but on the back line, you can see Jewel. Ooh, they're trying to hold up that. Are able. Great, I want to say, grouping there from Area 77. Great calmness, too. Held the buff there. Waited for YQ to get into distance and able to get that purple buff eventually.
Right now, Nicolette doing some damage. YQ, the quad shadow will force Nicolette back. Sayori putting on some pressure with this Kimmy.
Yeah, and I was going to say, too, when it comes to this composition, I do like it. Area 77 has all the tools that they need. The Belleric, I mean, he's going to be able to kind of get everybody centered. If he can get those taunts off, you've got Erica, who's going to be able to drop the Feathered Airstrike, especially on a composition that consists of double marksman.
Yeah, and right now, you are looking at the turtle about 40% HP. Ouija Shadow Kill a little early. Not going to have it for the retro play. Nicolette, though, taking some hits from Oriel. No retribution for GAIMIN Gladiators. Ashley finding Erica, gets a double kill. Oriel is going to find Sayori on these trade-offs. Turtle still standing tall. Jewel and Ashley on the 2v2. Now Oriel is going to make the numbers work in Area 77's favor. Jewel need to be careful. A lot of damage on her side.
This is exactly what we were talking about before. The Feathered Airstrike comes out, then comes the Avatar of the Guardian. Ashley doing very well, being very patient as they latch on. Jewel able to take down YQ.
Hey, that's 100% worth it. Taking down the retry play, buying some time for Nicolette to get to this turtle. That's where champions are made, these deciding plays, and the retry will go over to GAIMIN Gladiator.
Ooh, and Erica even goes ahead, throws down the Feathered Airstrike, not able to find a kill. Chinatsu and Chol getting slowed down. Sayori just being a complete menace on this Kimmy.
Yeah, but taking some hits herself. Ashley trying to kite the damage from Chinatsu. Erica rocking on this Farza, having a little bit of a rough time. 1-2-1.
Yeah, I feel like once we kind of get the handle, there is a huge opportunity for Area 77. I feel like this game can be a lot closer than the last two because of the Feathered Airstrike. We just need to find the timing, need to find a way. There needs to be a way to win these fights without Erica, turn the tides without Erica, and get Ashley involved early. And then we can come out with the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, look at the bot side, though. Rotation from IQ may go in for Panda on this Bruno. I don't think she realizes she's there, but now has been spotted out. The rotation to the bot side. Feather Airstrike dropping everything they have. Oh. But Panda able to get out alive.
Yeah, and just like that, they able to punish, and thankfully Area 77 saw it coming. Erica's going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. So great job there by Area 77. They didn't get the kill, but they didn't lose anything for it either.
Not going to lose a member. 4-3 on the scoreboard. Area 77 leading in terms of kills. Right now, a lot of pressure in the mid lane. Both sides stacked on opposing bushes. YQ will start the fight. Quad Shadow in with the Ouija Shadow kill. Ashley in the mid lane taking some hits from the Feathered Airstrike. Not going to be able to deal the damage Erica was looking for. Sayori on this Kimmy, still putting on some pressure.
Yeah, trying to. Nicolette actually might be in trouble.
Yeah, she dove really far there and punished by Oriole. Erica, need to be careful. Jewel on the chase, trying to find a kill to respond. Back, able to get it in the blink of an eye, but Oriole with the double kill, and Ying goes back to safety with barely any HP.
Great composure by Erica, being followed by Hilda, able to have the game sense to just turn around, throw the stun on, and almost makes it out without a scratch. I honestly, the more and more I'm seeing this Belleric, the more and more I'm enjoying the pick. Just because Kimmy has a little bit of a nerf. She can't get, I want to say, health regen items the way other players do. I think there's a nerf on all those types of items that you get. So if you get blade armor, you're going to be a big menace for Kimmy on this, and Chinatsu has been doing a great job in the front line. 0-0 and 6 right now. That's where you want to be as a roam.
Yeah, definitely where you want to be. Chinatsu, who we said had a little bit of a rougher start, even jumping into this game, we said it's really going to boil down to the tank and the mage making the difference. The junglers they're pretty solid, right? It's just really the mage and the tank who have to create that advantage for the opposing sides, and this is the first time we get to see the Hilda showcased up against the Hayabusa. I feel like it's been okay. It's been effective.
Yeah, 6-4 right now. Area 77, 2 kills ahead, just narrowly with the gold lead, and a much better, much smoother game than we've seen from them from the first two.
Look at the placement from Erica, from Chinatsu. Panda and Ashley sniff something's not right here. Ying going in to start this turret push. A big taunt, though, connects on to Chinatsu. Erica dealing some damage. Chinatsu needing to be careful. Procs the Vengeance, goes back for Jewel. AOG gonna not hit the mark. Ashley barely missing by an inch. Jewel rushing in, trying to get a slam mobilization on the Chinatsu. They're gonna go all in for that kill there. Chinatsu blocked off by the wall. Sayori will shut her down.
I still feel like that was an advantage for Area 77. Just like that, Ashley might be out of the way.
Ashley will fall. You're going to see another kill going into the hands of YQ. Area 77 up against GG right now. Great performance. 7-5 on the scoreboard. Area 77 not looking to go home anytime soon.
2 towers unanswered there by Area 77. Panda goes down.
And Jewel may be next if she's not careful. The push for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane on the way, and a good rotation from Nicolette to try and contest, but Oreo putting on some pressure to allow this turret to be pushed through.
Right now, 9-5. GAIMIN Gladiators finding themselves on a bit of the back foot. Momentum not favoring them. Great. I feel like maybe this composition was a little greedy for the side of GAIMIN Gladiators. They allowed a lot of answers on the side of Area 77, whether it's giving up the Hayabusa, Chinatsu on the Belleric right now, Erica doing a great job against this double marksman composition as well.
Ooh, YQ able to find the Lord for Area 77. But the airstrike getting canceled out. Area 77 trying to retreat. Erica caught out by Jewel. Chinatsu maybe next. Big immobilization, and Sayori deals some damage. Panda will find Chinatsu. 2 members down for Area 77, but they claim the Lord.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little worried about the focus that GAIMIN Gladiator did pay to Chinatsu on the Belleric. I felt like they wasted a lot of abilities while Area 77 was getting away. But they get the Belleric, they get the mid tower. It's almost like they got the Lord here with the way that they're pressing their advantage.
Yeah, pressing the advantage, even with the Lord going to Area 77. It's a great trade from GG to be able to take these turrets and also claim 2 kills along the process. They opened up the tier 1 in the mid lane to kind of equalize the overall footing on the map. 3-2 so far on the board. There's still that tier 1 standing on the top side for Area 77 to give them the slightest advantage.
Oh, I mean, right now, still great signs of life coming out from Area 77, showing that they are not out of it just yet. I feel like the Hayabusa is a great comfort pick for YQ right now, doing really well. 2-1-5. 5-0-1 on Aerial, though.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and push into that tier 2 on the bot side. GAIMIN Gladiators trying to stop the bleeding as quickly as possible, but Area 77 providing that pressure.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and back off. Not much game. Well, I mean, they were able to get the tier 2 tower on the bottom side with that Lord. GAIMIN Gladiators on their back foot there, but still within 1K gold right now.
Yeah, and that's okay, right? I mean, GG, they didn't win that overall trade, but they're not too far to be able to catch back up. Jewel, give it the Ouija Shadow Kill, Feathered Airstrike, and Erica will go ahead and find her. A big taunt from Chinatsu, and Ashley will follow. GAIMIN Gladiators put in an awkward situation in that mid lane. Sayori and Panda left to defend against the 4-man, 5-woman rotation. Their tier 2 may fall here momentarily if they're not careful.
Look at Nicolette. Look at the positioning now. Cutting out the back of the lane. You're like, all right, we're going to stop this push for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead. Ooh, is he going to be able to get away? YQ might be able to find it with the quad shadows. Does not.
Yeah, not able to find it with that quad shadow. GG on the back foot. This was game point for them, and it's slowly slipping out of their hands. Area 77 seeming very comfortable, even though they're at such a massive deficit within the series, but a great advantage for game number 3 up against GAIMIN Gladiators. Malefic Gun picked up from Panda to extend that range on this Bruno.
Yeah, still anybody's game here. It's not firmly in Area 77's grasp just yet, but I want to say GAIMIN Gladiators do have a smaller escape space here. There are fewer mistakes that GAIMIN Gladiators can make here than Area 77 who have given themselves quite the cushion here at the 11-minute mark.
Now these two fighting it out in the Lord pick. Big AOG from Ashley. Not going to hit the mark. Nicolette finding Erica. 1 kill for Area 77, maybe 2, as Panda, there's that Malefic Gun extending that range, takes down Chinatsu, and now the focus shifted into the Lord Pit.
And just like that, just as I say there were fewer mistakes, a mistake there, Area 77 caught out and unable to answer, allowing GAIMIN Gladiators not only to get 2 kills, but also the Lord.
A big push for GG to be able to turn this around, and Area 77 needing to be careful. Like you said, it's not too far out of the ballpark for either side, and these slight mistakes, some mispositioning, is all that it takes to turn this around.
Yeah, Chinatsu got caught, slowed, and actually even took a decent amount of damage. I'm actually kind of wondering, I'm not so sure, like, for the entire time that I saw them kind of just putting those abilities on Chinatsu, I'm like, is the team going to answer? Are they just going to watch? Are they wondering what they can do here? Because she was fighting for her life for a while there. Sure, she got caught, but there was an opportunity for them to go in.
Ooh, AOG forced out from Ashley. Ouija Shadow Kill was the reason for that. YQ saw the opportunity and went in for it. Did not secure the kill.
Ooh, and I mean, they have the opportunity here to go ahead and get a push on them as Lord crashes down at mid.
Yeah, big Wrath of the Dryad, and you are seeing the Lord quickly burst it down from Area 77, but not before the tier 2 turret drops.
Yeah, and starting to even things out, our GAIMIN Gladiators not trying to put that pressure onto the bottom lane.
A lot of pressure from GAIMIN Gladiators, trying to find a way to open up this base. Feather Airstrike for a blanket of security, taking up both lanes over there from Erica.
I think this was just such a great pick. The Belleric is, I feel like Sayori has really been kind of shut down here. She the more damage that she's kind of been outputting, the more problems she's been finding, the more it's been chunking her down. She hasn't really been getting like killed just yet, but like it is enough. Even there, you can see like you got the blade armor, has more magic defense as well.
Oh! Big stun on the wall and a lot of damage. Jewel finding Oriel. That'll be 1 member shy for Area 77. And I gotta say, there's a lot of range from both sides. You have Erica on the Farza. You have Ying on this Irithel, not to mention a distance closer like the Hayabusa. But then again, on the other side, the double marksman combination. A lot to deal with Panda on this Bruno and also Sayori with the mid lane Kimmy.
Yeah, I do like the way it comes. I do feel like these picks, taking away a lot of those assassin picks, it hasn't disabled Nicolette, but it definitely has kind of stifled the aggressiveness, the uniqueness, and the mechanical ability of Nicolette, because she's kind of stuck on a hero that's not as mechanical as most of them. She's still doing great, but it's just, like I said, I do like that they were able to kind of shut that down to make it so that she's not as effective as she was in some of the games. Shinatsu might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, they bait out a lot of that utility, but definitely not their main focus. They don't want to burn out all their ultimates, especially with this Lord spawning in. So they're going to go ahead and decide not to take that fight on the Chinatsu and now focus in on this Lord Pit.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I was just about to say, YQ needs to go ahead and get the push and then go ahead and go in for it. But it looks like GAIMIN Gladiators very quickly going to go ahead and lock onto this Lord, especially now that they saw that YQ was not part of the fight.
Yeah, I can already tell they're getting excited for a possibility to go to Riyadh and Area 77 for the denial. Ying will find Jewel. Panda taking a response back, finds Chinatsu. Ashley, need to be careful. You're going to see Ying on the chase. Oreo will fall. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade in the jungle.
Yeah, and Ying almost actually able to find another kill there. And unfortunately, you saw Chinatsu go in, take a heap of damage. Even with the Vengeance, Sayori got very close to blast, knocking herself out while she was trying to take down that tank.
I will say, it's 12-12, both sides tied up. This is exactly how you like to see a series go. Some equal footing, and it's really going to boil down to the positioning from both sides. The damage is there. The range is there. It's just really up to the team fight orientation from both sides. There it goes. A little bit of a feather airstrike from Erica. Now forced to use the Wings by Wings to safety. A chance for GAIMIN Gladiators to claim the Lord uncontested.
Yeah, they had the right thing in mind. They did try to do the feathered airstrike, but immediately were greeted to the damage coming out from Sayori and the CC. Right now, firm, commanding, I want to say, presence here by GAIMIN Gladiators as the Lord coming in through mid lane. Just the high towers left for Area 77. They need to find a play, need to find an opportunity here before they watch this series slip from their hands.
Yeah, and they definitely need a miracle here. As I mean, GAIMIN Gladiators with this Lord and inhibitor standing, they're going to go in for a final push. Area 77 left on the defense and not going to waste any time. Ying very low. Feather airstrike coming down from Erica. Nicolette joining the party. Fights Oriel on the bot side. Ying will fall. Sayori finding the ADC. A massive play as Panda takes down Chinatsu. 2 members dropping for Area 77. Base Crystal 50%. Nicolette finding YQ. And ladies and gentlemen, from the land of Dawn to the sands of Saudi, MWI, they're coming. GAIMIN Gladiators is your champion for the NA Qualifiers.
And I don't think it's a huge surprise to North America. GAIMIN Gladiators, these ladies have been nothing but dominant in North America since last year. A great fight put up by Area 77. Unfortunately, it just felt like the fatigue was starting to set in on there. Here at the end of the night, your champions, GAIMIN Gladiators.
And this isn't the final step. It's the first step to Riyadh, right? This is just the qualifiers. And to be able to see the journey that they had to go through to get to this point was definitely one to remember. GG able to hold on to that crown yet again. The reigning champs for 2024 under a new flag for GAIMIN Gladiators, and will push on forward to Riyadh to represent North America.
Yeah, like I said, to the surprise of no one, especially even when they first formed the team. Like I said, a lot of these faces, a lot of these ladies have been mainstay, have been staples in North America. Even in the boys' side, in the NACT, they've been making names for themselves. Here, a very fitting role, and I look forward to see what they can bring for us in MSC.
Yeah, definitely going to be a treat to be able to watch them go out there, compete in MWI, out there in Riyadh, in the city of gaming, nonetheless. But yeah, as we look at these post-game stats to kind of close this out, it's hard to give an MVP. Honestly, I feel like everybody played down to the wire. You know, Ashley had some great moments with the AOG, Sayori on the Kimmy, taking that away from Erica as a denial pick and profiting on it on top of that Panda on this Bruno. As soon as we got that Malefic gun, we got to see that range extended and some kills to follow through with it. And not to mention Nicolette, so much of an impact throughout this series.
Honestly, I'm more biased than you are. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out to Nicolette, bro. The more consistent player, not consistent player, but of the night, I want to say she was more successful throughout the night and a key factor in just a lot of these victories. Nicolette just held it down, held it together, and then when it came to a lot of these great flashy plays, when it was on the Hayabusa, it just put on a clinic of why she's so dangerous on the Hayabusa, why she's so dangerous on the Joy. But you also brought up a great point too. that a lot of this stuff would not have been enabled without the backup of her team, without Ashley being able to play that front role when it came to protecting Sayori, with Sayori raining down that damage to give them the threat that they had from that from afar. Panda even doing such a great job as well. To take a look at this as we take a look at some of these replays.
Yeah, it's definitely been another one down in the books as one of the best series we've had yet inside of MWI. Even though we bid farewell to Area 77 Angels, I look forward to seeing them compete in future MWIs and possibly seeing them sneak up into NACTs. I really feel like these teams would put on some great competition overall in the North America competitive scene. But yes, the story today is all about GAIMIN Gladiators and the struggles and also the victories that they faced pushing on forward throughout this entirety of a tournament. To be able to earn that ticket to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, was no easy road for them, and I feel like this is just the beginning of the great things they'll accomplish.
Yeah, this is just the beginning. Like you said, the road actually starts here for GAIMIN Gladiators, for these ladies to go ahead and continue holding the flag of North America into the MWI.
Yeah, now we got to swing on over to our amazing host Liz to see how she feels about the new grand finalists for MWI 2025.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. It's been an exciting series. I did not expect a sweep, but it does show that our representative is the strongest team. And let's take a look at the MVP of that series.
Hey man, it's undisputed. It's got to be Nicolette, right? I mean, that was some of the most fanciest assassin game plays and jungler plays that we've seen yet in North America, and well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been a fan of Nicolette since way back in the NASL days. Seeing her on Team Sexy, seeing her on Team Ackerman, it's great. Even when she was in BTK, but it's great to finally see all of that beginning to pay off with such a great team here, especially her taking up that main role of the jungler here.
Yeah, and she does prove that within that past year since the last MWI, she really cemented her presence in the jungle and practiced that assassins and really demonstrated her ability to make herself the jungle monster that we've seen so far.
Yeah, she's definitely a threat to be reckoned with, and I know a lot of teams are going to have to keep a close eye on her as they step into Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, but man, it's been a day to be able to see us get to the grand finalists, all done in one day. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and a grand finals. It's been a journey.
Yeah, it's been a long day, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of victories sold here. One champion there reigning supreme.
Yeah, and today we get something special for the viewers. We will have an interview with both YQ from Area 77 and GG Nicolette. So let's start with YQ. Hello, YQ. First up, you guys did amazing, even though it was unfortunate. But we hope that you continue joining every year.
All right, thank you so much. It was a great series. I learned a lot from playing. Oh my gosh, what is it, like 8 hours straight? And
yeah.
It was definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you are actually still going to college and working on some AI projects. So why did you compete for the MWI qualifiers?
Honestly, I had actually decided to quit 3 weeks prior, but there were a few team issues that occurred during that time, so I had to kind of step back up and I guess rejoin the team, and I don't regret that. I think I learned so much today. I had a lot of fun with the team these past few weeks, and honestly, I just came on here because I was going to announce that I'm actually quitting now that my 3 weeks has ended, so yeah, to focus on college.
So, are you going to quit playing completely or just playing competitively?
I mean, competitive and casual gameplay, there's definitely so many differences, right? When I play casual, I can enjoy the game, be less stressed, and competitive is a whole different level because you kind of have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You have to be held accountable for everything. So I think going forward, I'll definitely take a break for a little bit and then focus on casual, but I don't know. Who knows?
If you play casual, would you still be playing jungle, or are you going to resort to some other roles?
Actually, in the past, I played EXP. So for people who might remember me from last MWI, I was actually playing EXP, but this MWI I swapped over to jungle. So I actually have been enjoying jungle so much, and I think that will be my role going forward. But also, I don't know. Anything can happen. So.
Well, we love ourselves a jungle main, being able to carry the team, and you definitely prove that you can do that. And you guys actually have a lot of fans, especially you. Anything you want to say to your fans and any special shout outs?
Thank you so much for supporting me. It's been a long journey, and I just wanted to give a lot of people shout outs because I guess my MWI journey has come to an end, and there have been people that I'm sorry to, and I'm very thankful to along the way. So I'll just start off with my team. Sorry, this might be a little bit long, but just let me. Thank you so much for my team for being by my side and supporting me when I need it, especially to Erica for stepping up as team captain later on in the series, and also Ying for working so hard on gold swapping roles, B-Scoops for joining so late during the team, Chainatsu for taking up the roam position, and honestly, just everybody, Smalling as well for managing the team so well, and then just personal shout outs. Thank you to Carlos for letting me borrow his account to practice on. Thank you to, I've learned so much from, I guess, a jungle named Chris and a jungle named Rin. There's just so many people. And then lastly, I want to say, I guess, sorry to Sky because that's a personal something that happened with the team, but I'm very thankful, I'm very satisfied, and I think I'm ready to close this chapter of the journey. So thank you so much.
Wow, everybody have put in their effort for this team, and you guys did amazing. And interesting, you borrowed Carlos's account, but didn't learn from his jungle. Just a little joke. Yeah.
Oh, it's not the Carlos you're thinking about. It's actually a personal friend. But yeah, my previous account had only EXP heroes and EXP battle emblems, so it was a little bit hard to practice for jungle. So that was why I did the swap. But
wow, you didn't even have all the jungle heroes yet you still perform so well. That's something that I can never do. So big props to you for stepping up and playing jungle. And anything you want to say to GG members?
Well, I mean, go represent NA. I hope you guys can revive NA with your next run in MWI. So good luck and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck to college and to all the amazing projects that you're working on.
All right, thank you so much. It was great to meet you again.
Wow. I like how Private actually said in the chat, she's so well spoken. So it's something that we don't usually get when we're interviewing for the NACT. All the girls are definitely very well spoken and very mature.
Hey, speak for yourself. What is this? Okay, no, honestly, it is funny. It's a different dynamic in the interviews from the female pro players versus the guys. You get like 2-3 word answers, and then you get an elaborate list with a shout out of everybody under the sun. But it definitely shows her passion. I hope she doesn't quit. I hope maybe she takes a break, continues the casual gameplay, because I would love to see YQ more in the competitive scene, because we need more of that fire that she has.
Yeah, and especially with the ability, we've talked about the high IQ players that you can get that can play all these multiple roles. To be able to take on a jungle role, had none of the heroes, none of the emblems, had to use somebody else's account. Like, bro, I need a favor. I need to use your account because I have no jungle heroes and they want me to play a jungler. That to me is kind of amazing. And then to make it to this level in our invitational here as well, to compete against a team like GAIMIN Gladiators, and especially with the abilities that they have, and to try to be able to hold their own. Like you said, unfortunately, it was a sweep and they did get taken out, but there was that glimmer of hope. That first series, they were able to get a game off of them, and then they were able to make their way through the rest of the lower bracket to meet in the grand finals. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and for me personally, I've always been very competitive when playing ML, so being able to see someone, a girl, play so well on the assassin role is something that I always admire and have the most respect for. And also, she's working on AI projects and going to college, so that's very, a very bright future for her. And speaking about bright futures, Gigi will be stepping into Riyadh, and we have an interview with Nicolette on the team. Hi, Nicolette.
Hi.
Congratulations on that victory.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, how are you feeling right now? Are you super excited to go to Riyadh?
Yes, I'm always grateful for the opportunity to be able to play in the international stage again, because that's something that happens like once in a lifetime, and I'm glad that I'm able to have it with my teammates here today.
Yeah, what would you say is your number one factor for success today?
I think a lot to do with it is because I have had experience playing in NACT against like top players, and like the macro in NACT is also, I guess, top tier, and I have experience with that macro, and I also trained a little bit in Asia before coming back to NA like last week, so I experienced what it's like to be against like 5 really good players, because I think Asia server is definitely harder than NA server.
So you trained at a boot camp, or you just played matches in Asia?
No, I did not go to a boot camp, but funny story, I was in Asia for like 4 to 5 months before, and I just came back a week ago, so I basically had like a week to train with my team. But I wish I had more time, because I definitely made a lot of mistakes on jungle today. So
you're too hard on yourself.
So no, I definitely did make a lot of mistakes, but moving forward, I'll fix those for the EWC tournament, and those won't happen again, I hope.
I mean, we're sure of that. And we saw on the GG roster that there is actually someone from Malaysia who's on the lineup. Will she be playing, or is what we're seeing today going to be the full lineup for MWI?
Okay, so we have a Malaysian coaching staff from Malaysia MPL, from MV, and he knows of a female player, Aria, and she's like a top tier female player, so I think we'll have to I think she'll be a good addition to our team, but we haven't played with her yet, so we'll have to see. But I think our lineup today was good. Our lineup today was good.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully this time Sayori can make it to the internationals. And now that you guys are moving into to prepare for MWI, will we be seeing boot camp plans?
There should be future boot camp plans.
And where do you guys think you're gonna be training in these boot camps? In Asia? Maybe potentially seeing the NA girl team and boy team train in the same city?
I'm not sure yet, actually, but I think we do have plans for boot camp, and hopefully we'll improve while we're boot camping together.
Yeah, for sure. And this is your second time going to MWI. Is there something that you want to improve from last year, or anything you want to accomplish this year at the EWC?
I want to aim higher, that's for sure. Maybe like second, at least third place. Compared to last year, we got like 5th to 8th. I think second to third place is doable if we practice enough and like train hard enough, yes.
Wow, that is going to be that's going to hit records for NA. We've never been to second place, so if we're able to aim that, we already didn't get grouped last year at MWI. That's already a big step up for NA. So this year, if second place, if you guys can get that, that's going to be chef's kiss for NA. So wow. And last but not least, is there anything you want to say to your fans, or any special shout outs?
Yes, shout out to my team, first of all, and my coaching staff from MPL Malaysia, MV, Sora, and Rex, and of course Midnight, and my manager and our captain Ash, and I guess everyone who's supporting me and hoping that I make it far. I love all of them. All of the people who's been supporting me since last year and today.
Yeah, well done, you guys. You definitely showed your mastery of the jungle role, and it looks like the 4 months of play in Asia definitely helped. So we have so much to look forward to, you guys, and thank you for joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow, I wish I had more time to ask more and gossip more about that 4 months in Asia. It looks like whatever practice she had in Asia definitely put into the work today.
And she's always been a great player, and you see an evolution of Nicolette as we go through the years, and to be able to see where she is today compared to where she started has been a major a victory for her. So credits to her earning another ticket out there to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, to be able to have another chance at success for representing North America. And I'm just glad on getting real interviews, real answers. It's a lot more to be able to see the behind the scenes and how these teams are kind of processing their performance.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little starstruck. Nicolette has been one of my favorite players since I started casting in North America from way back in the community tournaments. I named some of those teams, Team Sexy, Team Ackerman, and she's always been super consistent in what she does. To see what she has grown from somebody who didn't want to show their face to here now doing interviews, it's been great to watch her grow and to see how successful she has been on a team that actually appreciates her. So, I mean, it's just been magical.
Yeah, and this reminds us that this is actually probably the first interview that Nicolette did on the, at least for the NA channel. So it does show that over the past year and a half, she really built up her confidence with playing internationals and also training. And I think it's so helpful when something like MLBB can help you grow as a person and build your confidence and build your public speaking. And I think that's just amazing. On top of that mastery and in-game ability that she has clearly demonstrated. So Nicolette has been doing so well, and so much to look forward to for Gaming Gladiators. And for our casters today, you guys really pulled through. It's been a long day. Right now it's already 1 probably in the United States. So any last words coming in from our casters?
Honestly, it's been a pleasure to be a part of another MWI. It's a lot of competition out here. I hope to see them transition over to NACT. I'd like to see them compete more often. They're strong competitors. This is a message from North America for MWI. Definitely watch out, as I feel like they're ready to compete, and I look forward to supporting them as they, traverse across those waters to Riyadh.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely magical night here. This isn't even the longest I think some of us have gone when it comes to some of these casting nights, but it has been magical, and I'm very excited to see what our women can do. Not just our women, but this last 2 weeks too, to see what our guys can do out there in Riyadh as well. It's been rocky for North America with a lot of things going on, but it takes a lot, and hopefully the fans realize that it's on you too as well. Support Mobile Legends North America, support our ladies, support our boys out there, and hopefully this will be one of many more to come.
Yeah, support our boys and our girls this year. I do think that the lineups coming in from both Sour now and also Gaming Gladiators has been some of the strongest lineup that we've seen so far for NA. So this might be our year to make magic happen at the EWC. So we are so ready to see that, and hope you guys continue supporting North America, supporting all of us, and witness this journey for NA to rise from the ashes and claim that victory in Riyadh. That's what we're hoping for, and that's what we're gonna manifest. So guys, manifest it with us and continue supporting North America. And I just activated a emoji on my laptop, so very interesting. Thank you guys for joining us today. It's been a long day. It's been great casting and being at the desk with these amazing casters. Make sure to support us as well on our socials, and we'll see you later.
Take care.